Hi, everybody.
Hey
Welcome.
everyone.
Sorry, Dudley's a little out of commission tonight, so I get to wing this one by myself. Thought she's gonna be my wingman for a while.
You got it. It's not too hard.
Yeah, I'm getting crash courses on everything this
Yeah,
weekend. It's
for
like, I
sure.
don't know if I'm coming or going. Alrighty, we got 7 watching.
Yeah,
Should
give it a minute. The notifications just got sent out.
alrighty.
They'll start coming in. Mine just popped up, so. Hmm. So you spent the day wrapping presents.
Yes, literally
Fun.
all day in between the kids showing up and yep, it was because they're like, I'm in the middle of wrapping the stuff that we got, and then they show up. Hi, Marty.
Hey Marty.
They show up with their stuff, and they're like, Mom, will you help us wrap our stuff? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm up to my eyeballs with my own. So got all their stuff wrapped up, and then hey, Suburban,
Hey Suburban.
and like Amanda is like so clueless as to how Christmas kind of works as far as you don't really show everybody what you got them. You're supposed to like keep it hidden, right? And she's like, "Oh, I gotta go wrap mom's," and she goes walking through the house with it. And I'm like, "Okay, I'm getting a blender for Christmas. Cool."
Yeah.
So
Oh my goodness.
because her dad was just like, "Here, he didn't really teach her much of anything." So
Oh yeah.
yeah, she has um, no incentive to go that extra mile to make things a little better. She just slaps it and goes, kind of thing. So like,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
so, but she's trying. So that's the important part. So yeah, wrapped up
Yeah.
presents and
Hey Homestead
hi,
Aquarius.
Aquarius, you should be in bed, Mister. I seen you over at Will It Grow. He's a tired boy.
Mm.
Hi,
Hey
Abby.
Demeter. Hey Abby. Oh.
Miss Kim, Dudley sent you the link. So if you want to come up, Homestead, I know you're really exhausted, but if you would like to come up, you're more than welcome. But so yeah, it was a busy day with getting that wrapped, and of course, I'm just like, let's get this done. I've got other stuff to do. Say did not get done, and my son, he's like, no, mom, they've got to be perfect, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's not the time to throw mom's teachings in here. I'm tired.
Right.
Well, yesterday I roasted all the pumpkin and we were
Mm.
rendering it down. And I don't have a food processor, so we do it the old-fashioned way with the sieve and the old wooden.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so we did that pretty late last night, and so it's all sitting in the fridge. And then took your makeup off. Well, that's good, Robert. That'd make you look really old if you go to sleep with your makeup. I hear. So it's sitting in the fridge waiting to be canned because didn't get time for that today. I've got chicken stock on the stove that's been simmering since yesterday that needs
Mm.
canned, and yep, I'm a little behind. So,
It'll get done.
story of my life.
It'll get done. Just pace yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to roast my. I need to can up my sweet potatoes. I think they're still good. I harvested them a few weeks back, but so right before I was, got sick, so
Yeah.
um, they hold up real well. So I
Yeah,
think
they do.
I think I
Yeah.
should. I'm excited to try them and see the difference in the flavor from like a
Store
store
bought.
bought to homegrown. Um, I got probably a small laundry basket, like you get at Dollar Tree,
Mm-hmm.
about that size full.
Well, that's good though. That's a nice list.
Yeah, because it was just two tubbies,
Yeah,
so that
that
I
is
grew.
pretty good.
So
I have some down in the basement. Not, I don't even. Yeah, I don't even have that many, but we have a few. So I'm like, Mm. Billy's like, "Are we gonna can them?" I'm like, "No, it's probably enough for a meal right there." So I'll just cook them up whenever we're ready to eat them. So.
I'm excited. I love sweet potatoes. My
Hmm.
husband's not a fan, but
Really.
I could just open them up and just I could eat on them, for a few days, opening up some.
Hmm.
So I'm excited.
Yeah. I like them baked, like a baked potato. I like baked sweet potatoes, French fries.
Mhm.
We like sweet potatoes in this house. So.
Yeah. They're so good for you.
Hmm. Yep. It is. What is she packing? What is Abby packing?
Abby, are you going on a trip or for the holidays? Going to see family or something? Y'all just have to excuse me. I'm chilling right here in my big comfy bed, just chilling. And I was like, I'm gonna hook up the string the cord in there to the laptop and just chill in there. I've
Yeah.
been busy today. I went through every stitch of clothing I have and got rid of everything that I don't wear anymore or stained up or things like
Yeah.
that. I mean, I kept a few things for work clothes, but everything else gone. I'm like, I'm done with messing with all this.
Hmm.
It feels good. Joe's been helping me do some organizing and stuff. Like I sat on the bed and he emptied out my dresser and brought me everything. So then
Yeah.
I went through and sorted. I got two 55-gallon trash bags full of clothes that I never wear anymore that we got rid of, and it felt so good
Yeah.
just to get rid of it.
That's what I do. I'm always purging the closets. Hmm.
Yeah, I used to a lot, and I kind of got away from it when my health kind of went down, but it
Yeah.
definitely needed to be done, and I'm glad that Joe's helping me do it. He's like, let's let's work together and get this done so that everything will be easier for you and I to handle. He's
Hmm.
been so good since I've been out of the hospital. Um, like if I cook supper, he does dishes. If
Awesome.
if he cooks supper, I'll do dishes unless I'm like really weak or something.
Hmm.
I'll start a load of laundry and I'm short, and it kind of messes with my oxygen to bend down to get the stuff out of the wash machine. So
Hmm.
he'll switch it over to the dryer, and then I'll take it out and fold it and put it up. So he's just been such a help.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Suburban, I hear you, girl. I found some of my favorite clothes though that had kind of been buried, because I had so much stuff that I'd always have to dig through. So now I can find my favorite comfy lounge stuff, and I'm like, yes. Tomorrow I'm going through Chelsea's stuff. She doesn't have as much stuff because I had recently went through stuff, to bring for Miss
Hmm.
Lydia.
Yeah.
So there's not as much left of her stuff, but I'm still going to go through it, and we're just fixing to purge a bunch of her toys and stuff like that she doesn't play with anymore. Get rid of them and get everything organized in her room and make it a little more inviting for her again because it's just too cramped.
Yeah.
So
Goodness sakes. Yeah, the I wish I could get Deli to do a little purging of stuff too, but I guess in time because his office is a mess right now because we're trying to move the pantry from from the basement upstairs so I can actually get to the stuff I've canned,
yeah,
and he keeps collecting all this stuff that because he tries to sell stuff on eBay and stuff, but it's like if it hasn't sold, can we like get rid of it?
yeah, yeah. I've got to um, reorganize a bunch of my preps and kind of see what I have more redundancy than I probably need. I like to have redundant preps, but hey, Emma, I like to have redundant preps, but I kind of need to pare down a few things
Hmm.
um, to make room for other things that we need.
Yeah.
Um, so, and I want to reorganize all my medical stuff again. Need to get that done, but I'm going to get a bunch of those um, big totes when maybe when income tax time comes in to like reorganize a lot of that stuff and make it simpler and easier. And since we live in the country, there's always, you know, mice and stuff that end up getting in the house, and
Yeah.
that way it's more vermin proof and stuff like that. I just, you know, you spend the money and the time acquiring it, you don't want it damaged, you know, and
Yeah.
stuff. So, um, but we're making our way through. So, um, feels good to get some stuff accomplished. Even while I'm sick, you know, I can find something that I can do, you know.
Yeah. Well, and you're not just laying around just like giving up or anything.
No. Oh no. That's not in me. That's not in me, girl. I got too much Natasha in me.
Yep, our warrior. Our
Yeah.
warrior for sure. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Um
That that Manuka Hall treatment is awesome though. Like I could just feel it felt kind of soggy, spongy in my chest earlier, and
mm-hmm.
I did that, and yeah, I just coughed a bunch of that crap up after I did that Manuka Hall treatment. So,
That's
and
good.
I mean it's not infection, it's just water, it's
The
fluid, you know.
fluid. Mm-hmm.
But man, that's been a lifesaver. It really has.
Yeah, we were looking. Our Walmart has the nebulizer,
Mm-hmm.
and we can get Everclear anywhere here in town because
Mm-hmm.
it seems to be a big staple in this area.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they don't have the honey. So I was talking to a certain woman because she was talking about it, and so yeah, I'll have it Monday apparently. So I was like, oh,
That's awesome. I tell you what, I mean, you smell the Everclear,
hi
but
Uncle.
it's not crazy overpowering, and
Mm-hmm.
it does not burn my sinuses at all. I would have no problem using this on a child.
That's
Um,
good.
you just, you know, all it is three ingredients: Manuka honey that's at a K factor rating of
Mm-hmm.
16 or higher, or it'll say a UMF, which is a unique Manuka factor of 16 or higher,
Mm-hmm.
depending on what kind you get. But it has to be Manuka honey. And then nasal saline spray, just the saline, and then the Everclear, and that's it. And you just stir it all together, half a teaspoon of the liquids to a quarter teaspoon of the honey
Mm-hmm.
until it dissolves, and then you just
Yeah, when I watched that video, it
hey
was
Al.
pretty awesome, and it's so easy.
It is so. It just takes a couple of minutes to. You mean you have to work at kind of getting that honey to dissolve, but once
Mm-hmm.
the honey's dissolved, now I will tell you my nebulizer mask afterwards. I kind of have a little bit of a not sticky, but kind of a little bit of a film on my face, and I just get a soapy washcloth and wash my face off after I'm done. But
Yeah,
that's it. That but as long as you don't have an allergy to any of those ingredients, there's no reason you can't use it,
awesome, Emma.
and as often as you need to, which is great. He recommends 3 times a day, but you can do it more if you feel like you need it, which is awesome. And it's not just for what I had. It can be for any type of respiratory thing. So
I'll share
yeah,
that link real quick for anybody who hasn't gotten it.
yeah.
But yeah, that
Good,
is
Emma. I'm glad. I'm glad. It has literally saved people's lives. My father-in-law got out of the hospital, y'all. Praise the Lord. He chose to stay. He could have left the hospital and just went up and got his vancomycin. That it's like 6 hours worth of infusion each day. But he decided to go ahead and stay in the hospital and recoup. And I'm glad he did. And so, yeah, he got out yesterday and finished his treatments and got out, and he's doing great. He's recouping at home. He's doing the Manuka Hall treatments at home, even though he gripes about it. Hey, Kim. So
okay. The Manuka, what? How do you say
Manuka
it?
Hall is what it's
Manuka
called.
home? That's the link for the video on how to make it, and What
and
all?
how it works. And he explains it really well. And that was my respiratory therapist. He came into my room, spoke with me, taught me about it. He is an amazing guy. And Morgan from Threads and Jars said that she emailed him and he got right back to her. She messaged him or something. He got right back to her. He's a sweetheart. I do believe that God sent him to me and for all of you as well. I really
Mhm.
believe that. I really do.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what Yossi calls in the messenger too.
yeah, I will not be without those ingredients in my home anymore, ever. That is one of the main things for my preps. Hey, Josh.
Yeah, and Dudley's like, I mean, Dudley's pretty good about, like I'll say, I'd like to get these preps, and he's pretty good about saying yeah. And but this he is like bound and determined to
Yeah.
get. He wants it so that I can,
I
you
mean,
know.
y'all, this was wicked. Okay. The Monday before Thanksgiving is when I got sick, and it was just like I felt like really bad flu achy, and I felt like bone crushing pain in my bones. And
Mhm.
all that week, it was just like flu achy chills. Never ran a fever once. Flu achy chills, all of that. But then come Monday, the following Monday, 1 week later, I started kind of having a little bit of trouble breathing. So I went to the ER. They did a chest X-ray. It was clear. The next day I go back and I am like a fish out of water, gasping for air. I could not get air. Like, do you see how horrible that looks? It's terrifying. And my lungs were completely infiltrated in 1 day, in 24 hours, completely saturated. I could not get any oxygen in. It
Yeah.
was crazy. It was crazy. It's wicked. It is awful. It's from the devil.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, that's all right, Josh. Not a problem. Dudley can't come up tonight because his tooth's bothering him. So he ran to the store real quick. So when he gets back, he'll be back for a little bit, and then he'll probably be going back to bed. So, well, how you doing, Miss Kim?
I am doing all right, ladies. I'm glad to see that both of y'all are feeling better.
Thank you.
And thank you for that recipe.
You're welcome.
That will be a um I've always used regular honey with the alcohol, but
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
look into seeing about getting
he
some
said
of that.
there's just unique factors to the
Mm-hmm.
manuka that's so much more highly medicinal, and it needs to be a 16 or greater. He shows in that video that chart of what the different factors of manuka are good for. So there's an actual chart there that you can see. But yeah, um, I'm not saying honey isn't good in itself, just local honey, but there's just specific properties that he talked about that help fight off viruses, bacteria, and inflammation. And so he said
Right.
with anything. Yes, Marty. Yes, y'all. Wiley Living is past 100 subs. 101 subs.
All right, Nora.
Congratulations. I'm so excited for y'all. I really am.
Oh,
That's so awesome. That was such a great birthday present. I was so happy everybody did that for me.
yes.
Hey Ragnarok.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it. I
Oh
appreciate
my
it so much.
Trish, really
I'm
seriously.
getting embarrassed. I don't know
My
why. But
gosh,
thank you.
y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve it. You do beautiful work. You're so knowledgeable. You're so loving and caring and you're such good friends. I mean, my gosh, y'all deserve it. You do. I just love you so much
Yes.
and I
I love
appreciate y'all
you.
so much.
I love you.
Yes, they do. Whether they think they do or not, they do.
Uh-huh.
Well,
They
it's just,
do.
and me and Kim talked about this yesterday. It's hard when you're so used to your entire life being negative, all the negative comments and those things like that. And then
Well, I hate
when
that
you
you went
start
through that.
getting all this positive, you just don't know, how to really react to it.
What
So,
to do with it.
hmm
Well, we see you. We see you for who you really are, not what was said to you. And
Yeah.
we love you so much.
Love you.
That's what attracted me to both of y'all because I've been watching y'all both for a while, you
Mm.
know, just sitting back, just watching and
And we love
just
you too, Miss Kim.
not
You're
saying a whole lot here and there, but y'all are both beautiful ladies. And a lot of people in the chat room are great people. Don't
oh
get me
yeah,
wrong, they're great people.
Oh, did you guys read what Suburban wrote?
And
Trish
I'm very
Wiley. I
proud of you
swear.
for getting over 102 subs now.
202.
That's awesome.
Oh, Suburban
No.
German Shepherd because
Oh my
That's what
God.
it said. That's that's what it says on my side.
That's what it says here too.
Hey, you're almost caught up to me. I'm 108.
wow, you're at 102 now. I'm so excited. I'm
Y'all
so
gonna make
And
me
excited.
maybe
cry.
Tasha will get monetized
I only
before
have
New
350,
Year's.
not even 350 hours left. Y'all are doing so amazing helping me out. Thank you so much.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
Well, that's
it,
fine, Suburban, because that's what I thought you meant was Tasha. That's what I thought you meant was Tasha. Yeah.
oh, Suburban, I'm sorry. You got a headache. I love you. I'm sorry. I hate that.
You guys are so awesome. Every one of you guys are so awesome.
I just, I can't even imagine my life without you and Dudley and Sandra and Marty and Josh and Leah. And I mean, seriously,
Mm.
my goodness. Y'all, I had messages numerous times a day. You got this. I love you. You're a fighter. You keep fighting. Don't you give up. God's got this. We're praying. Just
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
have no idea how much that lifted me. That lifted me. I mean, I felt every single prayer. I felt every single word of encouragement and love, and uh, and it just made me feel so good and appreciated. You never know how you touch people's lives sometimes, and it just made me feel good to know that people cared enough to encourage me like that. And I literally had somebody praying for me every second of the day
Hmm.
and throughout the world, and
Mhm.
I know I still do. I
Yeah,
know.
we would send her messages and say, no talking, thumbs up,
Oh, and
but we love you. We just want you to see our faces. It may be ugly, but we just want you to know we're still here. We still love you.
and that Marco Polo app is awesome. I mean, I got to see their faces. They got to send me messages, and if I wasn't up to answering then, I could just answer when I could, and
Mhm.
so it just made it nice. And yeah.
The
I,
grandbabies poured love all over, and
oh yeah, they drew pictures and they decorated a Christmas tree, and I got to see all that. All of that stuff lifted my spirit so much, and just I'm not saying I didn't have bad moments, but God always sent somebody to send me a message to just pick me back up, or to say just the right thing to help me get back in a good headspace like that, so I'm not saying I didn't allow myself to have a couple of moments there, but God really used every single one of you to just lift me up and encourage me, and I just thank y'all for it. I just love y'all so much, every one of you.
oh, we love you.
Yes, we do. And we did prayer on Miss Tony's channel and stuff. Did some on my channel, shared y'all's channel,
Thank you.
and told everybody on my channel to sub to y'all's and stuff, and give you needed some few more watch hours to get monetized.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, I've gotten
Trish,
like 30 some new subs in the
Awesome.
last couple of weeks. So thank y'all for that. I appreciate that too. And the watch hours almost I've gotten about 300 watch hours, and I just have about 350 to go, and I'll be monetized, y'all.
We'll keep working on that. We will
Yeah.
definitely keep working on that. So, all you out there that if you get a moment, please let her playlist play through so we can get her monetized. That would be a huge help for her.
And
yes, and
yes,
And if she could do it before New Year's, that would even be more awesome.
Oh my gosh, that would be crazy awesome. I would be like happy dancing on New Year's Eve.
Well,
Hey,
hi,
Arch
Mr.
Wild
Art
Man.
Wild.
That would be awesome. But I mean, it's happening pretty quickly, anyways, and I'm so blessed. I really appreciate y'all doing that for me.
Well, you
The
never
sooner
know
I get
what God has in
monetized,
store for you.
oh no, there's no telling. I mean, while I was there, I just told him, it, Lord, it's up to you if you want to take me now or not. I trust you, and gave it to him, and he chose to leave me here for whatever reason. So
Because
here I am.
you still have work to do, sister.
Your work on earth is not done yet.
Nope, it's not.
Nope.
I do
Well,
too, Suburban. I pray. Man, I tell you what, I mean it's rough. And we're not going really anywhere or doing anything, and we're not really allowing a lot of people over here because we have flu A going around now, and it's like if I got that, I'm just not
yeah.
recouped enough to deal with that. So we're just kind of self isolating for the most part, and just you know trying to allow my body time to
hmm
to
Yeah,
heal.
it's going to take a while.
Mhm.
Well, what I've been doing is I put your playlist on, and then I put it on. Thank you, sweetie. I put it on. I put it on. What's it called? Shuffle or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So
Like
it looks like I'm switching. It's not
yeah.
over and over, and so I'm doing that. So
I'm sorry to hear that, Uncle Al. That's awful.
yeah, they've been going after a lot of channels lately for stuff. Lots of channels. So
Man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Y'all just be careful. Well, hi, Art Wild Man Survival. How are you?
okay,
Tell Dudley I hope he feels better.
he hears you. Say hi to your friends. Okay,
Y'all
that's
got your Christmas trees up. I feel awful. I don't have one up yet. Hey,
John.
Little Creek.
Hi, Little Creek.
Mr. Dudley.
It's in gear. Gear, do you want a link? They can't see you. There you go. Okay. Like they really
I
want to
think
see your
I'm
hand.
glitching.
But don't worry about your Christmas tree. I wish we were closer. We can help you get it put up. That way you didn't have to go over.
Not a very big one. I don't have a ton of Christmas decorations that um we'll get her done. It won't take long. I mean it's pre-lit, so Joe could just get it down and bring it to me at my chair and I can sit and fluff
Mhm.
it, and then Chelsea will decorate it. Um she loves to decorate the tree, so
Yeah.
and I can always sit in there and help her with it, but
Yeah, the kids love decorating the tree. I have moments where I'm like, I don't even want to mess with them.
whenever my kids were little, I was too obsessive about the tree. Like I everything had to be just perfect
Mm-hmm.
because I kind of got that from my mom, I'm a perfectionist. But now that Chelsea's come along, it's just like I think it's beautiful just letting her do whatever she wants. It always
Mm-hmm.
turns out gorgeous and everything, and I just wish I would have turned back time and not been a perfectionist and ruined it for my kids whenever they were little. I
Oh,
really do.
our biggest issue in our house is the lights. Nobody really likes the lights. He's like, I don't want to do the lights. So, but then,
That's why I love pre-lit trees.
yeah, not me because I inevitably have one bulb that goes out and then it just.
This one's been good and hadn't done that to me yet, though.
Our tree in the living room has been done since after Thanksgiving.
Oh.
So what? That's like almost a month, right? Yesterday, it decided the top part of the tree needs to blink, just out of the blue, just boom. I'm like what? So yeah, I can't stand it. The blinking drives me nuts. If it's gonna
uh,
blink, I like it all to blink simultaneously. Not here, there, and everywhere. I can't handle that. It just messes
yeah,
with my
it's
head.
like
So.
it needs to be uniform, one or the other. Thank you, Little Creek. I appreciate that.
I
I'm an
used to have the
overachiever.
lights with the music box, so when the music box would play, the lights would flash to the music
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and
Those
stuff.
are pretty.
It kind
I
of got
kind of.
wore out. So Sydney got a new tree this year. I let her pick
It's
out a new
beautiful.
tree, and so I think she found the most expensive one she could find,
It's
That's
and new
gorgeous.
expensive.
It's
and new
gorgeous. Let me tell
decorations.
you, gorgeous, gorgeous,
The
darling.
only thing is the top of it
Not.
is I can't get the stupid star to stay up there because it's kind of top heavy. So every
Oh.
time I put it on there, it just kind of walks over, and I'm like, yeah, I think we may have to make one out of paper cups,
Oh
styrofoam
yeah.
Good night,
Night,
Homestead Aquarius. I hope you
night,
sleep
homestead.
well. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, Hooga,
Hi, CB.
Hooga, Hooga.
But did Trish tell you that she gave me your email address?
No, but that's fine.
Shh.
Oh,
Great. Shh.
okay. I just wanted to let her. I just
What's the big secret?
Shh. We can't tell you.
you'll find out next week.
Okay.
Love you.
I
Y'all are
wasn't
so.
going into specific details. I was just letting her know.
You're okay. I'm just playing. It's okay.
I don't want her to be shocked and like, how did she get my email?
Ah. Nah, I give my email out on my live streams anyways. There's a link to it on my channel, so it's not a private. It's all good.
Okay.
I gave her your coordinates too, Tasha.
Oh yeah.
No, like I even know that. Oh my gosh. Nope. Yeah. She has your
Yeah.
social, your coordinates. She's got the sequence to your
I got you
DNA.
get you on ways.
Oh my
Can track
gosh.
you right down to your house.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's what I told Trish. I said, I'm just going to pop up to her place one evening and tell her, hey, I'm 5 minutes out. I'll be there for supper.
Come on.
She's just a few. She's just a few hours away from me.
That's not. See, that's just wrong. Like she's so far away. Just makes me mad
I'm
that we're not
sorry.
Yeah,
closer.
well, she's close to me, but yet you're a little distance. You're in Oklahoma, correct?
Hmm.
Far
Yeah,
western Oklahoma, almost to the Texas Panhandle. Excuse me.
yeah. Well, see, I can see you when I go down to visit my uncle
Heck yeah.
after I
Right?
get moved.
Yeah.
My
Little
Christmas.
Creek is hiding under a rock.
Because he
Funny.
lives in Texas.
Come here, sir.
Okay. I gotta step out for just a second. I'll be right back.
All right. So you have any big plans, Miss Kim, for Christmas? What are you all doing? Can you hear me, Miss Kim?
Yes, ma'am.
What are y'all doing for Christmas?
It's just me and the youngest granddaughter here. So I don't know if my oldest granddaughter and her husband are coming in for Christmas or not. They haven't said. And I don't know if my mom and little brother are coming down here for
Oh
Christmas
yeah.
dinner, but I'm going to cook anyway. I'm cooking lamb chops.
Oh yum. I don't think I've ever had lamb.
The lamb chops, the rack of lambs is really good. You just have to cut the fat off of them real good, um, and clean the bones, and then just season them up
Yeah.
and cook them. Um, I have to have mine tender because I got to get some dental work finished up here.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
um,
I
but
would love to.
we don't plan on doing too much.
Yeah, we're staying home, and my daughter and her friend are coming in, and they're gonna pick up my granddaughter on the way here. My son, it's his 30th birthday today. I was in labor with him all on my birthday. which was yesterday on my 20th birthday. And so he's 30 years old today. But I spoke with him, and he thinks he might have what I just had because he's not
Mm-mm.
feeling well. So I told him, well, if you're, be careful. But then if you're not feeling well, please don't come out here. I want to see you so bad, but yeah, I
Yeah.
can't handle fighting something else right now. So
No, there's a lot of people that are getting sick, and
yeah,
a lot of their family members are starting to get sick.
yeah, it's just going crazy around here.
My
The
it's
Delta.
just it has a lot to do with this weather too, back and forth, and
Yeah.
because it's
Oh yeah.
what is it? It's in the 40s here now, and then the next 4 days it's going to get down into the 20s, and
Yeah.
yesterday it was in the 60s. So I'm like, goodness. But
Meat juice, maybe.
um, I don't know if y'all all know Kim Treadway. I know Trish does. Um, but Kim Treadway said to tell everybody hello.
Oh,
Um,
tell Kim hi.
and I stay in contact with her. So, because I've been buying that paparazzi jewelry and sending it to people. So,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Um,
Trish told me I should have decorated my tree with all the paparazzi jewelry I bought.
Little Creek, and do you know about that Manuka Hall stuff, nebulizing stuff? Um, if you don't, I bet Trish will share that link again for the Manuka Hall recipe. That my respiratory therapist gave me
Sorry
that,
guys.
and it really helps. And she has a link to the video to explain why it works and how it works. If you're still having lung trouble, you might want to watch that video and just consider that possible to possibly use that for yourself. It has helped me out. Yossi had the same stuff and was really needed to be in the hospital, and he started using it, and he's starting to feel a lot better now. It really does help. Yes. It's just three ingredients. It's saline nasal spray. You do a half a teaspoon of that, a half a teaspoon of Everclear, and I know it sounds like it would burn, but it doesn't. And then a quarter teaspoon of Manuka honey. So a half teaspoon of the liquids and a quarter teaspoon of the honey. And make sure it's a K factor of 16 or greater. And you just stir that until that honey is completely dissolved and nebulize it. And I've been doing that 3 times a day, and that it really does help a lot. So,
Well,
um,
your lungs, your
give me
your
that.
lungs sound a lot better.
Yeah, he couldn't give me that treatment in the hospital because it wasn't FDA approved. But um, he learned about nebulizing grain alcohol back when he was in school and everything. They did that as a treatment and stuff. So, um, yeah, it really helps me out. Like earlier, I couldn't quit coughing, and I did that, and it settled everything down, allowed me to cough a bunch of that, get a bunch of that junk up, and felt so much better afterwards. Yeah, I will never be without those ingredients anymore, Little Creek. I won't.
Yeah.
Yossi swears that's the only reason why he's not in the hospital now.
Yep. That's what he told me
And
to.
yeah, and that respiratory therapist, like if you ask him a question, if you get with him, he'll get back to you as soon as he can. He's I believe God sent him to me. I really do. Um, and if it'll help people, I want to share that recipe. You can make it as complicated as you want, but basically instead of doing CCs or whatever, it's just half teaspoon of the liquid to a quarter teaspoon of the honey. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yep, you put it in the nebulizer. Yep, you nebulize it just like you would a nebulizing treatment. Yep, and he shows if you don't have a nebulizer how you can use an air compressor to do that. So either which way. whichever you have access to.
Can we do the prayer list real quick?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I don't have a ton of stuff this week because, well, it's been crazy at my house with people getting hurt and sick and everything. So, but first and foremost, we have Suburban Hillbilly and her family with her mom and brother and stuff. Um, Lake Ferry had a friend that was put in the hospital who passed. So let's pray for Lake Ferry and his family
Yeah.
and stuff. And then my step grandson, I guess you would call him, was injured in wrestling practice. He severely sprained his neck and bruised his vertebrae. So he's okay, other than stiff, can't move his neck, and they took him out of wrestling the rest of the year. But so if you guys can pray for all of them, that would be very, very wonderful, and I appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Tasha also, Yossi also are all in need of prayer. Hi, Eddie. Thank you for
Hey,
coming
Eddie.
in. So that's who I have on my list. I'm a little bit scatterbrained this week. They thought my son had appendicitis earlier this week, plus my grandson, all on the same day, and then my half my roof got ripped off in the windstorm. So it's been a little bit crazy around here. A
So
little bit.
you need on the prayer list.
I mean,
Yes.
we're
Yes.
fine. We're all good. We are all fine and good.
There's enough God for everybody,
I
Trish.
know there's enough
There's
God for
enough God
everybody.
for you too, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yossi texted me. No, what is it
Messenger.
called? Facebook Messenger. I am so not savvy here.
Hey,
Hi,
hon.
Abby. And he said he's doing much better. So,
Yes. Yes. I'm so happy. Praise
Lord.
God.
Mhm.
Praise God. I'm so
Yes,
happy.
praise the Lord.
I'm so
So
happy.
that is my peoples that need prayers. So Tasha, I'm gonna hand it over to you first because I know you've got a lot of people that are needing prayer, and then we'll go to Miss Kim and then those in chat.
Well, Joe's dad is doing, he's out of the hospital. He's
Oh,
still
good.
recouping. So, still keep lifting him up. And
Awesome.
it's him and his wife's anniversary today. Um, but they're both doing excellent. And she's forcing him to do the Manuka Hall um,
Mm-hmm.
treatments, and he gripes about it, but he does it. So as long as he does it, I don't care if he gripes. My son can always use prayer. He has
Mm-hmm.
addictive issues. And then why are you, what is your deal?
Me?
Yeah.
Did you not read Suburban? Just put me in my place, like whip smack. Go sit down, girl. Shut your mouth.
Oh, there
So
you go. So there you are.
I'm in my
Well,
place.
bam. Well,
I'm just going
bam.
to shut up. I just go. She can come up and
Um,
kick me in the butt, so I'm just going to sit here and be quiet.
my son is saying that he might be addicted to drugs.
Oh no! Why? Mm,
I thought it was me.
no. There she is.
Yeah, it buffered. Anyway, my son has addictive issues, and he is also thinks he's coming down with what I just had. So
Oh
please keep
no.
him in your prayers. And
Mm,
then my daughter, she she needs an unspoken prayer request.
okay. Yep. Got it. Miss Kim,
Yes.
any specific prayer list that you need?
No, I think y'all about run it all down.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna throw in a bunch more. Is that okay?
I'm
I
just messing
I
with you. Go ahead.
I still think we definitely need to still be lifting up all the states that have been affected by all this weather
Oh
in the
yeah,
past week,
Yeah.
because
yeah.
that
Oh
was
my
some
heart. There's still so many
insanity.
people missing
Mm-hmm.
too.
Yeah.
There's
That's just devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, with the heavy snows and stuff that they're getting now and getting buried in, and the other weather coming in behind it, yeah, we have to pray for all of them because they have lost so much. And
Yeah.
like I
Mhm.
told Trish, I wished I had billions of dollars just
Oh
so
my
I
God.
could go out there and just help people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just help
I
people and
just,
love on each other.
yeah,
Yeah.
I said just because it's so sad because it's so close to the holiday season and
Oh
so
gosh.
many people have lost so much, even
Yeah.
loved ones and babies.
Yeah.
And
Oh
God
yeah.
bless the parents
7 children.
that
I
Yeah.
lost their
mean,
children and
just
stuff.
so
It's
heart wrenching.
and but no, I was just joking with you. I was going to throw them in there, Trish.
Oh,
I
okay.
was going to
Well,
put
I
them.
guess I read your mind. I apologize.
It's okay. It's all good.
Oh
Probably
gosh.
because
Okay,
we've been
Marty.
talking about it too. So,
M- M- Marty needs
um,
their daughter's father-in-law Bill and family added to the list. They have the C and is pretty sick at the moment. Make sure and get them that Manuka Hall recipe. Maybe they'll try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we will definitely be in prayer for them.
Yep. Ragnarok's correct. More people need to think that way, Miss Kim. Absolutely. Yeah, suburban, all the misplaced pets and stuff. Yep.
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah, it's tough.
It is. It is.
It's
It's
right
heart
next
wrenching.
door to me. I'm not far from it. It's just
Mm,
about an hour's trip in different direction that I go. The devastation's right across the state line from me. Um, so I can't go out and help a lot financially, but I can
well, yeah,
take food and clothing and
Hmm.
stuff like that to the churches and stuff to help them out.
yeah.
So um, try to
You
do
got
my
a good
part.
heart.
And plus, we got people here in our state that got hit by these storms and areas as well. So
Oh, Marty. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Hey, Blue.
Hi,
mhm.
Blue. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you, Miss Nikki. Yeah, it's been pretty devastating week, I guess you can say.
Love you, Blue.
So,
And I know some people in some of the other chat rooms and stuff that need prayer um, that I do prayer for on my channel, and Miss Tony does prayer for on her channel and stuff.
Okay.
But of course, we still pray for y'all too. We still pray
Thank
for
you.
everybody, and even people that we don't even know who they are. We
And
pray
Demeter,
for
I
people
don't know.
in
I
the
don't
world.
think I have your phone number. If you don't mind, Trish, giving it to me, I'd love to have it. But anytime that somebody needs prayer, um, text me, FaceTime me, messenger me, however you want to. Call me, whatever. I will pray with you right then and there, stand in agreement with you. I um, feel like that's something that God's called me to do is to intercede for
Mhm.
people, and it gets me out of my mindset on myself and focuses on other people, and um, so yeah, anytime somebody needs prayer, you can text me a daily list or however you want to do it, but I will stop right there and say, go ahead and say a prayer for them until I feel a
mhm.
release in my spirit for them.
Well, I think, and she is correct because she does it with me all the time, and definitely appreciated. Definitely appreciated. So, Tasha is a little light of encouragement that we all need a good dose of. So, Little Creek, you can find at certain Walmarts, they have that Manuka honey, and the
Yeah,
Everclear is going to be in any
let
alcohol
me,
store. So,
Trish, I've got a picture of it. If
okay.
for my local Walmart, let me pull that up, and then if you'll put me on the big screen, if you know how to do that.
Yes, ma'am. I think I do.
I'll screenshot it.
Maybe I do. I don't know. We'll see.
I got it. Here it is.
Well, hmm.
You
It's
click on her
okay.
picture. You
Did you
click on
find?
the little square box in the picture, and it'll zoom her up.
Sorry, y'all. I'm new at this.
It's okay.
Oh, the solo layout. Here, put it back up. I
Yeah.
figured it out. I'm not so stupid after all. Here, you
This is
guys
It's
what I'm
go.
miles.
using. This is what I'm using, and I got it at Walmart. It's about $21, so it seems expensive, but you're only using a quarter teaspoon each time you
Mhm.
you nebulize. Okay.
Thank you. I got a good screenshot of that. I hope others
All
did as
right.
well.
And you can read on there underneath where it says Manuka honey, it says K factor 16. It needs to be a 16 or higher. But it's $21. But again, you can get a lot of treatments out of that little bitty jar there.
I guess
The
I'll
jar
have
is
to
about
pick
like
some
this.
up Monday when I go back to Walmart.
But you need to make sure it's a factor 16 or higher.
Yep. Yep. It'll either say K factor 16 or UMF, which is unique Manuka factor of 16 or higher, depending on what kind of brand you get. So just remember that number 16 needs to be 16 or higher. So, but yeah, I can tell a big difference right after I nebulize it. It really helps. And again, it does not burn. So I would not have a problem using this on a child at all. You just as long as nobody has an allergy to the 3 little ingredients that go in it, you're
Yeah.
good to go. So
Yeah. If you got an allergy to any of those, you definitely don't want to use it.
yeah, I mean that's kind of a duh thing, but you know what I mean.
No, there are those people, Tasha.
I know.
I try to love everybody, but I just gotta be honest. There's some people that totally need a sign. So maybe some crayons in a map, but I'm
Oh,
not gonna go on that subject because my blood pressure's been up way too much today. So
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, let's keep it down.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't need to get
I love you,
Tasha
ladies.
all excited and upset and yourself all worked up. And
No, I just had to reach
Miss
out.
Tasha's got to take some breathing there.
Yeah, I had to reach out to a few people and say they might start collecting bail money for me because, yeah, it was going that direction today. So I was like,
Yeah.
I need peace in my life. Oh,
Yeah, Manuka honey's great as a wound care item and for allergies and all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, it's excellent. So it's definitely something to have in your preps. Yeah, I would have no problem slathering some of that Manuka honey on a bandage and putting it on a burn or a wound.
hey, Diggs.
Hey, Diggs.
Okay, I have to ask Diggs something because I jumped on his live last night and I jumped on his live tonight and I'm like, what is weird with Diggs? Diggs, did you shave your face? Because I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Because I'm like, he looks different. Not to interrupt you, Tasha. I'm so sorry. He's probably going to be like, oh.
Yes, I think he did, Trish.
He's going to reach out. Yes, he did. Okay, that's what I thought. He looks like my brother now. He looks like my brother. That's okay. We still love you. Well, it throws me off. I get used to facial hair, and then they're just like, it's gone, and then I'm just running around like, what? Sorry, I'm a little slow in areas. I'm the number one that needs a sign, just so you all know when I say, do y'all need a sign?
Any of y'all ever watch? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm the one. I need a sign all the time, every day, so. Yes, ma'am, Emma. Go ahead, ladies. I got to go find a channel link here. Got something else I want to bring in.
Do any of y'all watch Kicking It with Harold?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes.
Well, you need to watch the video that he did where he jumped into the lake.
Okay. Is it recent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but be prepared. You're gonna die. You're gonna laugh yourself. I laughed so hard. I had tears coming out of my eyes. My stomach was hurting, and I couldn't breathe.
I need that kind of laugh.
Like, OMG.
See, if I laugh like that, it exercises my lungs. So I need good laughs to exercise my lungs and expel the gunk out.
Well, he had his wig on, so he was playing the role as Modley. And
awesome.
What it was he had put out a challenge because I told him a few days ago that in his chat room that I had donated some toys. And so he wanted to do like a toy drive, to get some of his people that sub to him um, to do little video clips and show them, that they did it and stuff. And he said if he got a certain amount, he was going to go jump in the lake. Well, I guess he must have made that amount because he went and jumped in the lake. So,
That's funny.
and it's Kicking It with Harold. If y'all want a good laugh, you go go check
We'll
him out.
definitely go check that out. Well, this ought to be. It's gonna be fun to watch Dudley have to shave.
It's totally gonna be live. I'm gonna try to hold my camera still, this thing, and which is totally a computer. But anyway, I'm gonna try. I so sound Valley Girl tonight. Great.
Totally, like far out, man.
I need to go. I need to go wash my brain. I'll be right back. But I'm gonna try to hold this so that you can, get the whole thing. You're welcome, Diggs. And well, gosh darn, he could have shared his own link. Diggs, you have a wrench. Anyway, I'm telling you guys, I'm new to all this stuff. I'm
You're
usually
doing
just
fine. It'd just take a little bit of time. You're doing good.
Diggs is at 484. Let's
We need to get him to 500.
500.
Yeah.
He needs his community page, people. So please, 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 gag you with a pitchfork. Vicky,
Yeah,
that
I'll
should
try
be
to-
arranged. I'm just saying. No,
I'll try to remember to share out your channel link and put a challenge to get you up to 500
yes,
on my
so
community page.
please,
Well,
y'all, if you're
I
not
will say
subscribed,
something on my page when I go live. So
yes,
Awesome.
please get him up, get up to 500.
drop his link for him.
Mm-hmm. And Tasha needs her hours up, and Little Creek Homestead needs her hours up, and
I need
Homestead
350 hours.
So I'm gonna 486. All right. So we just need to get all of our peoples boosted and
So
lifted.
14 more for
Yep.
Diggs.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Suburban.
Thank you, Suburban.
Thank you, Danny. Love you. Oh, it must be special.
What?
He told me he got me something special.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, thank you, Eddie. You guys are awesome. Yay!
Woo-hoo!
Good job, guys. Good job.
488 now.
You guys are the best. Yeah.
We have the best community. I just love y'all so much.
Yeah.
I really do.
But
I'm so blessed.
I love that our
Yeah.
communities are like intertwined. You know,
Mhm.
it's just not like it's all intermingled and intertwined, and we all
but they do.
match and meld. So
They do
Yeah.
bump you off.
yeah,
It's frustrating, but they do. Like there's people I'll think about, what? I haven't seen
Well,
them post a
Diggs.
video in forever. And then I'll go back and look and they've unsubbed me and
Yeah.
all of that. It's just so frustrating.
Well, I have all of a sudden I have listened to everybody sit and say, "Oh, I don't get notifications. I don't get notifications. Do this, do that, or this or that. And you're going to get unsubbed, and you're not going to get notifications." And none of that has ever happened to me. And I never put it out there that it didn't happen to me because as soon as I do, guess what? It's going to happen. Now all of a sudden, 0 notifications. I don't even get notifications for this stupid channel. I'm like, this is my channel, so. It's ridiculous what they're doing.
Ooh, he's at
Oh,
490.
come on, guys. 10 more.
Yes!
10 more. Put it if you have a page, if you have a community.
All right,
page,
here I'm gonna share it on my
put
community.
it out. Let's get him to 500. That would be amazing. Well, we need to get him over that. So if YouTube kicks any, then he's still gonna have his 500. So
The big thing is make sure that you make a comment on the video and not just
yeah.
so.
But Diggs he does like hikes and stuff a lot like Ragnarok. We really need to get Ragnarok up there too. I love both their channels because they're very outdoorsy. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was doing one the other day with his what was it called? His Diggs, I lost the word. your meter thing that you had out there with you the other day when you were walking in the woods and triangulating something
Oh,
out there in the woods.
with
Uh,
Dig?
yeah, it just went right over my head. It just like zoom. I was there, but you lost.
GPS?
Yeah, GPS. There you go.
Hmm.
All
Thank you,
right.
Diggs. It's GPS.
All right. I got it shared on my
Oh,
community
awesome.
page.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, I don't even get on Facebook, Emma. I just use it to share out streams for maybe new people to catch and
I,
just
I,
use
I
it.
got back on it just to update people with my health because there was so many people that
Mhm.
I didn't have any other way to contact, and that was the quickest. But
Yeah. And then I get the Facebook messengers and stuff like that. So, Diggs, Ragnarok, if you guys want to pop up here, send Dudley the link or send Dudley an email. My apologies. And we'll get you up here on the panel because I know Miss Tasha's going to be leaving us soon.
yeah, um, I've been up since I've been waking up like crazy early,
Mhm.
like between 6 and 6:30 in the mornings, and sometimes it's 5:30 in the morning. So anyway, I'm a little bit of a zombie right now, but I'll probably be on another 10-15 minutes at least.
Okay.
Well, you
Just
sound
a
really
little.
good. Your voice sounds really clear.
Thanks.
And the color in your skin is coming back. You look
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I have to kind of, sometimes I can move around and not have to turn up my oxygen, and sometimes I have to turn up my oxygen. And
There you go.
um, I did go. You want me to update them on what the doctor said, Trish?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I absolutely do. Sorry, I just had a
I
brain fart.
went to my post um, hospital checkup with my primary care physician yesterday, and
Okay, thanks.
um, she said there is a chance I will have permanent scarring, but we won't know for a couple of months in my lungs. Um, and also, we'll reevaluate for the pulmonary embolisms. And she talked like there was more than one that had been in my lungs. I thought there was just one. So we'll go in and do a CT with and without contrast again in 2 to 3 months and reevaluate and see what kind of, if there's any scarring, and see how the blood clots are doing. Um, and she said, as sick as I was, I'm not going to be in any hurry getting off oxygen. It'll be 2 to 3 months at least, if not longer. But I'm just grateful to be here, and I know God's still working in my body, and His will be done. You know.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Oh, we lost Miss Kim.
Oh God. There she is. Just gotta make sure I get good practice on how to use this StreamYard today.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what happened.
I didn't do it.
She did.
One
She told me she was
one
going
minute we
to.
were there, and then it just went to the circle of doom and just went blink.
I know, man.
It wasn't me. Well, I will try not to kick anybody out of here. Hopefully, I don't block anybody.
I did that on my channel by accident. I was
Did
trying to.
you really?
It's easy to do when like you're. It happens. It's it
And I
happens.
had to ask questions on how to get in there and undo it,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
and thought I got it undone, but I had to go just a little. I didn't. And Harold's like, I still can't leave a message in your chat room and you can't see me. So I'm like, hold on, go back in there and go back down again. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe this is why, because I didn't go down far enough. So I'm slowly learning this stuff.
Yeah. Well, it take. I'm pretty forgiving, so it takes a lot for me to just want to drop the
493.
axe.
Diggs is at 493.
Woohoo! Let's
Woo!
go.
I
Yeah,
love stuff like this.
Awesome.
it's exciting.
It is. I get excited for everybody. I remember whenever I was
And
at that.
I'm just this little puny little channel.
You'll be bigger before you know it.
You know,
I foresee your channel growing like crazy, Trish. I really do.
well, okay. I love you.
I do. I really do.
Okay, 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 okay. You're embarrassing me. Shh, shh. I need to go hide now. It will
Just
whatever
keep the
happens.
faith.
Happens. Well, I was surprised to even have 50 to be honest. So honestly,
Well,
I
now you're double that. So
yeah
Well, so
ah,
was I. When I was at 16, I was like, oh, wow, okay.
there's 16. That's exactly me too. I was like, there's 16 people that want to hear what I have
yeah
to.
yeah. I think my life is extremely boring. So I mean, I'm bored all the time, and I'm just like okay. So
Everybody thinks their life is boring.
so
Like,
yeah.
but you know what? Things that we just take advantage of and for granted every day.
Mhm.
Other people are like, "Oh wow, that's interesting. That's cool. I like that. That's
Yeah,
neat." I want to learn how to do some more like some crochet stitches from you and Miss Sandra because I want to start doing crocheting some pot holders and things like that again.
right.
Hey Chris, good to see you.
Well, hi, Chris. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that. Um, well, yeah, I'll have to get my head out of my keister and I guess work on some crochet and show some of that, I guess.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess since I find things easy for me, I think in my head it should be easy for everybody, but I know it's not, but it's just one of those weird, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm, I'm a little bit ate up, so
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
yeah.
Well, I've done needlework. I've tried knitting and crochet. I'm not a big thing on knitting and crocheting.
Yeah, I
Used
can't do the knitting. Tried it,
used to love
failed.
sewing.
Well, and to be honest, I'm a major tomboy. Like, yeah, I've got long hair and I'm whatever, but I do better at the woodworking and outdoor stuff. Well, okay, I did until my back decided that it didn't want to work anymore. But
Mm.
I
Okay,
enjoy.
Little Creek, thank you for the tip. Cotton yarn.
Yes, that is very true. Very very true. But I enjoy the outdoor stuff, the more guyish stuff, you know. And I
I
know.
know I'm a lot that. See, I like both. I like both. I like the girly stuff and I like the outdoor stuff. I love it all. Like
Yeah.
I like learning all of it, like the bushcraft,
Hmm.
the fishing, the hunting, the
Well, but when you're younger, you're not necessarily thinking like when I was younger. Nowhere in my wildest dreams did I ever think that today, you know, the holy fear of God would be thrown upon the entire world, and we're going to be having to scrap and save for every little teeny,
yeah,
morsel that we can get our hands on. So
yeah,
back then, certain things were interesting to me, like canning, and there was some things that were really cool to me, like hunting and fishing has always been a main thing in my life. Although
yeah,
I can't personally take the animal's life, I can skin it, I can process it, I can do all that. And now here I am, decrepit, and I'm like, oh, I really need to learn this. I really need to learn this. So,
mhm,
you know, but I mean, for some reason at the age of 28, I felt the need and I needed to teach myself how to crochet so that I could, know how to do that. And so, and I learned how to sew in school and my dad. So I'm having to learn the girly aspects of life, I guess you can say.
yeah.
So, but
All
I've
right,
been romping out in the woods and doing all the stuff the guys always did,
yeah.
working
All
on
right.
colors and stuff like that. Are you leaving us?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off.
Okay,
Um,
can we get a prayer with you before you go? Can you say prayer? Please? Okay. Good.
Heavenly Father, I just thank you for each person here today. Lord, I thank you for each one of them. They're such a blessing to me. And I'm just so thankful to have each one of them in my life. Lord, I just ask that you just bless each one of them, meet each need that they have according to your riches and glory. Lord, just let them feel your peace and love and your presence in each of their lives today. And we just praise you and we thank you and we give you all the glory. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank
Amen.
you.
I love y'all.
Love
Good
you,
night.
Miss Trish. I will be emailing you.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So you'll know when to go pick up your package.
Okay. All right.
I know
Thank you.
nothing.
All right. I love y'all. Good night.
You
Love you
have a
too,
good time.
sweetie. Be
Cool.
safe and peace be with you.
That was so sweet. So I'm
Yes.
reading the comment here.
She looks really good. She
Yeah,
looks
she
good.
does.
It's good. And you look nice tonight.
I didn't do anything. No makeup, no nothing today. All natural.
Well, that's the only way to be. That's that tomboy in us. We're all natural.
I guess. I guess. So, um, Ragnarok, you want to jump up here? Because I know you got a lot to say. He's good. He's good.
Is
Love
he?
her, but don't tell her. Well, now who are you talking about there, suburban hillbilly? Yeah, Ragnarok is awesome too. Yeah. See, and then this is the thing. I meet these people, and I'm like, I just want
My,
like one-on-one time so that my brain can totally be focused on them and learn because they are so. See, I don't think I have that much educational value, but these guys, man, yep. All right, suburban. I totally won't tell Tasha you said you loved her. Got it. But I can't guarantee, Dudley won't tell her, or Marty won't tell her, or Kim won't tell her. Oh,
I'm pretty
suburban.
sure she probably sees it in the chat. So,
Yeah. I love Suburban. She's awesome.
yeah, she is. So let's see if we can get her the rest of her hours that she needs to get
Yeah.
monetized there.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I've been playing her every night. So I was playing Homestead Aquarius trying to get his hours up because he's really, really close. And then Little Creek said she needed time. So then I was flipping back and forth between them. And then this happened with Tasha. So now I got three of them going and going and going. So thank you, Suburban.
it's hard to keep up with everybody that you sub to. It really is, especially if you've got 10 or more people that you're sub to, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm sub to like 100 and something people. And I'm like, oh, where do I start?
Yeah.
you know?
Hold the fort for me. I gotta go. I gotta go tell Dudley to make somebody a moderator for me, please. I'll be right
All right.
back.
I will try to do my best. Go ahead.
Thank
But Diggs, I'm happy that you're getting on up there in your hours and or your not your hours, but well your hours and your uh people welcome them in your home. They're on your channel. Uh, Speaking of getting her hours done, I've tried to play her playlist overnight, but in the morning it appears that only the one video. Yeah, sometimes they will do that. I've noticed that myself. Um, So you just have to, because it doesn't get attention overnight when you're sleeping and you're letting it play, um, it just goes dormant, just like your TV and your computers, they go in that sleep mode. Yeah, that's what you need to do, Diggs, is just pick one and run with it. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard though, um, to keep up with everybody though. It is for me anyways. I don't know how it is with some of the others, but I know it is with me. I try to do the best I can. Audio play, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes auto play will even go dormant though. Um, I've noticed.
Well, thank you,
Diggs,
Miss
I
Sabrina.
appreciate you popping over to my channel and checking me out and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they say it works best if you put it on the shuffle, and some people have more than one playlist. So I always put it on the longest playlist because, some freakish thing might happen, like I sleep more than 8 hours, so which is not likely, but it could happen.
Yeah, you'll have to come up on my show sometimes, Diggs, and tell people about what you do. And anybody else that wants to that's in the chat room if you're sub to my channel. Um, I just talk about random stuff, do random prayers and stuff. And
You're welcome, Miss Ann. Well, I'm telling you, I watched Ragnarok. I got to play catch up today, and I watched a lot of Ragnarok's videos. And yeah, I learned how to skin a porcupine. That was pretty awesome.
skin a porcupine.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Moonlight Gypsy did a little video clip of her kids. She sent them to the store to get a turkey. Um, and they thought it would be awesome to get a fresh turkey.
Mm-hmm.
So they brought a live fresh turkey home.
Oh, fun.
So they took it out back and they took care of it and brought it up there to wash it and clean it after they got it all plucked and cleaned out. So I had to make a comment or two there on her 2 little video clips she filled out. But a porcupine, that's very interesting because of the quails.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was awesome. It was awesome. I'm gonna find, but I mean, if you're not into that stuff, you're not gonna like it. But if it don't bother you, it's interesting, and I think it's a valuable lesson people need to pay attention to because not sure if anybody's ever been met with the ugly side of a quill, but it don't feel good. So,
Yeah, no. That's like going to an acupuncture and getting all them little things stuck in you to help you move. Yeah, I'm sure I know dogs have been hit by the quills. Myself,
yeah.
I've never been hit by one, thank goodness. Well, good night, hon. Rest well.
Good night, Uncle Al. Thank you for coming in. You sleep good.
You didn't have to drop that.
Yeah, somebody asked.
Oh, I wasn't even paying no attention.
Yeah, somebody was asking for your link, so
Okay. Well, thank you, whoever did that. I appreciate it. I'm not worried about getting too big of a channel. I just kind of like to keep it kind of small, and that way it makes it more intimate and personal. And you can interact better with the people that are in your chat room
yeah.
and stuff, and give different people a chance to come up on your panel and talk about their channel, or just as long as it's all in good fun and behavior and stuff,
Yeah.
and not a lot of vulgar stuff going on. But
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ragnarok. Yeah.
well, thank you.
Have you subbed to Ragnarok yet, Kim?
No, I have not.
Well, ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
you need to, because he's in the same kind of stuff that we're into behind
Okay.
the scenes. You know what I'm saying? The
Yes,
stuff,
ma'am.
the email back and forth. Yep. Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Little Creek Homestead. That was sweet of y'all.
Mm. Hi, Idaho.
You drop their link, and I will. Or one of somebody that's got a ranch. Is that it there? Is that Suburban Homestead's link?
She doesn't do content. Nope. That's Ragnarok's link.
Okay. I moved my computer off the desk so I could sit on the sofa tonight, because that until I get me an office chair. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to do none of that until after I relocate. I'm gonna wait and do all that then. I'm gonna pop them a little message here on this video that they posted a few days ago. Let them know that I'm in their house. If my computer will work right. Okay, I got them, honey.
Cool. Yeah. I think you'll like his channel. He's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Oh,
And
that's figures. Anyway. Sorry, I was doing a little checkups. Oh, it was
okay.
Gardner and Josh. What did he say? Yeah, have fun over at Lazarus, Josh. Tell him we said hi and thank you for coming and seeing us.
He's going to Miss Lee's.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Oh, she's
yeah.
back
That's
on
what
again.
yeah, they've been on for a little bit. He's
Okay.
been over there with them, which is fine. Oh, really
I see what Prepper Steady changed his name.
oh I don't know.
He's a mess.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Nope.
So what are we going to talk about, Miss Trish?
I don't know. I'm used to a bunch of people being up here and there being a conversation. So I'm not used to me having to figure out everything. So
Well, now you know how I feel when I go live, don't you?
Yep.
I'm like, okay, let me sit here and think about this. What I want to talk about. I don't know, just random stuff.
All right, Vicky. You have a good night too. Sleep well. Well, no, I just Dudley's tooth hurt seemed really bad today, so and he's been doing all the, toothache stuff, but It takes them a minute. And I'm hoping it's not infected because that's a whole other fun. So that's why he's supposed to be sitting in the chat, but I haven't seen him talking either. So who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Emma, Little Creek. I don't know which somebody's going to bed or leaving or going
Yeah,
somewhere.
Little Creek. Yeah.
Well, y'all have a blessed night and peace be with you.
Oh, Vicky, I hope you get better. I hope you get better.
Yeah. Well, let's pray no ER.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Ragnarok, do you want to come up? I guess he and Dudley are over there flirting, poking each other. I'm teasing.
Well,
for anybody.
So what's this going on with Dudley and Tasha?
Huh?
What is this that's going on? Something about Dudley and Tasha. What is Dudley doing there? Going to shave his beard or something?
Yeah. And I forgot to mention it. Okay, so Tasha's if I'm a paper, where's my paper? Tasha's, we've taken donations for Tasha. It's up to $215 now. And if we can get it up to $500 by February 5th, Dudley's going to shave his beard on a live stream.
Oh, okay.
And a few people have already promised that it's happening. Okay, cool. Cool, Ragnarok. That'd be cool. So, yeah, there's been a few people that's already said it's happening. So they're telling him, get prepared. Get prepared.
Are you preparing yourself?
I'm trying. It's hard. He's gonna look like a little kid, and I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, but the good thing about that is it doesn't take long to grow that facial hair back.
No, he grows it back pretty quickly. So we
so.
just can't seem to get it to get any length, and it's really full and thick. It just doesn't seem to want to.
Well, you have to trim it up every now and then.
Yeah, he's all the time, you need to braid this. And then when I'm like, okay, I'll braid it. And you get like 3 little twists, and he's like, ow, ow. Well, suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah. There's some men that can grow it, man, and it just like grows way out here.
Yeah.
There's some that it doesn't grow very far.
Yeah, my first boyfriend ever, they were Scottish descent, and his dad had like down to his belly button type beard, and he used to say all the time it slipped off his head and fell on his face, because he was bald. But yeah.
I was going to do one of those little Snapchat things of the bald head and send to you and crack you up. This is what I'd look like if I was a guy and bald headed and had some facial hair growing.
Ragnarok, I'd swear that's true with Dudley, because it gets like this one spot and it's like, that's it. It doesn't matter. But
so the Marco Polo thing that you sent me, that's what is that? It's a
video chat app.
Oh, so it's kind of like Snapchat and Facebook and stuff like that, or
yeah, it's quite a bit different. It's quite a bit different. But Tasha's on there, and Marty and Sandra and Dudley and Josh, we're all on there. And there's a couple other channels that are on there too. I don't have their phone numbers, so I'm not connected to them. I'm just connected to the little circle. But
well,
Yeah.
Little groups grow into big groups. It just
Yep.
depends.
We get a little, we get a little obnoxious sometimes, making faces at each other and just being goofy and silly. And so, like today, I had my son do his firepower thing that he always does and send to Tasha so that she could get a good laugh and, brighten everybody's day. And he sent it to Sandra so she could laugh. And
Yeah.
so, but yeah, my son's lost 20 pounds since they pulled his top teeth out. So he is 6'3" and 140 pounds. He is a toothpick.
Wow.
I was like, boy, son, he really didn't need to lose weight at all. Not at all.
That's all. I mean, that's good that he's lost weight.
No, he didn't have it to lose.
It's not good that he had to be sick to do it, but it's good that
No,
he's lost some weight, probably.
no, he didn't have it to
You
to
know.
lose to begin with. He looks like he's on meth again.
Oh, he did. Oh no. Well, then that's not good.
Yeah,
That's not good at all.
Yeah, I when I was a senior in high school, I weighed 145 pounds. So for him to be 6'3" and 140, I'm like, oh my god, kid.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But he
Yeah.
feels a lot better. They got him into a doctor, and she thinks what happened was the change in his diet so quickly is
Mhm.
what caused him to get sick. Kind of like the keto flu that people get when they go on the keto diet. And she
Mhm.
thinks that's kind of what happened because at first they thought it was appendicitis.
Mhm.
Yes, Diggs. Yeah. He's so
If you
skinny,
hear
he
some,
turns sideways. He looks like a sheet of paper.
I remember I went from 140 pounds down to 110 pounds, and I could turn sideways against the light pole,
Yeah,
and you could drive right past me and not even see me.
yeah. That's how I was in high school. Yeah, my grandpa used to say I looked like a naughty 2x4. The only way they could tell I had curves was to turn me sideways. Like, thanks, Grandpa. Thanks.
And and now I got the Dunlap. It Dunlapped over my belt, and I can't see my toes. No.
Dunlap syndrome. My
Yeah,
grandpa
it's
used to call it chest
middle
drawer
age spread,
syndrome.
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
My grandpa used to call it chest drawer syndrome. His chest fell in his drawers. It's like Grandpa. But yeah.
And you needed to y'all were raising that money until when?
Well, we'll probably keep it open until we can, until she says to shut it down. But
Yeah.
February, we want to have the 500 by February 5th. That way we can get through the holidays and then so. And
Well, I'm
Diggs.
pretty sure she'll make it.
Oh yeah. That's why we extended it because it's right here at Christmas time and stuff, and she doesn't want anybody to take away from their families right now and stuff.
Yeah.
That's cool, Emma. I don't really look like anybody in my family, so I think I fell out from under a rock or something. They just felt sorry for me some days. So I guess I don't look like them.
Oh, stop it.
I don't. I don't look like my family. I'm a giant like my dad, and I can be a bitch like my mom, I guess. But um,
I think
yeah,
we
I
all
just
can be like that if we
yeah,
had to be.
yeah. But I just don't really look like anybody. Like I don't look like my mom's side of the family, and I don't look like my dad's side of the family. So there's,
Yeah.
I guess, there's some resemblances here and there, but not definitely
If
not
you
one of those kids where they walk up and say, "Oh, you're so and so's kid." There's none of that resemblance going on at all.
yeah.
So you must be related to the. Nope, I don't have that at all.
If you
Like
hear
nothing.
something in the background, it's because my daughter's in her room.
Oh,
on the
okay.
school computer on a Zoom call with one of her
Okay.
classmates. So
That's fine. Like Dudley looks like his mama. Like if you hold a picture of him and his mama up,
hmm
you can definitely see it. And my little sister looks just like my great grandma. I mean, like identical, spitting images of each other. And then I'm just here. So, like, okay.
well, that's what Sierra, my oldest granddaughter, says. She's like, why am I the oddball out of everybody? Why am I the one with the red hair?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else has got the dark hair.
Right.
And I told her, I said, "Well, because your great grandmothers were redheaded. Your grandfather, your mom's dad, he was redheaded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got an uncle that was born redhead. Everybody else in the family had all dark hair, but my uncle and my youngest aunt, they ended up with red hair,
Yeah.
you know. And they're like, why? Why I got to have the red hair and the freckles? Why? So I can take a pen and play dot to dot.
See, everybody in my family, my both sides of my family. Now, my mom's side, they're all mostly blue eyes.
hmm
But my dad's side, there's a lot of brown eyes and a lot of blue eyes,
hmm
right? Me and my cousin Todd are the only two that have green eyes.
Wow.
My eyes are actually technically hazel, they said, but they're more green more often than they are the grayish color they are, but it's weird. And
Well,
he's
then you need to
short.
quit getting upset. You need to
Huh?
quit getting upset. You need to quit getting upset.
No, when I get upset, that's when they turn the other color. They normally
No.
just stay a greenish color. Yeah. So, and like my son looks just like my dad when my dad was younger, other than they have a different color hair and their nose is different. Other than that,
Yeah.
they're identical. So, and then my daughter looks just like her grandma on her biological dad's side. But it's crazy how that works.
Oh, well, that sounds good, Suburban. I bet it looks good. And Botox.
Lord. Well, hi, Stalker Steve. Thank you for joining.
Oh my goodness. And when I get my eyes are blue, but when I get mad, they turn green. So um tell people you don't want to see you don't want my eyes turn green. I think Trish froze up on me over there.
Nope. I'm just really still.
Nope.
Am I moving yet?
I'm like, did it freeze up again?
Nope. Sorry.
But now Sydney, the little one in here, she's got really pretty eyes. Her eyes are different from everybody else's in the family. And I have people ask me if I'd take her and have her face waxed and all that stuff. And I'm like, no, she's all natural.
Follow the swaying church. I might lead you into a wall digs. That's probably not a safe thing to do. Especially if you're driving. If you're driving, don't follow the swaying Trish. That's not advised. Please don't do that. Oh my goodness. And see, yeah, my grandson has bright red hair. Like Reba red. And like a lot of people are like, where did he get that red hair? Because nobody, like his dad's side of the family, because nobody has red hair in his side of the family. I'm like, you guys should meet his great aunt because she has Reba hair. His biological grandfather had auburn hair. So he definitely took after his mama's dad's side. Yeah, right before I started the live digs, I walked into the door. So
I
Tasha
don't,
heard
I don't,
crash.
I don't know if you can see Sydney's eyes very good in this picture or not.
Let me blow you up. I don't like saying blow you up because it sounds Sounds a little harsh. No, there's a
They're
little
a
bit of
little open, but not quite as open.
tilt it up a little bit and see if you can get the glare off of it. No.
It's still glary.
Hold on, just let me look at the other.
Oh, it's the lamp. There you go.
She's such a cutie.
That was when she was younger. She's a preteen now. She's, oh my goodness.
Oh, attitude. Attitude. I can imagine.
Oh, the redhead. She's quite something. Especially since she's gotten married and moved out from underneath mom. So
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you never, you raise them one way and you hope they turn out to be good kids and um, respect everybody and do the right thing in life. But sometimes it
Right.
kind of backfires and slaps you in the face. So,
Yeah,
um,
Gary, there's other people doing lives tonight that usually didn't do lives, so it's okay. It's all good. Not a big deal. It happens. There's so many people doing live streams anymore.
there was a bunch of them last night doing lives too.
Yeah.
A bunch of
Well,
them
we
today.
only, yeah, Deli and I only have this one time frame to do them because of his work schedule, and so you know,
Yeah, it's
it
hard
is
when
what
you
it
got little
is.
ones.
Yeah. Well, it's not just them; it's him. There's nights he
Yeah.
don't get home till midnight, so this is the one and only time that we get to do live. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to stress. If there's only 3 people out there listening to this babble, there's 3 people. You know.
Yeah, that's what I say in my room. And you got some in the background sitting and watching.
Mhm. Mhm.
Don't acknowledge that they're in the chat room or anything.
I
Just
do
sitting
that.
there.
I do that. I lurk because I have moments where I'm just like, I just want to listen. I don't want to interact. I just want to listen
Yeah. Yeah.
because I'm not going to learn very much if my mouth is yapping. So I'm just gonna be honest. It ain't registering. So
Yeah. But it was funny earlier watching Harold. I had to backtrack I had to slide it back to catch him
mm,
jumping in the lake or what pond, whatever it is there by his house and down the road from his house. I think it was a little lake. Um, he lost that wig and he lost his shoes. It was funny.
no, Diggs, you're fine. You're fine. I'm not gonna stress out about it. I mean, like Diggs's channel, he does outdoors, and he's got. I'm not gonna give away his info. He needs to talk about that, but he's got this really cool idea that I think is gonna be. It's gonna be awesome. So
Yeah,
yeah.
he had something up on one of his channels about doing something about the old ways. So, um,
Hmm.
yeah, he needs to talk about that himself.
Yeah. I don't want to give out other people's stuff. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, he's got. See, that's one thing I love about his channel and Ragnarok's channels because when I was younger and actually used to go hiking out through the woods and stuff, it
Hmm.
just reminds me of when I was younger and was able to do that. Because now, if I try to do that, somebody with a airlift would have to come pull my big ass out. So,
Stop
oh,
it.
Bourbon, you are not. Don't let those people get to you like that, girl. We know better. We know
Really?
better.
Oh, goodness.
Just don't get in his van. Okay, Gear. No. I
Yeah.
just I really want I just think that we all need to pull together and work together and educate one another and what we can. Like I don't know. Diggs has really good outdoor information. Ragnarok has really good outdoor information. Gear can play Kanjo like nobody I've ever seen before, and everybody has their own little thing that they can bring,
Right. Yeah.
and that's what's important. So yeah, Ragnarok, I know, but when your knee's blown out and your back is shot, the only way it leads to a hospital stay for me. So I really love the woods, though. I'm at so much. I just like total peace in the woods.
I used to love climbing the trees and getting as far up in the top of the tree as I could go and just
Yep.
sway back and forth and get yelled at. Get out of that tree before you get hurt.
I did. I fell out and got a scar on my eyeball. Legit, for reals. It's like a little bubble right here in the corner of my eye.
There was a house. There was a 2-story house, 3-story house over in town by the snuff factory.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go up into the attic and climb out the attic window onto the roof and grab a hold of the big old tree branch and swing down off the roof to the ground. Oh my gosh, you talking about getting yelled at and getting your hiney whipped. And we just go right back and do it again.
Yeah, I'm terrified of heights. Terrified of heights. But I used to go rappelling when I was younger. And to try to get over my fear of heights, right?
Yeah.
And we went to this place in Arkansas. It's called Montanay Motel. And it's, it's like the structure, part of the structure is still there, but for the most part, it's all gone. And they turned most of the area into a lake. So all the horse stables that used to be connected to the hotel are now under the water. But it was a pretty cool place. And we went up there to the third floor and we were rappelling down and my belay man let go of the rope and down I went. So they say my fear of heights did not get fixed. Gary, you better than me.
I had to tell my little it was almost 11, about time for her to get off of there for the night.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. You was replying to Gear about.
Oh, his Kanjo. Have you ever seen his video where he plays the Kanjo? That's pretty awesome.
I don't think so.
I think the Kanjo is so cool.
Let me look. I don't even know if I know his. I don't know if I even got his channel over here.
Gear, can you drop your channel link so she can find you? Please and thank you.
I have so many.
Rappelling is awesome. Diggs, if you have a good belay man that you can trust, rappelling is so much fun. Especially when it's awesome. Just make sure your belay man don't let go of the cord or it's going to be Yep. A small bush broke my fall. Yep. My hands were a little burnt. Oh boy. It was fun.
I never did do any type of. Oh, okay, I guess I am sub to him already. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I didn't see that video that he put out the other day.
Gear. Okay. Nobody bash themselves anymore. Stop. I know I need to point that finger at myself. I'm sorry. I apologize, but yeah, Dudley, you need to go rappelling, Dudley. Yeah. No, we went up because the first time we went rappelling, we had to climb up this face of a cliff that was pretty steep, and I didn't know that we were getting up there, but we did, so it was cool. And we basically rappelled down the side of a cave. I was on the wall before you went into the cave, and my brother did the Australian into the cave. That was scary. Do you know what the Australian is? The Australian crawl or whatever. I don't. People call it different things, but he called it an Australian. It's where you go face first, and then he
Oh,
stopped. He stopped like a foot from the ground, and I'm just like, oh, I thought he was gonna hit the
oh
ground.
my.
Yeah. Thank you, Suburban.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
used to climb rocks and stuff, but I've never did no like mountain climbing or rope climbing or any of that stuff when I was younger.
Yeah.
I used to play softball and baseball and stuff like that, but
Yeah. Yeah. It's rappelling was so
are you there,
cool.
Trish?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here. Did it freeze up?
It's a glitching. I can hear you a little bit glitching on
Is
my
it?
end. Yeah.
Oh, that's no good. Maybe it'll snap out of it in a minute.
I just refreshed YouTube again, and I don't want to refresh StreamYard because I might lose you.
Oh, well, you're not froze up in StreamYard, so you're still there.
Yeah, I kicked myself out of one of my own streams, and Miss Tony and Miss Malachi had to take over and stuff. And then I went to try to get back in there and couldn't figure out how to get back into my live stream and started another live stream. And then I was yelling at them in the chat room, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, we're going to put her in a timeout." I'm like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Put me in a timeout. I'm going to take your wrenches away.
No doubt.
I finally figured it out.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my goodness. Then it got to where it was happening to Miss Tony on her channel.
That's no good.
I saw what you were talking about that the other day when you said you tried to watch it and you couldn't.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I was like, now I see why she said that.
Nope. I don't. I'm trying not to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have an issue. I take issue with people who say one thing and talk something else outside the other side of their face. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I can't follow people like that.
Yeah. Don't talk the talk if you're not going to walk the walk.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Nope. I'm a what you see is what you get type of person. If I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I don't make promises because you can't always keep your promise, because something can happen, So I don't do that.
Yeah.
So there's times I feel like I'm way too old fashioned to be in this world because it's like, what happened to man's world? A word, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it used to be a person's word was their bond,
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
It's not that way no more. People are too self-conceited and too selfish and inconsiderate. They don't.
Too many victims running around.
Yeah, a lot of people like to play the pity party stuff and just a lot of things in general, And you come to YouTube and start you a channel in hopes of meeting a new group of people that think like you, that have the same principles, morals, and values that you do, and love God, country, and family, and you put the Lord and your family first, and the rest will fall in place. and somehow, some way, it gets misconstrued, or somebody wants to start some kind of drama, you
Yeah.
know. And it's
Yep.
like, that's why I'm not out there in society socializing much anymore, because people are like that in reality,
Yeah.
and you don't, when you start your channel, that's not what you're looking for. So you kind of have to weed the people out, you know.
Well, when I first started watching YouTube way back whenever, I don't know, who knows? I don't even care. But anyways, 2017, whatever, whenever it was. Um, I didn't come here to meet and greet. You know what I'm saying? I came here to learn, to educate myself on things I didn't know, try new things, recipes, or, you know, gardening, that kind of stuff, right? And then, you know, as time progressed, you start seeing the same people in different chats. And I don't know what happened. One day I just decided to say hi to people, and now here I am. So, and I have moments where I'm just like, I should just keep my mouth shut, you know? I'm
Yeah.
not, but at the same time, I'm so thankful that I said hi, because I wouldn't have all these awesome people to communicate to and learn from, and, pass my Saturday nights with, hang out.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this scene for me is better than any bar scene.
Yeah. Been there and done that.
Yeah.
We've had our
Yeah.
share of our ups and downs,
Yeah.
through life. And God, we've been through our trials and tribulations during our younger days, from the time that we were born. We didn't ask to be brought in this world. None of us have.
No.
But we are here. And a lot of us beat a lot of things and cheated death, um, because of the Lord's help and our angels that has helped us. And now it's time for us to wake up and smell the coffee brewing, um, and step up to the plate for the Lord, because the Lord is the one that's kept us all here for
Right.
this day and time, um, to share our trials and our tribulations, and to try to help others, wake up and see what's going on.
Well, okay, so one of the things I've noticed is a lot of people want to blame everybody else for everything wrong in their life.
Hmm.
We are all given choices in this world, every one of us. There was a song by Rush way back when. I can't remember the name of the song. I'm sure somebody may remember it. But it basically said, whether you choose or not, you still have made a choice, you know? And so a lot of people choose to stay stuck in that victim mentality, the poor
Hmm.
me, everybody feels sorry for me, when they
Hmm.
need to grow the hell up, get over themselves, because that's pretty much, they're blocking themselves from using whatever bad experience that's happened to them in life to move
Yeah.
beyond that. You
Yeah.
know, I haven't been through there you go. Thank you, Diggs. I knew somebody would know it. I've been through some pretty rough crap in my life, and for a long time I was terrified of people because I didn't know how to react. Are these people being, legit, real, or are they going to try to do something, uh, you know, bad? You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of
Yeah, because you
conditions,
just don't never know.
right? You don't, but if you stay and you refuse to grow from that situation, then you're hurting yourself. You've no longer, they're not hurting you anymore. You're hurting yourself. You cannot sit and allow other people to control your emotions the rest of your life,
That's right.
And it took me a very long time to learn that lesson, a very long time to learn that lesson. And I'm glad I've started over, that heel to where, I have to take accountability for me now. You know, what happens in my life is my choices. It's so.
Oh, I was reading in chat what they were talking about.
Well, Ragnarok, get your damn soapbox and get up here.
Well, you got to send them the link, they said.
Thank you. Thank you, Diggs, for sharing that song. I loved Rush when I was younger. I haven't heard them in a long time. It's okay, Suburban. I have a ditzy brain, so occasionally I get that blonde valley girl like, oh my god, brain. So okay, Diggs, you can throw out all the songs, the name of the songs, all you want, and I'm probably not gonna know it until I actually hear the song because it's been that long since I've heard Rush. A big long time. I used to be that person. You just play the first few seconds of a song and I could tell you the song. And now it's like, oh no. I've had a little too many concussions. I can't remember anything anymore.
Bless your heart. But you survived it. You're a survivor. You're
Yeah,
tough.
I mean, and
And
that's what
God kept you here for them grandbabies.
that's what people need to, because okay, and I'm only having this rant because I have a person in my life that chooses to be victim over and over. Everything is, poor me, to the point I'm going to choke to death. But I'm glad, Diggs. I can't listen to music really anymore. I just too much going on up here.
Yeah.
Diggs, I have PTSD really, really bad, so I can't have any noise. My radars have to be on all the time, or I get real bad anxiety. So yeah, but occasionally I can relax enough I can actually listen to music, but that's not a whole lot. That don't happen a whole lot. Especially if the kids are here. If the babies are here, definitely not listening to music because I got to make sure they're protected. But if the kids aren't here, then yeah, I can totally turn on the radio and stuff. But I don't have one now, so my radio blew up.
Oh no. Say it ain't so.
Yep.
Your
So
radio.
if I want to listen to music, I can pull it up on YouTube. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, well, I had a really nice one and it walked away.
Oh.
Yeah.
How convenient. It grew legs.
It did. It grew legs and right up the ground.
So it's true. So the appliances do come to life and grow legs and walk away.
Apparently, because mine did. It just okay.
Wow.
Somebody else needed that one much more than I did, but okay. That's awesome, Emma. I like that. You cannot be pitiful and powerful at the same time. That's absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely correct. It took me a good long time to learn that. It surely did.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard. I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy just to switch from victim to survivor mode. It's not. I mean, it takes a lot of work, a lot of courage.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's your choice on what you're going to do. Are you going to allow these people control of your emotions the rest of your life? Or are you going to take charge and say, enough?
Yeah.
No more.
Yeah.
No more. But Dudley, you should already have his email from the last time he emailed you, my darling. But see, my son, he's pretty much graduated. He's done trying to be victim. He's wanting to move past all that and carry on. I'd like the same for my daughter, but
yeah,
it's not sinking in for her. So, and some people it just don't. Like my mom, God, I love the woman because she's my mother. Okay, she will not take fault for anything, ever, 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 and it aggravates the hell out of me. Suburban, I totally understand that because it's your mom. I totally understand because my mom, she still knows how to push my buttons. I'm like, oh, I totally
I
understand.
know that was my mom the other day, girl. She was blowing up my phone. I
Yeah,
know what you mean.
and she only lives like, I don't know, 5, 10 minutes from me, somewhere in there. But we purposely just keep our distance because we don't mesh. We do not mesh.
Yeah,
So I put my foot down and refuse to be a stepping stone for her, and she don't like it. So I wasn't put on this earth to be a footpath for somebody else. So I'm not going to do
yeah.
it. I've done it too many
It,
years.
it's hard because it's hard. You don't condone their ways,
Right.
and you love them, and you want to know what the mother's love is and a father's love is, and um, sometimes we don't have neither one. Even though we have our parents,
Yeah.
we still don't know what a real father's love is or a real mother's love is.
Right.
Because they're outside the home, they're working, they're doing this, they're doing that, and you're either taking care of siblings or siblings are taking care of you, or you're having to take care of yourself,
Yeah.
and it makes it really hard.
Mm,
Um,
it does. I've been pondering doing a video on my perspective of what I went through when I was in the depths of my hell with depression and anxiety and stuff. I've been pondering it, throwing it around. For some, it may be beneficial. For others, they're not going to give two rats ass. I don't care. But I just don't know how to approach it because a lot of my stuff stems from my mom. Some of it is from my dad, but a majority is from her. Now, as an adult, I take responsibility for the interactions that we had that did not pan well because I know now she's not going to support anything of mine. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And it's just the way it is. I mean, to give you a for instance, she flat looked at me and looked at Dudley and said, if we were to ever divorce, Dudley could stay, but I was to leave. Okay, not a problem.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, if Dudley and I were to get a divorce, Dudley could stay, but I was to leave. Absolutely,
Oh,
because
wow.
I don't cater to her anymore like I did when I was younger. I won't do it.
Yeah.
So I mean, she anytime I needed help with something, I would get the I don't got time, and because I really struggled with depression and the anxiety and the PTSD because of, you know, I really don't want to say the word online because I don't want to get my channel shut down, but it's what sicko men do to little kids kind of thing. And
Yeah.
so, because I didn't know how, when you're 12 years old and that stuff happens, you don't have the coping mechanisms to deal with it.
Right.
So you become angry at the world and you're over emotional and all these things. You don't want people in your space and yada, yada, yada. And uh, so, yeah, they flat told me I was an embarrassment. So, because they could not understand where I was at, mentally and stuff. So, I was an embarrassment to my entire family.
Well, Emma, I can relate where Trisha's coming from as far as her mother goes. Because my mom, she was, thank you, sweetie. Um, she was an alcoholic and she liked to stay out and party and stuff, and I would have to stay home and take care of my brothers. And then when she would come home and stuff, I would get the beatings and stuff like that. So it was tough. Um, and you felt like you didn't fit in, that because you were the one that was always being abused out of all the rest of the siblings in the house. You're the one that's always catching all the Hades from everything, no matter what you did or said.
Hold on, dear, please. Yeah. One moment here. I'm trying to use my brain power that I'm limited on. My parents would go and just tell like everybody what an embarrassment I was, and oh my gosh, the whole town. They was pretty much had the whole entire town convinced I was some kind of psychopath. And
You're not?
no, baby. Well, maybe I am. I did marry you, but
Oh,
but
my
no,
goodness.
we joke. It's jokes. I would no. So it was hard, but what's funny is out of all that pain and all the BS that I've been dealt, I can understand people, I can relate to people, and I choose to love people. Even, I mean, I've never met certain people in person, and I just love them to death. I would do anything to help them and stuff like that. And the rest of my family are some of the most vindictive, hateful, spiteful people that you could ever meet. And it's just like, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. So, sorry.
I think somewhere along the lines there, Trish, though, I think a lot of people could say that about their families. We have the good apples and the bad apples,
Yeah.
and just some of them are just downright rotten to the core.
Yeah.
And the more you try to preach to them or talk to them in a certain way or with a certain tone, they're going to get defensive and get the attitudes. And then they're just going to go storming out and like, the hell with you. I don't want to hear what you got to say,
Yeah, I don't even talk to them about it because, see, they really put me down because I went to counseling and try to get mental health care for myself and better myself and things of that nature. So that really intensified the bashing and the disrespect and everything that they started doing. So,
Got it.
okay.
Miss Emma,
Okay.
that is Miss Emma, right? Miss Emma 3010, that is a Miss Emma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I had a lady friend of mine before she passed away tell me that I should write a book about my childhood. Because technically I should have never been born with what my dad did to my mother when I was still in the womb. But I'm here. God brought me here. And
Diggs said it's true. Physical pain will fade, but emotional, yeah. That is very true. Sorry, Kim, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
no, you're fine, honey. I didn't see it. Yeah, you got the physical, the mental, and the emotional. The physical and the mental and the emotional, all three of those run together. So you can learn to overcome some things and to learn to adapt and grow in a different direction. But somewhere back here in your subconscious mind, all that stuff is still there. And it helps to be able to talk about it, get it out, with
The one
people
thing
that you feel comfortable with.
the one thing I'm gonna say, and I dealt with physical abuse as well growing up.
Mhm.
And during that time, you're so hurt and crushed because these are people that are supposed to love you and everything else. But they're hurting you in so many different ways. And so you you dislike them, you hate them. I mean, I went through that where I hated my family because of the pain that I went through. But I can sit here today and honestly tell you, I thank God for the life that I lived. I thank God for the lessons I learned because it's made me a much stronger person. I have faced situations that I probably wouldn't have lived through had I not been pre-prepared, as sick as that sounds, but it's the truth of the matter. Had I not been pre-prepared for what was coming, I would have not made it.
Yeah.
So, I can look back and be thankful. It doesn't mean I need to go run to them, you know what I'm saying, and seek shelter in them because I know it's not there. It's not ever going to be there.
Yeah.
Dudley's correct. He was born to be a pain in my butt. Oh, that's lovely, dear. Thank you. But but I mean, when you can reach that point in life, when you can look back and say, thank you for that. I mean, it's hard. It takes a long time to get there and it's so difficult and so painful.
Mm-hmm.
I am thankful. I mean, if I could redo everything, no, I probably don't want to go through that life again. But it truly did. It truly set me up and prepared me for the reality of what, as an adult, I faced. So
Yeah. Well, with what I went through with my mom being an alcoholic and a partier and working in the nightclubs and
yep.
The abuse that I seen her endure and stuff, it it made me a stronger person as I got older, and I always I've had a couple husbands, and I told them I'm a lover, I'm not a fighter. So God better have mercy on you if you ever try to put your hands on me because I'm not going to show you none. I'm not. I'm here to be your friend and your lover, and the mother of the children. I'm not here to be a punching bag and to be mentally, physically, and abused. That part of my life was over with,
Mm-hmm.
and I was not going to tolerate it anymore. And well, God rest their souls. They're no longer with us. I didn't have nothing to do with that now, y'all. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already divorced and gone my own way. So whatever happened to them after that was on their own. I didn't have nothing to do with that. But you know, I did give a couple of them some good butt whoopings though.
Yeah.
And they told the cops when the cops came that they'd got jumped by a guy. I said, well, whatever.
Yeah.
That's why I got bruises and marks on me, but you got them just a little worse. So
Emma, that is correct. That is correct. And suburban, my mother and father still, they can't remember those things happening. So yeah, I completely relate there. And Ragnarok, you're correct. Good and bad, it all serves purpose in life. It truly does. And more people need to realize that and see that. Yeah, right here, buddy. Come on, you're too scared. Thank you. But I hope somebody listening this resonates with them and helps them, get over the hurdle that they need to get over so that, they don't have to. The pain's always going to be there. I won't lie. Pain's always going to be there, but it's how you choose to see that pain. Are you going to let it hurt you or are you going to let it grow you?
that's right. You're exactly right.
Because you're not going to grow if you continue to let it hurt you. You're just not going to grow. So
No, you're going to continue to waller in self pity.
good night, Marty. We love you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, when I met Dudley's sister-in-law, she was like, "Oh, you shouldn't even talk about those things." Okay. She goes, "People are going to use that and take advantage of you with it." And I'm like, "They can only take advantage of me if I let them."
That's right.
All right, Diggs. So
I'm snacking on an oatmeal cake.
Nope, Suburban, I am not taking it as whining. No, 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 ma'am. I'm just saying I can relate with you. I totally understand what what you're dealing with. So nope. It's not whining. I mean, it's the reality of our world, you know. That's what we deal with. That's what we face. It's not whining. Nope.
No, because we all come from a different background.
Mhm.
You know, some of us had loving, great parents that were in the household from the time we were born until the time we graduated school,
Mhm.
you know, and some of us didn't.
Yeah.
And in my case, my father was off in Vietnam and Korea, you know. Um, but Lord have mercy, I had more uncles I could shake a stick at. You know, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not your brother, that's not dad's brother, but
Yeah.
okay, I'm not going to argue with you. You know, just I'm going to go to my room and close the door and put the chair up against it.
Oh yeah. 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 I often
But
found that quite funny because my mom kind of had a few
'cause we
extramarital
all have
issues, right? Did you catch that? My mom had the extramarital issues, but I
mhm,
was the whore. She kept calling me the whore, and I'm like, I wasn't even having sex with
mhm.
anybody. Okay, okay, yep. So basically, she was reflecting her guilt onto me, trying
Yeah,
to make me hold her guilt. So
yeah.
wasn't me. No, thank you.
Yeah, my mom tried to pull that on me too, and I'm like, "Look, I'm only buying the clothes that you bought me to wear. And if you think I'm being whorish, well, then you need to quit bringing your men friend and their friends around. You know, um, they're gross."
Okay, Miss Emma. She's doing Psalms. That is awesome.
Okay.
We'll probably be here when you come back. Although, Miss
Bless
Kim,
you.
can you hold the fort down for me? I gotta run to the potty.
Sure. So you're doing the Psalms before midnight. That's wonderful, Miss Emma. I pray it all goes well for you. And God bless you and may peace be with you all of y'all that are leaving and um, going to other channels or going to get you some rest because it's 11:30 or 12:30 or whatever time it is in your area. Um, it's 11:23 my time. I'm in Tennessee, so I'm on Central Standard Time. So it was a pleasure to meet some of y'all in here, and I want to thank Miss Trish again for dropping my link and y'all going over and checking out my channel. You're more than welcome. And Gary, you say it's early yet. What time is it where you're at, Gary? If you don't mind me asking.
Miss Kim,
Yes, ma'am.
were you speaking to Gear?
Yes, ma'am. I was asking him what time it was where he's at. Is that Dudley?
No,
No.
he's
Oh,
he's about 2 hours from me. Same time
oh,
zone as us.
oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And Diggs is back too. No, I am. I couldn't. For a long time, I was just pissed at the world. Like I was so angry at the world because of the crap that I was constantly finding myself in.
Yeah.
And so I just finally just said, I'm done. I am tired of this. I was tired of the darkness that it felt like it was hanging on me all the time. I was just sick of it. And I wanted different. I wanted better. And that's what I did. So I drug myself out of there. Am I going to forget it? Nope.
Southernmost. Oh, wow. I bet that didn't go over too well.
Woo!
Out of the mouth of babes comes the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My nephew, I was babysitting my niece and nephew one time, and my sister's Miss Prim and Proper, right? And we get along much better now that we're older than we did when we were younger. But, like I said, my mom dubbed me the whore. And so whatever my mom said, my two sisters followed suit. So my entire life, I was just a whore, right? Which I'm not, but whatever. I mean, you got to get some to be a whore. Am I correct there? Just saying. And so I was like, oh, whatever. So my niece and nephew come over, and my nephew is probably, let's see, my niece was 2, so my nephew was 6, and he came over one day, and they just got back from a camping trip, and I asked him how the camping trip was because, little kids, they have fun on stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, oh, it was fun. We got to play in the water and all this. And he said, I got woke up in the middle of the night with my mom making a funny sound. And I said, oh, really? And I had totally just knocked me off my feet. He's like, I peeked out the tent and my mom was bent over the car with some guy behind her. And she was going, oh, oh, oh.
Trish.
I called my sister and I said,
Oh my
Peyton
goodness.
has a really interesting story that you probably need to work on with him. And she's like, what? And I said, well, I'll just let him tell you because I couldn't do it. I was laughing. So yeah, he told her
I'm
what
glad
he
I
seen.
didn't have
And she was like, oh, Peyton, don't be saying that to anybody else, okay? I was like, oh my God.
I'm glad I didn't have a big bite of that oatmeal cookie in my mouth. I would have probably choked.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll try to give warnings. But I mean,
don't be sorry. It's your live stream. You talk about whatever.
It's funny how the people that are like the ones calling you all this stuff are actually doing the act. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay.
Yeah. They get called out and they don't like it. They get all mad and defensive.
Nope.
So
nope.
it is funny.
Mm-mm.
So you reap what you sow.
Yeah. Yeah. She's put herself in several unsafe situations, and luckily I happened to show up at her house and had to carry her butt. Okay, Suburban. I had to carry her butt to her bed. She was so drunk. She couldn't even walk. She had a house full of guys. And I'm like, y'all need to go home. And they're like, oh, we're still drinking. And I'm like, and she's sleeping. Go home.
That's funny, Suburban.
I'm as big as most of the guys around here, so they didn't really, say a whole lot. They just grabbed their crap and left. But then I made sure the door was locked when I left. But the next day I was like, do you even know how you got to bed? And she's like, no. And I'm like, well, I picked you up, threw you over my shoulder, and carried your ass to bed. Set your alarm for you so you can get up and go to work. And chased all the dudes out of your house. She's like, oh. I'm like, oh.
I'll tell you a little story about my mom one time. My cousin and I was with my mom, and my mom said she wanted to go pick up her ex-boyfriend and talk with him. And I was like, okay, I'll go with you only if I can smoke a cigarette. This is when I was about 12. And she's like, oh, you got a cigarette? Give me one. So I gave her a cigarette, and I said, okay, but now can I smoke in your car? And she's like, yeah, it's fine. She said, you'll probably choke and gag to death. Well, we're cruising down the back roads, and she goes down in the back countryside and picks up her ex-boyfriend. And we go to a park area, and she said that they're going to step out and talk. Okay. So my cousin and I were sitting in the car, and her and I were sitting there, and we're sitting there, and we're sitting there, and about an hour or two went by, and here come my mom and her boyfriend back out of the woods. Well, my mom dropped him off, and a few, we're driving down the road going back home, and she's sitting over there just squirming in the seat, just doing
Oh,
like
no.
this, and I'm like, "What's wrong, Mom? Are you okay?" She's like, "No, my damn back is itching real bad in my ass," and I was like,
She got poison ivy, didn't she? Oh no! See?
her body was covered in
Oh no!
poison ivy by the time she got home. I
Oh
told her,
no!
I said, see, that's what you get for doing that, whatever it was you was doing in the woods. I said, and you forgot about that poison oak and poison ivy. The wind just blows right and you'll get it,
Yeah.
And she's
Yeah.
like, no, I think I laid in it. And I was like, well, now that's really a problem on your part.
Oh man. Yeah. My man. See, I never had poison ivy for most of my life. I did not have poison ivy. I was that little lucky kid that could run through it and not get it. And my grandpa was burning wood one day and some burnt and I inhaled it. Yep, I get it all the time now. But I ain't never had it that way. Thank the Lord. Yeah.
I used to like to go camping, but I'm staying as far away from poison oak, poison ivy, and poison sumac as I can possibly get.
And stinging nettle. It don't feel so good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great plant.
I have poison ivy on my hands and my arms, but that's about it.
No, I got it all over my face, around my eyes. I hold my face full up like a basketball. On you, Diggs. I used to be able to. Okay. I still do it. Everybody's like, oh, you're going to get poison ivy. You know what? Bleach and a wash rag work great for poison ivy. If I get poison ivy, I just go get some bleach, straight to it. Burns like a son of a gun, but it kills it. So,
yep.
See, now my dad and my dad's cousin, yeah, if I had poison ivy in my girly parts, I just think somebody please shoot me and kill me. I don't think so. Nope. Oh, nope. Yeah, I don't think I'd bleach that one. Just saying. I might.
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine having it there. I really couldn't. I'd be stuck in an oatmeal bath for sure for days on end, probably.
Oatmeal does not work for me with poison ivy. That's why I go straight to bleach. But I don't think I can bleach myself. That's kind of itch pretty dang bad down there to bleach it, though. Woo-hoo.
Now, I have broken out cutting hedges down and pulling poison oak and pulling sumac out of hedges and stuff when I lived in the house before I moved here.
Yeah.
And my arms would be all broke out and stuff from doing that.
No, when my dad and his first cousin were little boys, I think they were like 13, somewhere in there. I live in town, but we're pretty rural where we're at, so it doesn't, you're in the sticks within a minute. So, but they were out running through the woods, and my dad's cousin had to drop a deuce, and so he wasn't paying attention, and poison ivy in the butt crack, and so my dad felt bad for him. And he couldn't wear underwear or anything because he had poison ivy down there so bad. And okay, Suburban. And all right, Diggs, you sleep well, Bubba. And I just called him Bubba. God, see, I told you he looks like my brother. Now I got him on my brain. But
good night, Diggs.
I had poison ivy so bad that he had to wear a dress. So my dad wore a dress with him so he wouldn't feel so bad. But
Oh my
like I
God.
said, they were like 13 or something. So I think that was like one of the lessons my dad taught us all as kids is see this plant? Stay away from it.
We
Don't.
were always told to use big oak leaves.
Yeah.
So we had to go to the restroom out in the woods. And as a
Yeah.
kid, I stayed in the woods. I love the woods.
Mm-hmm.
As a
Oh,
matter
yeah.
of fact, where I live at now in this apartment, this whole area out here was nothing but a field and full of trees and stuff. I used to hide in all the time from the truant officer. And they'd come out and they're like, Kim, I know you're up in the trees. Just come on down.
Yeah.
And I'd just be sitting up there hiding behind some bushes or whatever and just trying to make out like I'm not there. And I'm like, go away, Mr. Binkley. Just go away. He's
No.
like, I know your mom came home and she acted a fool last night. That's why you're not in school. Come on down here, young lady, and let's talk about it. That's sad when the truant officer knows that your mom was out acting up and has
Mm-hmm.
to come look for you and try to talk you down out of a tree.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
that oatmeal pie was good. I hadn't had one of those in a long time.
When I was a kid, I always wanted to build a tree house to live in. I wanted to live in the trees.
I did too until I see these storms. Sometimes I want to go and go to one of those places where they have the tree houses built where you can like rent a cabin and or rent a tree house to sleep in and stuff. I always thought that would be really cool. I said, but be my luck, I would make the arrangements to go. And then the night I got there, it'd come a god awful storm, and then the stuff would start snapping, and I would be,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I wanted a tree house. I was going to live in a tree house until I witnessed. I think I was in the 8th grade when a little town over from us got wiped out by a tornado, and then I decided, yeah, maybe that tree house isn't so cool after all.
Yeah, yeah.
So, because I really hadn't had any real experience with tornadoes. I mean, we heard of them, but we never really, with our own eyes, seen the damage and stuff that happened. So, and then when I did see it, I was like, okay, tree houses aren't so cool. So now I just want a hobbit hole. So,
Yeah,
but I'm too big
they
for a
can
hobbit
be,
hole.
a tornado could be pretty horrific. My little brothers and I was just right down the road here, out towards the countryside when we were little, and a big storm came up, and we were in the very back of the house, and I could hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I could hear it coming, and I grabbed my brothers and I took them into a different part of the house, and we were out there by ourselves, and I no sooner got them out of there, got them into a different part of the house, and the back side of the house got taken off because of the winds.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh, I don't know how we made it through it, but we did. And then they used to have the big drainage tubes that
Yeah.
they put in the roads and stuff. And I'd always tell my brother, if you're out somewhere, go get in that ditch and crawl in that tube. That's the safest place you're going to be because that tube's not, I don't, that's always where I'd always want to go and stuff. Especially if you lived in a trailer or something like that,
Yeah.
And these houses that they build nowadays, it's just like they build them like it looks like they build them so cheaply,
They do.
but
They
so
do.
expensive, and
Yep.
then when the big gust of wind comes along, they just crumble like toothpicks. It's crazy.
Yeah. Dudley gets frustrated with me because he's like, all the time. Yes, Ragnarok, hobbit holes are the best, unless you're a Nephilim and you don't fit in them. And so, welcome back, Suburban. But Okay, so Dudley gets aggravated because he's all the time. Well, we could move out here and live in a trailer, and I'm like, I am not living in a trailer house ever again the rest of my life in this area. Just not doing it.
Yeah.
Nope. I lost a really good friend in a tornado
Mm-hmm.
because she
Yeah.
lived in a trailer house. I nearly lost. Well, I ended up losing my best friend in school. She was nearly killed in the tornado, and she had to have a ton of surgeries on her foot after the tornado. And it was after her last surgery that a blood clot broke loose, and it ended up killing her. A couple of years later, but it was due to injuries from the tornado. So, no, I'll pass.
Yeah.
I spent, excuse me,
Bless you.
I spent most of my life living in a double wide trailer. And I was living there when a tornado went over. It didn't even touch down; it just went over, and it picked up, the porch, pulled the supports out away from the porch, and ripped up this and ripped up that and stuff. No,
It don't take much.
it don't. And then I hear people that they're like, why the hell would you ever live in this kind of home or this kind of home when there's tornadoes around? Financial. A lot of people, it's financial. They can't afford, what these people that don't live in this area
Yeah.
think is, proper living and whatnot. And
Yeah.
it's aggravating, because they've never experienced it. They've never seen firsthand, like the one that hit in Pierce City. Pierce City is just like, I don't know, 7 minutes north of me. It sits in a valley.
Yeah.
That F3 literally rocked back and forth before it shot out over the hill. So
Mm.
you can't stop the act of God. So,
No. I remember being up there in Ohio and at the swimming pool, and I could see the clouds off in the distance moving in, and the alarms started going off with everybody at the swimming pool, and parents were panicking trying to get to the swimming pool to get their kids, and the people at the swimming pool was trying to get all the kids out of the water and down to the ditch lines where they had the big tubes in the ground so that we could crawl in there because that was the safest place for us to go.
Right.
And I couldn't go in there until I found out where my brothers were at. Because along the road, they had like several of them, and they were quite long underneath the road.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So that's that tornado come down up there in Ohio scared the living daylights out of me and stuff. I mean, I thank God wasn't many people hurt that day. It didn't hit the pool area, but it come down in a different area.
Yeah.
Yeah, even with the hurricane straps and stuff though on these trailers, they're still not secure.
Well, the only thing that kept our trailer from rolling when that tornado went over, and I didn't know it at the time, but my dad told me when he had that trailer put in, he had double tie downs put on it because usually they just put a single tie down, and he had them do doubles.
Yeah,
and he thinks that's what kept it from rolling over.
Yeah.
So, because
most of them don't. I mean, they tie them down, but they're supposed to be anchored with hurricane straps. That
Now,
was back in the day. I don't know what it is nowadays, but that was
well,
back a long time ago.
yeah, and I don't know if the codes are different in every state. I mean, I do know that there's different building codes in each state and stuff, but who suburban? Who are you talking to?
I mean, they got some nice mobile homes out there. Don't get me wrong. They've
Oh, yeah,
got
they
some
do.
nice.
They absolutely do, but I just don't trust them. I mean, hell, like the one we lived in, it wasn't even made with 2x4s. It was 2x2s.
Oh,
My dad
wow.
was my dad was like, "What the hell kind of crap is this?" Because he was trying to remodel, and he's buying all these 2x4s, and it wasn't 2x4s. So, oh yeah, Miss Kim, you're in Tennessee, aren't you, or Kentucky?
I'm in
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Right
Well,
near the Kentucky line.
all you 8 people that are here watching, 7, I do appreciate you all being here. I thank you very, very much for wanting to hang out with us. You guys are awesome, and you show great support, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. I just wanted to just throw that out there. So thank you.
So, Robert, are you asking for my address? Or it says I have your address.
Yeah, it's my address, so
Oh,
she's talking to you.
yeah, it says, Kim, I have your address, LOL.
Yeah, she has a period there. Yeah, but yes, I
Oh, okay. What part of Tennessee are you going to? I'm in Northwest Tennessee. I'm right here by the Army base by Fort Campbell. It's just like a few miles down the road from me. If you go down the main highway, but if you go the back road down here, it's only like, well, no, it's still a couple of miles away from me. Did I forget I set a show for tonight? I didn't know that I set a show for tonight. Did I? If I did, I guess I did forget, Gear.
Did you really?
Well, because it said, Demeter, did you forget you set a show for tonight? Yeah, I guess I did. Oh no, what it was I was moving my desktop to here where it's at now off of my desk, and so I could sit on the couch, and that may have been it. I didn't actually I in order to make sure that the screen showed something. Good evening, how are you?
This is
Well, and
Ragnar.
Fine, it's
pleasure
a
to meet you,
pleasure
Miss
to meet
Kim.
you too, hon. Kind of dark over there, but
Always.
always, huh?
He's our dark, mysterious follower. No.
I have a lot of wee ones sleeping.
Yes.
You, gotcha.
7, right? You have 7?
11.
11. God. I was close. I rhymed.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. My goodness.
Did you say you have 11 children?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been busy.
Kim, I'm telling you, you need to go check out his show.
Big family.
Go watch his videos. It's an amazing family. An amazing family.
Thank you.
You're very much welcome. I tell everybody what an amazing family you have. Even his kids, you can tell, Ragnarok, this is just me. when in the video his kids show so much love and want to help each other. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing because you don't see that anymore.
That's
Suburban Suburban will have some of your babies as grandbabies, right?
good.
Yes, she is my grandbaby surrogate grandma right now. So she's a sweet lady.
Okay.
Sweet lady.
Aw.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's headed to East Knoxville. Oh,
Knox County. So cool. But I'm gonna shut up and let Ragnarok and give details on his channel. I'm gonna be here. I'm just gonna pop off for a second and let him talk about his channel because it's an awesome channel.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Basically, my channel is about the life that my family and I live. We try to live a prepared mindset in a homestead. We have 11 children, 6 girls, 5 boys. The oldest is 20 and the youngest is 1. So we just kind of
wow.
try and share our lives with the world now. I have been on YouTube, but not socially for many years,
Mm-hmm.
trying to learn things and whatnot. But within the past few months, we've come to a time where I think it's really important that we find community. We need people, we need folk, we need tribes in order to
Mm-hmm.
survive this world that is before us. And so that's why I started a channel. And my wife as well, Mama Warrior, she
Mm-hmm.
started a channel as well. And so we're trying to
Nice.
network and meet like-minded individuals that we can learn, share, and teach and enter community with. We're not going to progress as a society without community. And everything in this society
That's
seems to be tearing us apart, making us all different, and
mm-hmm.
spreading seeds of hatred that don't need to be there.
Yes.
So, and
Yeah,
we'll
you're
skin
right.
a porcupine or trap a skunk or, whatever happens to float around. Homestead life is, you never know what's going to happen each day. So you never know what you're going to find.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome though that you've got a place to where you can raise your kids. Do you homeschool your children as well?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we have a
Awesome.
17-acre homestead in rural Pennsylvania
Oh,
that served us well. We've been homesteading longer than that, but we actually got our property about 12 years ago. So we've been here for
mhm.
about 12 years.
Oh, nice. Nice. My second husband was from Pennsylvania. I was trying to remember the area where it was he was from. Um,
Good.
but my memory is running short here. It's been a long time ago. We've been divorced for many years, so um, I try not to think about what happened in the past. Just go on and look forward to the future.
Yeah, that's a
You
wise
know,
decision.
I thank the Lord every day that I'm here for my grandchildren that I've had the pleasure to raise, and try to help them to open their eyes to see the understanding and the ways of the world and what society has come to today, which is pretty scary if you think about it.
Very
Um,
scary.
and I'm afraid it's going to get a lot more scarier down the road. And
Unfortunately, I have to agree.
I don't see these younger children waking up to the real facts of what's going on in reality. They are living in the matrix. They are living in a false paradigm world.
Yep.
And
Most definitely. And that's the sad part is that all of a sudden it's like it snuck up on us. Like
yeah,
all this indoctrination and public education, it took hold before we even realized it.
Yeah.
And that's scary. How out of touch people really have become with their children.
Well, I believe what's happened is since the 70s, because they really started indoctrinating back in the 70s and through the 80s, and then through the 80s and the 90s, they really started pushing it and started even pushing it more so in the 2000s. So you have the different generation gap, and they like to put you in the Gen Z and all this other whatever, the baby boomers, and because that would be my era. But I don't, it's they have got these kids so lost and confused that they have no sense of direction. And when you try to give them a sense of direction, they don't comprehend it. They're like, no, you're telling me wrong. That's not what I learned. And no, I'm telling you right. What the school's telling you is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. You
Yeah.
kids they don't know how to do your basic, they don't know nothing about basic economics.
No.
They have no skills of keeping a checkbook or anything like that. It's just swipe and go. That's what they know. Let's swipe and
They
go.
don't even want them to write anymore.
No, no, they don't. They can barely sign their name. They don't want to cook. They don't want to clean. They don't want to wash. They don't want to learn to do laundry. There's so many things that these kids just want to just blow off and not. They're like, no, I got this. I got this. Okay. Well, let me see how you're going to wash your clothes. You just take all your clothes and just, no, you need to sort your clothes,
Mhm.
and hang things up that don't need to be dried and,
Yeah.
or that that's going to shrink. But it amazes me. It amazes me. I'm flabbergasted. Um, but God bless you and your wife for having 11 children.
Thank you.
That's a lot to deal with.
Especially with things going on in the world today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's something that we dealt with the whole time. Everyone would tell us, you're crazy,
Yeah.
and we worked at the same place. So, it was always like, oh, here we go again. They got another one. They got another one. And I'm like, listen, I'm paying for them. I'm
Exactly.
raising them. Your government ain't. You ain't. No one else but me and her are doing this.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear your shit. Pardon me.
No, you're fine.
Let us be. Let us live. I believe that all life is sacred.
It is.
So if we're blessed with another child, then we're blessed. I don't want to hear your complaints just because you don't want to raise a child. You don't want to take and dedicate your life to what it's meant to be. We're here for our children. Our children are our futures.
Yeah.
If we don't teach them and we don't carry on our progeny, then what's the point of being here?
Exactly.
It's not about me. It's not about living and being a glutton and taking everything I can from this earth. It's about the future.
Yeah.
And they just didn't seem to agree with me.
It's funny how everybody else's opinions are forced down everybody's throat, but yet they don't want to stop and pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh, well, you should live like this, and you should eat this, and you should do this. You come pay for it, and that's exactly what I'll do. Oh, no. Back up then.
Yeah, this is America.
Mm-hmm.
Land of the free. I have my pursuit of happiness, and you all can have yours. So don't dog on me about what we want to do.
Yeah.
I come from a long line of men in our family from generations that have fought for this country. They come from other countries to fight for this country. my ancestors, I have some that came from over in the UK and from England and stuff. And then I have some that come from Ireland. And, but they're American citizens. Their kids were born American citizens. They all fought in the Civil War, World War One, Two, Three, Afghanistan. Even my own kid, my oldest daughter, she was in the military. So I come from a long line of military, and I appreciate each and every one, and even the ones that I don't know that have served and sacrificed for our country. It's God and family and freedom.
I agree 100% there.
Yeah, and what else is sad is like I want my grandkids to know they have a voice. It's their voice, not somebody telling them what to say. But you see all these parents that are letting their children's voices just be stripped away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, most definitely.
Like, not to keep harping on the same drum, but my daughter's boyfriend doesn't believe my grandchildren have a reason to speak about where they're going to live. I believe differently. They're aware of their circumstances. They know what they want. They have a right to express their opinions.
Mm-hmm.
It should be an equation in the conversation, I feel. But they don't think so. It affects those kids more than it affects me or them. It affects those kids. So,
Yeah.
And that's what people seem to forget. They just act like children are little creatures that you plug into the TV and you leave sit there, but they're not. Everything we do affects them. Every single thing, whether you speak ill to your spouse or, argue with whoever, they pick up on every single thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it affects them.
Yep.
And that's why it kills me when people want to just plug them into the TV or the pad or whatever it is, and they don't want to deal with them as like young adults.
Free
or
babysitters.
People that comprehend things. And that's how I treat all my children. I don't care if they're 1 or 20. You have to talk to them as people.
Right.
And they're going to pick up on every little thing that you give them. And yeah, sure, they might not understand everything, but eventually they will. And as they see you act and behave, they model after that.
Exactly right.
That's one thing. Sorry, go ahead.
It is very true. When Lydia gets upset over something her brothers does, or maybe I said something that hurt her feelings, we sit down and talk about it. I don't let her just bury it and go on, because that's what so many parents are just like, oh, shut up, I don't want to hear it. Oh, shut up, I don't want to hear it. That's what I was told my whole life. My mom was like, go to your room, I don't want to hear you cry. She didn't care what hurt me. She just didn't want to hear it, and I'm like, nope, and nope. I'm not doing that to my kids. I'm not doing that to my grandkids, and I didn't. And but yet my daughter wants to do that to her kids now, and it's just it's so frustrating, because they need to learn as children how to express themselves properly so they know how to function as adults when they get older.
Right.
So if you keep telling them to shut up and go away, they might actually do that for real,
Yeah, definitely.
Look at the rates nowadays, and it doesn't take, type it in, statistics are there.
Mm-hmm.
It's because people don't feel like they're being heard. And that starts as being a child, It's where most of it stems from, is when they're children.
Yeah.
So,
And that's something I try to stress with all the kids, is you can tell me anything. I don't care what you have to say. You can tell me. But remember, I will always be your father. And I'm always going to tell you the truth. It may not be what you want to hear, but it's going to be the truth. And I will accept, and I will listen, and we'll talk about it. But remember, I'm your dad. I'm not your best friend. I'm not going to tell you, oh yeah, you did great when you screwed up. We're
Ragnar,
going to learn together.
can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Idaho, can you take your comments down? I know they're legit, and trust me, we all agree with you, but they can get our channel struck down because it goes against the narrative. So can you remove those, please? But thank you for sharing that, and it's absolutely the truth. So what Idaho girl said was the truth. I just don't want to get the shut down. So
Yeah, because of some of the words and the content in there.
yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, and see, that's my problem is I don't know how to put everything in code so we can talk like that. I don't, and it frustrates the out of me that I have to be this way, but it's not my playground. I don't get to make the rules. I just
Yeah.
gotta live by them, unfortunately, and I'm really sorry, Idaho Garden Girl. But go ahead, Ragnarok. Sorry, I just.
But yeah, she is right about everything that she said there.
Mhm.
It is pretty messed up that they would put them people in the education system and make them professors, considering what they have
Yep.
done. You know.
Idaho Garden Girl, you're fine. I wish we didn't have to do it this way. I truly do. Trust me, I say things that I'm like, oop, that's got to come down. You can't even say the F word anymore in chat or on the stream, or you're getting striked. You can't show any weapons any longer, or you get striked. And so, yeah, I mean they're coming down hardcore on people now.
Really, but they will show the violent content of other people's channel. Isn't that nice? Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
they contradict themselves just like others. So,
Mm-hmm.
It just
Hypocrisy.
depends on what side you're on.
and my daughter, one of her coworkers had sent me a message through my daughter's link to look at another app about getting your content and your information out.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't looked into it yet. I have to get back in there and look and see what it pertains of before I would think about switching over or
Right.
anything like that. I don't even know what the name of it was. I know it's not in here. It's on the voicemail thing, and I'm not going to play the voice thing.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I got to do some more research and figure out what all's kosher and not. So it's getting harder and harder to do. I mean, I have days where I'm just like I'm sick of death of not being able to speak freely.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's things that need to be seriously discussed in this world.
yeah,
Agreed.
And
100%.
they're trying to silence us, and then you gotta, think of all these different things to say the same thing but in a roundabout way so people can get the message. And
Yeah,
then like, okay, thank God Idaho Garden Girl knows me and she knows I'm not gonna go. No, they're all getting to be this way, Idaho Garden Girl, unfortunately. If there was a better platform, I'd be there, but they're all getting this way. But
when I find out more from my daughter and find out about the other platform that she was talking about, I will be sure and let everybody know. Let
well,
Trish know so that she could let y'all that follow her know.
the thing is with that though, it just depends on the platform and what
Yeah.
what your goal is, because
Mm-hmm.
um, you know part of the reason we started this channel is so that I can bring in some sort of income to help our family. I'm not gonna lie. If I get there, I get there. If I don't, I don't. But that is the goal. I don't want to be massively huge. I don't got the patience nor the mentality to deal with that. I'll just be honest.
Yeah.
But just a little bit would help. But not all platforms pay for, that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's what I
it's
said. I'd have to look into it and see, because I don't even know where it might work for me. It might not work for you, or it might not work for
right.
somebody else. So
Yeah, because this is not by any means a get rich scheme, and that's not what I intend it for. It's just a little bit helps, that's
Right.
Yeah.
and we've been a single income family since 2009. So it would be
Mhm.
nice to have a little savings, you know what I'm saying? Like, because we can continue to live off of his, and then when I could put back for savings. Because as it stands now, if something was to happen to Dudley, I'm sunk. This is how it is in my world,
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just trying to do what I can, because I can't get disability because I don't go to the doctor every time I, sneeze.
Sneeze.
It's ridiculous, So, I mean, they're trying their hardest. They're trying their hardest to tie us up, but it's
Yeah.
going to be us. It's people like
Well,
us.
I've been trying to warn my kids.
See, my kids. The only reason my son and daughter-in-law listen to me is because my son has a guardian through the state. Thank the Lord, the guardian of the state thinks like me. So he doesn't only have me and his dad saying, you need to be doing this, this, and this. He has her on, doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
If he didn't have her saying the same thing I was saying, he wouldn't listen to me. My daughter wouldn't listen to me. So, but it's going to take people like us, coming together and working hard. Like, my kids don't understand why I don't let my grandkids watch TV all the time. I'm setting them up for, okay, what happens if there's a CME and our power goes out? They're going to know how to go play. They're going to know how to pick up pencil and paper and draw pictures. They're going to know how to entertain themselves. There's so many children out there. The parents aren't equipping them with those tools, and they need to be doing that. And I'm going to preach about this, and I'm sorry there's people that disagree with me. But if you're not teaching them now, you're setting them up for failure later. Just saying.
Definitely.
And I'd rather do the hard stuff now so that when it does actually happen, if and when, they're already ready to go, than trying to do the hard stuff in the middle of a hard situation.
Right.
It's just how I am. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
I'll tell you, Trish, I live in an apartment, and I've been living here for several years now, and I've seen a lot of these little kids go from being little, Head Start, and now they're in middle school. And it breaks my heart to see these kids, because their parents gave them these right when they first started school.
Yep.
Or before they started school. And if they didn't have one of these, they had some kind of gaming pad or something, walking around playing with it.
Yep.
And now some of the stuff that they listen to, of this hip hop and this rap and other god awful stuff they shouldn't even be listening to or watching on YouTube or TikTok, has gotten them to the point to where all they want to do is be a gangster when they grow up, because they think the gangster life is better, and that dealing and willing in narcotics is
Mhm.
going to get you somewhere in life, and it's not. It's going to get you in trouble, or it's going to get you killed.
Exactly.
And that same thing that you
Because
were holding in your hand is the same thing that they use against these kids to get them snatched up out of there.
yeah,
Mm.
and that's
And
what
those
I tell
video
Sydney.
games. Yep, in the
My little
video.
granddaughter, she gets in here and she likes to play roadblocks. And I told her, if it's kids that that I'm familiar with, that's one thing. But honey, you don't know no 200 and something people. I'm sorry.
No,
So she's like, but mom, we're all playing the game. I said, yeah, but out of those 200 and something people, 20 something or 30 something of them could be bad people pumping you for information,
yep.
and you wouldn't even know it
I'm
because they're
having a
hiding behind an avatar and they're acting like a little child to reel you in to get information from you.
well, and I know nobody's watching right now, and it is what it is, whatever. But I'm here to tell you from personal experience. So many people are so damn blind to this trafficking. That's all I'm going to say. They think it's female only. My son was groomed. He just about got snatched. It's not just females.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. And it says you have 6 people watching on my side.
Yeah,
But
I'm not going to worry about it. I don't care.
oh, he looks like a grizzly bear over there too. He's got
Yeah,
that beard going on, don't he?
Yeah.
I'm thankful for the few that are here. So they're wonderful. So but I mean, it's the truth. I'm 24-year-old son. I'm having the same conversation. Morgan, quit getting online with these people that you don't know, because you don't know what these people are capable of. I mean, and he is special needs, so he doesn't. And okay, so there's adults that I've met that have better skills than my son, but my son uses more brains than they do, and he has very little cognitive skill. Okay. And he's starting to notice people are asking personal information of him, and it's clicking. Oh, mom said not to answer these people, and he'll just say, "No, I don't think you need that. You don't need to know that." Well, hi, Guardian Prepping.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
What's up, Guardian?
Suburban, I hear you on what you said there. Yeah, we're the evil ones if we smoke or if we drink or have occasion. It's like I said, I've been through my drinking phase, but I
Yep.
still keep alcohol here because you never know what you need it for. But I do occasionally like to fix me a tequila sunrise or a gin and tonic or something like that.
Mhm.
Even though most of the alcohol in the house is not, the seal has never been broken. So,
Right. We got some
I,
of that in here too.
well, I mean, I stocked up on some prior to all this stuff here going on.
Yeah.
And before the prices started getting jacked up. And then I had some people bring me some stuff for my birthday. And I'm like, well, I'll just put that in a stockpile. So,
Yeah. And Suburban, I understand what you're saying. I absolutely do, because my nephew came home from high school right before he graduated and informed his mother that we were all racist.
and that's what I don't get. How can you be racist in today's world and society when there is so much integration with people in this world and society? I mean,
There's
you've got all kind of mixed relationships, mixed denominations, mixed children,
it's
grandchildren. So,
ignorance. It all boils down to ignorance, the way I see it. This is my personal belief. It's all ignorance. But we are racist because we believe in the Constitution.
we
Wow.
are racist because we believe in the Second Amendment. We are racist because
Yeah.
we believe in the freedom of speech.
It took a good old fashioned butt whooping and a butt chewing from his mom and stepdad, and then his real dad, who served as a Marine for the United States, go, yeah, before he decided, okay, you're not racist.
Hmm.
Wow.
Mhm. Yep, 18 years old. Just graduated last year, so yep.
Mm-mm.
I'm like, okay, I'm glad he didn't say that to my face because he'd have been picking himself up off the ground, walking on his earlobes for a while.
And to think that he's 18 years old,
Yeah. Yeah.
fresh
And
out of
this
school, and that's what he thinks. What has he been taught?
Yeah. And this is very rural, small town USA in Missouri. And all these people are like, oh, Missouri's a red state. Okay, yes, we are a majority red state. But guess what? We still have dumbasses teaching in schools. Sorry, pardon my French. I'm just going to say it how it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where a lot of them hide.
And back when I was growing up in Alabama, we had all the racial tension and stuff down there, and I got my butt tore up and tore up and tore up because I was friends with a black girl, and I said, you can beat me, you can whip me. We might have different skin tones. I said, but we all bleed the same. We all bleed
Right.
red. We all come from the same father,
Yep. Yep.
and when they started segregating the kids in the school, I was the one that walked down off the steps. I was the one that walked to the girls and grabbed them by their hand and told them, come on.
Yeah.
And all the white kids are standing, what are you doing? What? I said, I'm welcoming them to school. It's about time. They need to be in here to learn too.
Yeah.
And y'all need to quit with whatever it is your grandparents and stuff is pushing out there on you, because they're no different than you and I.
Nope.
They have a right to learn. If we have a right to learn, what makes them different just because their skin is a different tone? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. We were all slaves before, I mean, there was so many people that were on the slave trades, it just wasn't the African American.
Nope.
Right.
It was the Irish, it was, the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Philippines, and everybody. We've all been on that slave train.
Yeah.
And if you stop and think about it, we're still there.
Truth.
Yep.
We're still there.
Yeah. Just too many people are blind to the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Terry Christ. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Oh, no doubt, Suburban. No doubt. No doubt. I believe you. I deal with it here in small town USA because I'm not Hispanic. But I'm not going to go treat every one of my Hispanic neighbors like crap because a few of the Hispanics want to treat me like crap. I know some Spanish, okay? Poquito español. You come at me with, your, what is it? It starts with a W. Widow, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can cuss you out in Spanish. I can say a couple other things in Spanish, but
No. And trust me, I learned the hard way what chi-chis mean. So, yeah. Come out of a cougar one day working at Walmart. Ooh, mucho chichis. I was like, oh, what the hell did they just say? And my friend said, and I turned red and ran right back in the cooler. So I was like, oh, crap. So, yeah. I mean,
caramba, mama.
yeah. What'd you say? Say it again.
I said, achi caramba, mamacita.
Oh gosh, all right, mamacita. That's what I tell. Well, I don't say mamacita to Dudley, but when he starts whining, I'm like, oh, pobrecita. So, but I don't. Okay, so when I meet people, okay, I don't care what color you are. I don't care because that's not what is here.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what's important. If you come over and you give me bad, but no, okay, be nice to meet you, move on. But I'm not going to treat you like garbage, you know?
Right. And that's the thing. Every person is an individual. I don't
Yep.
care about the stereotypes. I'm going to give you the equal opportunity. And then when you prove me wrong, that's when I'll
Mhm.
make a decision. But until then, we're all the same, you know?
Yep. I mean, everybody has crossed paths with somebody who's a friend, right?
Mhm.
I got your back. I'm here for you. Yeah, they got your back, all right.
Yeah.
Yep, waiting for that moment, you know. So I will net my grandmother, my great grandmother is the one who taught me this. There's good and bad in every society. Doesn't
Right.
matter what color you are. It does not matter where you were raised in the world. It all boils down to ignorance. It's people are raised to hate. Period.
Yeah.
So Gear likes big women. Yes, Gear, thank you. We appreciate you too. But anyway. But you know, I heard a conversation where it's people who use the term cracker.
Mm.
And I'm sure we're all familiar with what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I had some little ones out there calling my granddaughter that here a couple of years ago, and I heard that, and I walked outside. I said, I knocked on the neighbor's door. I said, "Y'all need to come out here and address this." And they're like, "Why?" I said, "Because I don't appreciate it. My little girl's growing up with your kids and playing with your kids, and for your relatives to come out of town and start using that and throwing it at my youngin', yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening."
Yeah, Guardian Prepper. I know a little bit about. No, I mean I don't know. I'm just gonna say, tiny bit about.
Mhm.
Oh, I can't remember. What is that kind? What is that place in Africa? Delhi, the where uh the missionaries came, but there are so many different languages and stuff. You know, I cannot communicate with my neighbor. She is Hispanic. My other neighbor is from her parents are from Honduras. I can't even speak English, right?
Right.
Honduras. And so she tried to help me communicate with our Hispanic neighbor. Okay, well, obviously they can't communicate either, but they can they can communicate better than what I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I you know I took Spanish class in high school, but the Spanish you learn in high school is not the same dialect as what you're gonna hear on the streets. It's just not. And my Hispanic lady, she was going through cancer. She was going through chemotherapy. She had no hair. It was cold. It was wintertime. So I crocheted her like 6 or 7 beanies because all she had was a bandana, you know, and you know, in the wintertime, that's not going to keep your head warm. And
Mhm.
so, you know, we all three congregated on her porch, you know, and I'm handing her beanies, you know, and Annie did her best to let our neighbor know. I don't know her name, but let her know, you know, it was to help keep her head warm and stuff. And she just kept saying, "Oh, Bonita, Bonita, Bonita," and then and then she said, "Thank you." You know, that's the only English word she knew was "thank you." And but we managed through body language and whatnot to communicate to one another, to express love for one another. And if she sees me outside to this day, and this has been like 6 or 7 years ago, if she sees me outside, she'll honk and wave at me. We can't communicate, but we still help each other.
Right.
And it's a choice. We choose to respect each other and we choose to get along and love each other. And that's what we do. So,
I agree. That's the key right there. It's all about the choice of what you want to do with another person.
yep. And Terry Christ said the same thing. She was raised to respect and honor others, and that's how I was raised. I wasn't there. I lived in a town, and this is the God's honest truth, and it embarrassed me to no end. I lived in a town, and this is after I graduated high school, had kids of my own. We had a coach move in, a basketball coach, and he was black. And a bunch of idiots decided to burn a cross in his yard, and he left.
Mm.
I was so embarrassed and humiliated that people still have that stupid mentality that they think that's okay to do. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And you know what? I would say the same thing to any other, whatever, race, culture, whatever. If they was to do the same kind of sort of thing, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You should not treat people that way. You should never, ever treat. Oh, it makes me sick and it makes me mad. But I can't change the world. I can only change, what's in front of me. I can change the way I treat people,
Mhm.
and hope that they treat us with the same respect. But I'm also adult and old enough to know that's not always going to be the case either. So
Yeah. But you're also teaching your grandchildren and your children how to interact.
Yep. It's true, Idaho Garden Girl. It's true. I mean, we're the melting pot of the world. I mean, people by now should have their heads together enough that they should, they should see through all this. They should see through this. They should know. Do you guys realize that apparently NATO came together to do a vote? Russia put up a bill or whatever you want to call it, to ban Nazism from all countries. And the United States and the Ukraine voted against it.
Interesting.
Yeah, considering we as white people, or no, I'm not going to say white people, but we as Republicans or whatever, conservatives or whatever, have been deemed Nazis because we don't agree with the Democratic side. I'm probably going to get my channel slammed right now, but I'm going to say it anyways. We've all been called Nazis by the left, whatever you want to call them, because they're all the same coin. But
Mhm.
and then they turn around and vote against something they're saying we are. Can somebody please do the math for me? Because this ain't even making a lick of sense.
Not at all.
Yep. Yep. I was like, I don't know.
I had to
That's
go
like-
say goodnight to my little one, and
You're fine. You're fine. Oh
She
my
was-
goodness.
she was trying to play possum on me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I said, girl, get up here and give me a hug and a kiss goodnight and say your prayers. You know you ain't sleeping.
You're right, Idaho Garden Girl. You're absolutely correct. Yep.
Yep, nailed that one.
Yippers. Ragnarok, I was going to ask you, do you follow the Underground Railroad any at all? That group that is saving the children from
No,
that group of, you know what I'm talking about?
no, I haven't heard about that. I don't think.
God. His name's Tim Ballard, right? Right, Kim? Tim Ballard.
It's Greg Sawyer and Tim and some others. They're ex-military. Well, I know Craig Sawyer. Craig the Sawman Sawyer is what he goes by on Facebook. Now he has a lot of ex-military guys working with him, and I believe the guy you was referencing to also works maybe not directly with Greg, but with a group that is affiliated with Greg. Yes.
Because I know you post the videos on your channel about Source, and I was just wondering if you'd heard of them either, and because they're rescuing thousands and thousands of children.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yes, and then they have
Can you send me some of that info?
Say it again. Sorry.
Can you email me some of that info?
The only thing I have is a Facebook link because YouTube took them down, and I don't know.
I
Do you
haven't
have
seen nothing posted recently by Greg.
Do you have Facebook?
No.
I will look. I will do some research, and I will find out. But it's called the Underground Railroad.
Okay.
Now if you have what is some of those other channels? What is that other channel called?
See, my original reason for being on YouTube, everybody I followed, they got knifed. If that gives you any idea. I was chasing rabbit holes.
Well, but
You know
they're
what I'm
on.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's driving me crazy. I'm trying to think of that other channel where everybody's gone, where a lot of them has gone to now.
Rumble?
Yes, thanks very much. You might could find them on Rumble if you have Rumble. I don't have Rumble. I'd be in trouble everywhere I went if I didn't watch it. They done kicked me off of Twitter, so I'm not on Twitter anymore. I said, tweet.
No, Suburban. I'm going to look that up, Miss Suburban, because I love history. I don't love history as far as certain things, but I like native cultures. I like learning about the different ways of life, because those different ways of life are going to benefit people in the future if things keep going the way they are. Like what Ragnarok does. Ragnarok, he is teaching his kids how to live a Viking lifestyle. Yes, there's probably people out there being like, blah, 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 and what are they building ships because this is how closed-minded people are. Nah, there's more to it than that. Sorry for you. Same with the Native Americans. Me and Ragnarok had this conversation not so long ago, and I think it's important people research this stuff because it's going to save your life. But,
Yeah.
Will.
Yeah. I wished I had people like that closer around that could help me with this one in here, to give her a different aspect and a different outlook on life. But unfortunately, I don't. Most of the people I know around here are just, they're wrapped up and absorbed in themselves. And they'll call me and ask me, Miss Kim, do you got this? Miss Kim, do you got that? And I'm like, yeah, well, I told you need to stock up on that stuff. I cannot support everybody. That's
Right.
not my place. You're a grown adult. I gave you fair warning, not just for 1 year, not just for 2 years, but for 6 or 7 years. I told you this stuff was coming.
Yep.
I said, you think these other years were something? I said, you just wait. When 2020 comes, and then 2021 and 2022, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine.
Well, I'll be honest with you guys. Okay, so some of y'all know that I was gifted a nice, beautiful doe earlier this week, and we used old-fashioned tools to process this deer with. My grandkids at 6 and 5 and 3 were over here cranking the old meat grinder because they need to learn these skills.
Yeah.
And when people are like, oh, no, you should do it. I don't because if electricity is a thing of the past in a few years, they need to be, I've done this before,
Right. They need
We're
that
withering down
momentum.
pumpkin. We have a sieve. I lost the stand, but we have the sieve, and we're grinding the pumpkin through the sieve. These are skills people need to start practicing now, besides other skills, because there's no guarantee on anything. There never has been. There's never going to be. People need to stop giving into fear. It's hard. I know it's hard. I've lived there. But people have got to stop giving into fear and running around like Chicken Little or whatever the heck his name is and just start doing it.
Yeah. Can I address Idaho Garden there?
No, you may not.
Okay.
Go
I'll let
ahead.
you take care of it. I'll let you take care of it.
No. I'm just playing with you.
Idaho, I would say that a good portion of people in all race and creed is waking up to what's happening. Because I do hear others talk about it, and out here where I live at, there's a diverse bunch of people, and yeah, they are starting to wake up. Now, whether they understand what they're waking up to is a different story. Um, so I try to push them in the right direction. I have young girls that live out here that I've known since they were teenagers from other areas, but now they live out here with their children and stuff. And they're surprised when they see me. They're like, "Oh my goodness, there's Miss Kim,"
Yeah.
you know. So a lot of the younger girls will come to me for advice sometimes, and ask me my opinion on things, and I just tell them straight up. You better stock up, prepare up, and you better do what you can. And what help you're getting from the who, you better use it wisely and
Yep.
not to go out there buying Nikes and Air Jordans and this and that
Yep.
because that's not going to feed you.
No, it's not. And thank God that you're able to give that advice to these people. The time to sugarcoat crap is done. Everybody's got to quit the sugarcoating. They got to quit babying everybody. It's reality. This is real. People's about to get sick. I mean, I almost screwed up and said people are about to get hurt. People are getting hurt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because of this stuff. So, and Gertie and Pepper just said he's having a hard time getting jobs because of his skin color and stuff. And it breaks my heart, that I'm not going to go there, but it just breaks my heart that people have to go through that. I, as a woman, have gone through that because I'm a woman. So I can, semi-relate, but not totally, So, in Suburban, yes, I'm very, very grateful. Believe me. And yes, when she was being skinned out, my grandkids were out there watching so they can see how this is done. They need to know and understand. I live in town. Yes, I cannot raise cattle, goats, and sheep. But we can still harvest and we can still bring it here and they can still see the process and still understand where their food's coming from.
Right.
I don't go and I'm not dogging on you, Ragnarok, so please don't think. I can't go out every day and go hiking with, backpacks and weaponry. I can't do it. Would I like to? Heck yeah, I would, but I can't do that. It's not my reality. I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate that in my kids' daily routine so that they can get used to,
Mm-hmm.
I haven't quite figured that one out yet, but I catch so much flack because I'm teaching these kids old ways as much as I know and can learn from my own family. It's like my dad has served in the military. My dad's been overseas. He's seen how societies have been elsewhere. And it's just like you need to be teaching the younger ones this stuff, Nope. He's give up on the whole world. We're all, so. And people have to accept that. You're going to have to accept, yep, I'm going to hear this from this person, that person, that person. But guess what? When the hits the fan, they're not going to be there helping. The ones that
right.
you're teaching are going to be there helping, because chances are those who are and not preparing, they're going to go quick.
Yes,
Yeah.
they
They're
will.
going to go quick. And yes, it's going to be your mothers and your brothers and your sisters and your cousins and your this's and your kids. And if you're old
Yeah.
enough, your grandkids. It's the reality. And if you keep putting blinders on to that fact, you're only hurting yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Amen, sister. You're right.
That's the bottom line.
Sorry about the soapbox, but I mean, it's just, and I'll be honest with you guys, okay? I have skills. I know things. I can do things. But if it really comes push to shove, I may not make it. I may not make it just because of my physical limitations. And that's
Yeah.
something I have to accept. Dudley has to accept and prepare for. It's the reality of my situation. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm going to be just fine. I'm not doing that. I ain't about to blow smoke up my own butt. I'm not going to, but it's not going to stop me from putting food on my shelves and making sure we have proper equipment for whatever, possible. I'm trying. I don't have every prep that I possibly can think of. I don't know that it's personally possible to fully be prepared for everything. I just don't know if it is.
Nope.
You can try to psych yourself up for that, but when it comes right down to it, you can't hesitate. It's either your life or theirs, and that's where you're going to find out how strong you really are.
Right. Well,
Um,
and the reason I say limitations is
Yeah.
I mean, I can't walk very far, guys. And people
Yeah.
are like, well, it's because you're fat. No. Okay.
No.
Yeah. I see that you see that I'm fat. Okay. I get it. Okay. I was extremely athletic when I was a child, and I was extremely athletic as an adult. Okay. I played volleyball when I was pregnant with my son. It might explain some of his problems, but I was still playing volleyball. Okay. I'm not a quitter. My back is done because of the work I did when I was younger. I overworked my body. My knee is blown out because of the sports I played when I was a kid. I cannot walk that far. And when you can't walk that far, guess what? You're going to gain weight.
Yeah.
I'm not here stuck in my chair because I'm fat. I'm here stuck in my chair because my back broke, and then got fat. Okay. I know my situation. Thank you for your judgment. Thank you for thinking you know what's going on in my life, but back the up,
Right.
My mind,
Yeah.
trust me, my mind is like, go, go, go. And my body's like, no, no, no. Dudley's picked me up out of the floor a time or two because I pushed myself too damn far. So I'm fully aware there's a good possibility somebody going to pop a cap in my ass as I'm trying to run out the door, okay? I'm fully aware of that because Trish can't run, but I'm prepared for that. Is Dudley prepared for that? I don't know because I am not in his head, but I still am going to put, maybe I'm not going to live, but somebody else is going to live because I prepared,
Right.
Yeah,
I think to touch back on what you said there, anyone, I don't care who they are, 10 million followers, Mr. Rambo, I don't care who you are. If you sit there and say that you are fully prepared for every situation, you are a liar. No one can ever be fully prepared for every situation.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen. It's not physically possible. You may think so, and that's great. But there is going to be a situation that comes up that you are not prepared for.
Oh, yeah.
It's a reality. And if you can't accept that reality, you're just fooling yourself.
Yep.
And also going back.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Going back to what you were saying about your body and your physical limitations, that's reality too. But like you said, your mind, I don't care who you talk to, your mind is the most powerful tool for prep.
Exactly.
Most powerful. Like you said, you may not survive, but your children may, your family may.
Mm-hmm.
And even when you doubt yourself physically, your mind may make you survive that situation.
Yeah.
You may think of that extra thing that stops you from getting capped.
Yeah.
So many people underestimate their mind, and they just want to be like, oh, I can do this and I can do that. Well, that's great. Let's see it in action. I see all your shiny weapons and your shiny tools.
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time you used them?
Exactly.
I don't care. I give props to anybody who's sitting in their backyard starting a fire every night compared to that Yahoo who, with his 10 million followers, does a fire once every 3 months, if he's lucky. That's not real to me.
I got in trouble for starting fires in my backyard.
If I still had a yard, I'd be having them.
The city told me I had a curfew. I could only have fires from 6 in the morning till 10 in the afternoon, which is 4 hours. I'm like, but it's not dark. I like fires when it's dark. Yeah. Yeah, trust me, Ragnarok, we had big bonfire. I have 3/4 of an acre for a yard. I have plenty of room to have a little bonfire, right?
Yeah.
And we did. We had lots of them, but they decided that, yeah, you can't burn in the city unless it's morning. I don't know. But no, I agree totally with you. Sorry for throwing in the wise ass crack. But
Oh, no.
welcome back, Emma. But no, when I said don't think I'm sitting here thinking, oh, I'm just gonna die, because trust me, I'm gonna do everything I can
Oh, no.
not to die, because somebody's got to take care of Dudley. Let's be honest. But anyway, love you, babe. But there's so many people that just do what?
I was just telling Dudley shield wall.
Yeah.
Those little pokies.
But there's so many people that they're, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to do this. You think you can do anything until you're thrown in that situation. And I mean literally thrown, because that's usually how it happens. It's not, well, let's go for a little stroll and, oh yeah, let's just touch in here with the shift department today. And maybe I want to go over here to, Apocalypse Now. It ain't a grocery store, people.
Not at all.
My sister, so my sister is Miss Billy Badass. She don't cry. She don't care how big you are. She got to jump 6 foot to punch you in the face. She gonna do it. She will. She's a scrappy little fighter. And she always made fun of me because I have the soft heart. I'm the one that cries all the time. My heart breaks like that. When the tornado hit in Pierce City, I was the one that had my crap pulled together. I was the one directing traffic. I was the one keeping people back. I was the one that was calm, cool, and collected. She was the one bawling and losing her freaking mind. She almost got removed from the scene because she was getting a little bit, hysterical. And you can't have people like that in a crisis situation.
No, you can't.
So never don't boast about what you can and can't do until you've actually been put in that situation. And believe you me, afterwards, I had a freaking meltdown. Okay? Because that's a scene you don't want to see. It just is. I mean, it messes with you. It's something in your head when you have to see severely injured people, or somebody who's been burnt to death, or somebody who's drowned, or somebody who's mutilated in a car accident. It's forever. It don't go away. It's permanent.
That's the thing. When it's real, you can sit here and say, oh, I saw this on TV. I saw it. That's not real. When you're smelling the feces on the ground and the blood is everywhere, that's real.
Yep.
And you're not going to react like you do when you're sitting on your couch.
Yep.
It's not going to happen.
Yep.
And I'm going to guarantee. Go ahead, honey. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that's another thing that gets me with all these people who are sitting here. I want the shift to happen now. I want all this to go down. No, you don't. You do not want to face that until you have to. You can think you're the biggest, baddest, whatever, but you don't want it. No one does.
There's a reason that most of your veteran detectives have Vicks that they put under their nose when they go to crime scenes.
Right.
They put it up the nostrils and all over the lip. And there's a reason for that, because the smell.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I've never ever encountered a dead body that's been there for a long period of time. Okay, never have. Don't want to. The few that I have,
Mm-mm.
1, 2, 3 in my life. Okay, only 3 was enough to let me know this isn't it's real. You can't, the smells. I mean, a lot of us have smelt blood. It's got a strong metallic smell.
Mhm.
Okay, but when there's a lot of it, it's intensified. It's not just it's a my no. Okay, and then when you smell singed skin, burnt flesh.
Mhm.
Okay, this ain't a steak burning in a skillet, people. There,
Right.
it's
You
sorry, I
never
don't mean
forget.
to get grotesque or anything, but people got to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and these people that are screaming martial law, yeah, let me know because I'm leaving. I don't know. Mm-mm. Dudley. Yep,
what
exactly. Guardian Pepper. I do. I pray for peace all the time. I don't want nobody to have to suffer anything. I mean, ugh. Yep.
what I was going to say there, Trish, is that
Mhm.
you know, I know a lot of people probably in the chat room and a lot of people that are maybe listening to this later has never seen death up close.
Right.
Um, no matter whether it's a car wreck or a fire
Mhm.
or something like that. But I can tell you from my own personal experience from the 1960s being here, um, some guys from the military base, when they came back from Vietnam, they stowed a lot of weapons from the military base and had them in the trunk of a car and took them out here to the countryside and covered it up. And if I get choked up, it's because it's close to home. Um, my brother and a couple of his friends were out playing in the woods, and they ran across that bandit car that the military was looking for. In that car, there was all kind of weapons and explosions. Um, mind you, my father was in Vietnam, and my mom was home, had her new young man there. He had just got out of boot camp, and my brother and them brought that grenade home. And my mom took it from him, and the guy that she was with, he took it from my mom. And he said, "No, this is a fake. It's a dud. It's not real." And he was holding it in his hand, and he pulled that pin out.
Oh my God.
And my mom asked him to open the back door and throw it out because it was an open field back there. It wouldn't have, nobody would have got hurt. Now, mind you, he's only 19 and my mom's up in her 20s, okay?
Yeah.
Pushing close to her 30s at that time. He walked out on the front porch with that hand grenade in his right hand. My 10-year-old sister walked out on the front porch. My brother and his friends were outside. And he opened his right hand, and my sister was looking over his left shoulder. And all we heard was a big bang.
Yeah. Kim, I'm so sorry, honey.
He was blown. There was parts of him just scattered, blown everywhere.
Yep.
And the whole left side of my sister's face was completely gone.
I'm so sorry, Kim.
And
I'm sorry.
metal fragments from that trailer caused the death of 2 other boys and almost cost my brother his life, which it could have killed us all that was in that trailer. And I remember running outside with my mom, and her picking up my sister and holding her and screaming, and and families coming running from down the street and seeing their children laying there passed away. That was probably one of the most horrific things I've ever been through in my life. Um,
Yeah.
we didn't get to go and see a psychologist for that stuff and things like that. Instead, it just made my mom worse than what she already was. And then when she sued the government and got millions of dollars, one of the biggest lawsuits ever filed against the government, she blew the money. She could have owned half of this town, but instead she wanted to live the party life.
Yeah. She's trying to drown those memories.
And I mean, I've never gotten over it. I've gotten past it. I miss my sister. I wish that, she could still be here, but I know she watches over me. I know she does. And I just hate it that it happened because she was my only sister. I've got 4 brothers, and my oldest brother, after that, he turned to drugs at a young age to try to cope with his pain and his guilt because he felt guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I tried to tell him even as an adult, and I still try to tell him this day, it's not your fault. You didn't do nothing wrong. You brought it home.
Mm-hmm.
Mom's boyfriend did that, not you.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't hold yourself guilty for what happened to our sister or to the other people. So you need to put it in God's hands and let it go.
And that's part of the shift scenario. People, they don't get the reality of this situation. I mean, this is a mental. I mean, this is an image that's ingrained forever. It's not something that you can just walk away from.
Yeah.
My dad, between my dad serving in the military and the fire department for so many years, has desensitized himself to the point he desensitized himself from his family. And these are situations that are going to occur in a shift scenario, and people have to prepare for that. And don't ask me how you prepare for something like that, because I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue.
Like I said, I thank you all for your words in the chat room. I'm fine. It's still back there in the subconscious mind, and I still bring it up from time to time, but it's very hard. I mean, the guys that were involved in all that, they did get picked up and stuff, and they did get the rest of the weapons and stuff out of the car, but lucky nobody else found anything in there and got hurt as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was some people that just, that lost their kids, and I know that I feel their pain and their sorrow for what happened. And they threatened to sue my mom. And my mom, she just kind of like flipped out and just went off the deep end. And so,
man alive, that's so hard. So hard.
and I've seen friends of mine in this town get drunk and be out here ripping and running up and down the roads and stuff, and have car wrecks, flip and roll their cars, and they, and I'm like, God, I hope that's nobody I know. And just as soon as I stop and I'm pulled over to try to help, I'm like, oh my God, it is somebody I know, or their kids, And I'm like, oh, jeez.
Yeah. And then see, I think that's the part that really tore my dad up was the kids. You know,
Yeah.
the kids paying the price of irresponsible adults.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That eats you alive.
Yeah. That's why I said it's about time for me to move out of the area where I'm at. I need to relocate to a different part of the state and
Well,
let all the bad memories from here go.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Emma, from my own personal feelings, my opinion, whatever you want to call it, the people that really truly want shift to happen are probably not really good people to begin with. They're looking for a reason, you know.
That's a good point.
They're
Yeah,
looking. I
you
feel
want
like
what you
they're.
ask for.
Yeah, I feel like they're looking for a reason to hurt people, and I just don't see that they're very good people. I can't imagine anybody wanting this kind of horror brought upon other people. I just cannot.
I mean, the ones at the top of the pyramid, you could kind of understand that, but the ones way down here,
Yeah.
that are more level headed and got common sense and um, know the difference between right and wrong and have any self pride or self dignity, they're not going to want that. You know,
Mhm.
we're going to try to figure out another way um, to deal with society and different situations
Mhm.
depending on where you're at and what your location and the situation around you.
Yeah.
But I mean, I understand, if your life is threatened, or your loved one's life is threatened, it's a whole different ball game. But
Mhm.
you know, um, you will deal with that when the time comes, and you'll find the inner strength, whether you believe it or not.
Yeah.
Even if you're at the oldest and you're the weakest, you're gonna find that inner strength. That inner strength is going to come out in you, and you'll be amazed with yourself. And then after it's all said and done and over with, you're going to be like, Lord, thank you, Lord. Thank you for giving me that inner strength to see that I got through that situation.
Yeah, Guardian Prepper answered that one. It's usually the same people who want shift that also preach fear and consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, suburban. That's horrible. Yeah, I know people. I know people here that are on the fire department. And they've had to work. You know, family. It's
Mm, that's sad.
yeah. And conveniently, they sell items for it. Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
And okay, so like not to beat a dead horse, but a lot of people familiar with the TV show The Walking Dead. Um, there's going to be a lot of Negans out there. There's going to be a lot of people out there like him with that mentality. So, you know,
Mm,
See, and that's something, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, Kim.
yeah,
Um, but I think about that too. I feel that I am prepared through my life experience to deal with um, death and whatnot. But then I have to sit back and question myself, what if it was my brother or my
mm,
wife or my child? Would I be able to handle that? Because that's a whole new level.
yeah.
That's not something you can prepare yourself for. I'd like to think that I would be able to do what I needed to do, but I think that's going to play on anyone.
mhm,
Yeah.
So it's something that you really got to be prepared for.
yeah, yeah. That's something I've had to work with my son's girlfriend with is my son has horrible seizures. You know, he has the worst form of seizures that you can have. And, you know, she froze. He'd have a seizure and she just, you know, because she was scared to death. And I made her sit down and watch YouTube videos of people having seizures so that she could kind of see that, okay, these are normal things that happen. Yes, he turns gray just like a dead person. Yes, he quits breathing. And yes, his lips turn purple. I mean, his eyes roll back in his head and it's not, you know, but you cannot freeze. You have to do what, you know, if he's fallen, try to catch him, get a pillow under his head. You know, I've, and even as many years as he's had these seizures, and he's had them for a long time, and you can ask Dudley, he has a seizure, and I'm like, I'm doing baseball slides across my house trying to beat his head to the floor and whatever I got to do. But I still, after they're done, I'm like, we got to call an ambulance. We got to do this. We got to do that, because you don't know the severity of his injuries on the inside.
Right.
You know, and I've never been able to convey that to Dudley. You don't know what's going on the inside, because he could have hurt something. And it took Morgan getting a massive goose egg on his head and them having, and I'm not exaggerating, guys, they had him in an ambulance taking him to a level 1 trauma center with Lifeline on standby, because he just constantly would stop breathing. So, you know, and it just, you can't get people to understand that, you know, this, even something simple as a seizure can kill somebody, you know. And but as many times as I had seen it, him having all these seizures, I wasn't prepared for the day he come walking in my house and fell over and quit breathing. I wasn't. I was prepared for seizures, but not ever. I knew the possibility was there. It's always there. But I just was not mentally set up for it.
Right. We even
And people are like, you don't need to freak out. I'm like, it's an hour from my house to that damn hospital. I don't know what's going on in the ambulance. He could be dead. Don't tell me not to freak out, you know?
Yeah.
That's how moms are.
Yeah.
Right.
And but now Dudley's like, oh, okay. You know, it's a whole different ball game for him now. Because he's used to Morgan bouncing back and being okay. Might take him a day or two, but he'll be okay. You know what? He didn't recover this time. His if he gets tired, he sounds like he's drunk. His speech is slurred. He wobbles. You would swear to God he's drunk. You would swear to it. It's because of that seizure. That one seizure messed him up. He can't sing anymore. He can't remember how to play guitar anymore. Anything. It changed just in that second.
Wow.
Well, even if you look at Demarius Thomas, pro football player who just passed away,
Yep.
had a seizure in the shower.
Yep.
33 years old,
Yep.
prime condition. He's gone now. Anytime. Seizures
Wow.
are very, very important.
No, you're just kidding. They are. And
Hey, Dudley.
Night, Dudley.
he's waving good night. But you know, it, and up until that point, my whole family hated my son. They hated him. They didn't want anything to do with him because, yeah, he got involved in meth and he was stealing from people and doing all the things that meth addicts do, you know. And as his mom, I could not give up on him. Mostly because my parents gave up on me because of my mental illness, and I wasn't even on drugs. I didn't use drugs or alcohol, but they gave up on me, and I wasn't doing that to my son. And I just, you know, I put it at God's feet, and I mean, I was on my knees begging, please God, don't let him die. That night, I was screaming, God, don't you? I mean, I was screaming. I was a hysterical mother. I ain't lying. I lost my forever loving mind, pleading with God, please don't take him. You know, I knew his life was a mess. He was in meth. He was going in and out of jail. It was not good. He was on the streets. It was hell. It was hell. but I still begged for my son's life. And he's here. He's sober. He's been sober for almost 4 years, I think, 3 or 4 years. He has a girlfriend. He's in his own apartment, and he's doing well. Thank you, Lord Jesus.
Yes,
But it changed him. It changed him. That seizure just. My son is no longer. The Morgan I used to know is no longer here. Now I have a new son that I have to readjust to. And they have his seizures under control, and thank the Lord for that. But, if my dog flops in the floor, I run. Because in my head, my son's having a seizure and fell. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Dudley's like, it's just the dog. And I feel like an idiot. If my son moves just right, I'm jumping out of my chair because I think he's getting ready to go to the seizure. He's like, Mom, I'm just stretching. I'm like, So now I have PTSD from my son's seizures, but I mean,
Yeah,
it's my reality. But
it is.
now my parents, when they realized just how bad my son was, they've opened their eyes and they don't see him the same as they used to see him. So they treat him better and stuff now. Thank God for that too. But I mean, it just took a split second and your whole world changed.
Right.
And how do you treat seizures in a shift scenario? I mean, how do you do it? I have yet to find anything.
That's a good point. You really can.
Yeah. And he has two forms. He has they used to call him grand mal, but now they're called tonic-clonic or tonic-clonic is what they call him now.
Mhm.
But he also has the space out ones where he just, he's
Okay.
he's not falling over, but he's not there either. So I can't remember the technical name for that one, but he has two forms of seizures, and on top of autism and all the other labels they threw on him when he was growing up. So, yeah, it could be really bad. It could be really bad. So, and for the most part, I've let him live his life. I mean, if you do the research, you look up his name, Morgan Lee. It is man by the sea, kind of. It's all like water related, and this kid loves to fish. He will find a stick and some old fishing line and hooks and make his own fishing line and fishing pole if he has to, because that's what he does. And yeah, that's true. That's true, Guardian. But so I can never keep him from fishing, and I'm terrified he's going to have a seizure and fall in the water. But I know I have to give him some space and some freedom. The only thing that I refused to let him do growing up was play football. That's the one thing I just said, no, that's Morgan, we can't do that. And he wanted to play football so bad, and I just couldn't do it because he didn't need head injury on top of what he already was going through.
No.
So, but all right, Suburban, we love you.
Good night, Suburban. Thank you.
I I look up diabetic stuff because my unofficially adopted son has diabetes, so I try to think of ways, how would we take care of him? Which ironically enough, if you have type 2 diabetes and you get venom from a male platypus in their mating season, it helps with type 2 diabetes. Go figure. So, everybody, get you a pet male platypus. Dudley did not believe me that they have venom. I'm like, dude, check it. They have venom. It only works while they're in their mating season, but yeah, it can withstand the human whatevers that cause the proteins to disintegrate. Something about the venom of that platypus can stop the human whatevers, so that will work for your type 2 diabetes. Like, yeah, interesting. Hi, Ginger. And so,
Trish, can I ask Guardian something? Guardian, did you just go by the name of Guardian in the past and then change it to Guardian Prepper, or am I thinking about somebody else that went through used the name Guardian?
he used to be, oh gosh, I just had it too in my head.
Oh, I think it was somebody else because it was a female that went
Yeah.
by the name of Guardian. I hadn't seen her in anybody's chat room in a long time. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, Idaho girl, I have no idea. I have no idea how they discovered that.
Oh, Citizen Guardian. Okay.
That's what it was, Citizen Guardian, yeah. Huh. Well, I'll look that up, Emma. Thank you. Deli's brother has diabetes as well, so
Mm.
yeah. Yeah, when I first met Guardian Prepper, he was Citizen Guardian. He just recently changed it to Guardian Prepping not too long ago.
Well, I know back in the old days, they used to take slices of onion and put them on their feet with socks and sleep with it at night. Now, how that works with diabetes, I have no idea. But
Say it again. They did what?
would take slices of onion
Uh-huh.
and put on the in the arch of their feet
Mm-hmm.
with socks at night when they slept.
Yeah, onions draw out a lot of toxins from your body, so that they may have been trying to remove toxins. So, yeah, Ginger Ninja, we're just kind of contemplating the crazy world that we live in and the reality of the situation that we're all looking in. Leap off a short bridge into, it seems like. Yeah, so if anybody ever comes across any information on how to deal with diabetes in a shift scenario, or not diabetes, but seizures, let me know. And I'm just going to put this out there, okay? My son used to use weed to control his seizures before the whole meth crap came in, okay? And it did work. Meth changes your brain makeup. It literally alters your brain. It no longer works. If he smokes weed now, he has seizures. So please don't throw that at me because it don't work.
Well, if his seizures have gotten a little better from him not using any type of narcotics in any way, then that's a blessing.
No, he's on narcotics to treat his seizures.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
If he doesn't,
I was talking about the street narcotics. I wasn't talking about
the meth changes the brain. It just screws you up. And it's life. It's lifelong. It's in a temporary thing. But if he's not on his medication, he can have, and this was prior to them switching him to this new one day a week he would have like 6 to 10 seizures that one day. So they're bad.
No.
Now I know of people who have seizures more than that, and they're pretty much comatose now because they're
right.
And I don't want that for him, but I mean that's one other thing I have to, how do you prepare for that, So okay, and I'm not dogging men, okay? I'm not. Men and women are completely brain-wise. Our brains are built completely different. Men have a way of coping through those things better than women do. It still hurts men. It affects them very deeply, but they just have a different way of handling that stuff. So, it's
you remember I was trying to tell you once before about a drug that people are on. It makes them like zombies. It's called, if I could pronounce it right, Flaca. It's a tree plant.
Hmm.
I was trying to look it up here because I just seen it on my YouTube channel a few hours ago, but it's called Flaca, something like that.
Yeah.
Um, it's a very strong stuff, and it just makes people walk all slouched over and all just like their bodies
Oh,
just all thrown everywhere. It's crazy. Um,
Sorry, wrong button.
you're okay. You're okay. I'll bring you back in. Okay, I missed a comment somewhere. Guardian prepping, I have all of those, all three of those. Because we make our own. Hi, Cosmic Cultivators.
what was that about the artichoke? Emma was saying.
And she had seen that it's supposed to help with diabetes. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up because I want to see which diabetes it treats, 2 or 1. So
I've got some artichoke over here in the freezer. The heart of the artichoke is the best though. The whole, if you
well,
just
this
buy the
is
whole artichoke,
yeah.
the inside of the heart of it, as they call it, it's the best part of it.
Yeah.
But did you
Now,
get him?
is Jerusalem artichoke the same as the globe artichoke though? I thought they were different. Yeah, Chris, Cosmic Cultivators, we're doing well. We're just contemplating, shift scenarios and how to treat different illnesses. Yep.
Go figure. See, when I go to talking about that, it disappears off my channel and I can't find it. And then when I'm not thinking about it, it's there.
It'll pop back up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's something else with the like Guardian prepping said, colloidal silver. That is so easy to make. It is Dudley makes it for us, and it's very, very simple. Definitely don't have to be a rocket scientist to make the little electrolysis thingy though.
No, but you said you had to have a certain grade of silver to make that, right?
It's got to be almost what is it, 99.9%.
Yeah.
Cosmic cultivators. My son has seizures, like really, really bad seizures, and I have not found anything to be able to treat him. And when I say bad, I'm talking like when he has seizures, he can have anywhere from 6 to 10 in one day. So,
But you were looking for something to help him in a crap
yeah,
hits the fan scenario, and you couldn't get medical treatment. Yeah.
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Idaho Garden Girl. Yeah, globe artichoke is different than the Jerusalem artichoke.
I grow those.
Hmm.
The Jerusalem artichokes.
Cosmic cultivators. He can't use CBD oil. He's a recovering meth addict, and it messed him up to where he can't use CBD oil or straight weed because it causes him to have seizures now. Used to not. Used to take care of it for us, but
Well,
Okay.
I'm going to try. I'm going to quit looking for it because it's not popping up.
There's another oil, and I can't remember what it is. It's not CBD, but it's kind of in that same line. And I cannot remember what it's called. I don't remember now, but somebody said to try because it doesn't have the same compounds or something like that. So, oh, Chris, you guys don't have to do that, but thank you so much because I'd really like to know because you know, would love to have that into my preps to go with everything else. Yeah, I don't know gear. I can't remember what it was called. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Well, THC is what you get out of the hemp plant. So, and that's what's in the call it oil,
Mm-hmm.
the CBD oil. Well, it's not actually because it doesn't have a high tolerance of the CBD or THC.
Yeah.
Now, if you get something with a high tolerance of THC, that's pretty much pure stuff.
Yeah. And it's crazy. Okay, so like that's one of those areas of life I never really wanted to gain any knowledge of is the whole drugs and all that. And I got a crash course right straight through hell with that one. It was like, oh, you know, it's one thing when it's a friend's family member or, you know, maybe a second cousin or something, you know, where you just kind of touching, but not a whole lot. And then when it's your reality, no. And I mean, this kid, like today, my son is 6'3" and 140 pounds because he lost his front teeth to meth. They had dentists pulled them all out. But when you deal, and Ragnarok, you probably have experience with this. When you deal with special needs people, they have like superhuman strength to begin with.
Oh yeah.
They're ridiculously strong. You
Right.
go throw a meth rage on top of that, hello. That's a whole other ballgame. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is scary.
Hurricane there.
Um,
That'd be like a hurricane there.
oh yeah. Yeah. It was not it, yeah. He would take Dudley on and holy shit. The last time we had a major confrontation with him, this used to be our bedroom, this room, and he kicked in the door. And when he kicked it in, he kicked the door so hard that the inside door jamb flew halfway across the room and landed in our bed.
Goodness.
And Dudley jumped up out of bed because we didn't know who it was. You know, when you get woke up at 2:30 in the morning like that, and he just shoved whoever it was out the door, and we heard a thud, and he tried to shut the door. Well, about the time he got the door shut, it came right back up on him, and they was tussling, and my daughter had just had our youngest grandson, and he was like 2 days old, and she's trying to hold our horse of a dog back from attacking our son because he was gonna eat my son's ass, and on the phone with the police at the same time. And by the time everything was done and said, my husband's butt naked. My son ripped his underwear plumb right off of him, you know. And I'm just like, what the? I mean, all I could do is I was like, I'm still, because at the time they had me on trazodone to sleep, and I'm just like, dazed and confused over here. Somebody hand me a pizza. I was out of it. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I had no idea it was my son attacking my husband.
Mhm.
And my daughter's like, Mom, the police are coming. Like, what is going on? It was nuts. It was, thank God that's the last experience we had with him. But he literally has ripped, our house has the wrought iron metal railings on the porch. And he just like grabs it and raw right out of the concrete. And I'm like, oh shit,
Wow.
it's nuts. It's nuts.
Bless your heart.
So when you see these incidents where these cops are tasing these people and they're not stopping, but no.
Yeah, I know there's a difference in between the CBD and the THC. I had caught myself when I was trying to say something there about that.
And that's something else that people don't realize that's gonna be a rampant thing and shift is all the the druggies that are gonna be rampant.
Right.
And believe me,
Because,
there's way more of them out there now
oh
than
yeah.
what was 20 years ago.
But my concern is people that wouldn't normally be doing it are going to do it because they can't deal with the reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
They can't cope with, and so they're going to turn to these things. And my son, for the longest time, I thought it was the weed that got him started on meth. And he's like, no, Mom, it was the alcohol. Yes, ma'am. And when you're face to face with that kind of strength, I'm not lying, you guys. That's unreal human strength there. When you're faced with that, he had my husband by his throat at one point. This is a whole other different time. And there was two of us trying to pry his fingers off my husband's throat. We couldn't do it. My son was 15 years old at the time. And this was without the meth, okay? No drugs at this point. And my husband had no choice but to punch him in the stomach to get him to let go because he was fading. He was about to pass out. So you couple that with these rages from the drugs, I don't know. People there, it's going to be hell.
Oh yeah.
When the crap hits the fan and all these dispensaries that are putting all the stuff out and they're not putting nothing out, God only knows what's going to happen then. These people are going to start flipping out and wigging out because they can't get their fix. So what are they going to do? They're going to start trying to break in homes and look for stuff and heaven knows what else they'll try to do.
Yeah.
It's just
well,
so sad.
But you've got these backwoods engineers, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That'll use everything with Comet Cleanser to Drano.
Yeah. So
and so yeah.
Oh no, Cosmic. We're just talking in general in case the shift scenario, what people are going to be encountering. Because we have so many people in this area that still do not believe that we have fentanyl or that we have heroin or we have cocaine in our area, and it's like, wow, I'm pretty sure they just did a massive bust here, 10 miles south of me and recovered about, 450, I think it was grams of it. And this is a town of 600 people. Okay. They got busted.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
See, and then you got to ponder too is how many people who do use, you know, even antidepressants and things like that, that as the shift goes on, they're going to try these other things because they don't have their medication anymore. And it's not going to be a good thing.
Right. Yeah. And some of these medications can cause you to have an instant heart attack.
Yep.
So, oh yeah. Yeah, I'm very familiar with those antidepressants because I spent 12 years of my life on them. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I've heard of kratom. Just a second. Let me catch up here because okay, my son's recovered. He's been like 3 or 4 years clean. But I just want to be able to treat his seizures in case there is a shift scenario, and I haven't been able to find a way to do it that doesn't involve weed because the weed and the CBD trigger his seizures now because of the meth. So he kind of counteracted, because that was our before all the meth. We were going to make sure that we had a way to grow it so that we could treat it with weed. Well, he screwed that up. And so now I got to find a different route. That's what we were talking about, Cosmics, is how to do that. But yeah, I've heard of the kratom. Yeah, Bob, it's true. Uh-huh. Awesome, Cosmic. That's awesome. What's the name of your book? So I can look it up. I hope it's not the one I have in my garage because I've got several, but they're packed because we were supposed to move. But that's something else with those antidepressants is they'll make you lose your mind too. If you're just knocked off of them, you'll go schizoid. So
Right.
I've seen that happen to a few people.
And you have to think about how many people that's going to happen to.
Yeah,
In
a
shift.
lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look how many people are on antidepressants now.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody needs a pill to be happy. I threw that shit out the window.
I can't stand taking them. They got me on nerve medication, and they tell me to take one 3 times a day. I told doctor, you can write them out however you want. I'll take one and only one. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's in the evening. Because it's like I told Trish, if I took 3 of them a day, I would be like this all the time, and I'd be so snappy and irritable that my kids would hate me for sure because I'd be yelling and screaming at them over everything and every little noise and this and that. And I'd be such the B word, I couldn't even be around myself.
Yeah. No.
And when I first came on and was after I'd been on here for about an hour with y'all, and my heart started racing, and I got to looking in my cigarette pack, and I was like, oh, I didn't take my nerve medication, so that's why I had to get up and go get it. And I was a few hours late on taking it this evening.
Yeah, don't do that. Because that's not really good for your body either. They put me on this one antidepressant one time. Oh my God. They were like, it was brand new. I'd only been on it like 2 days and I had to go to work. And I got to work and my manager came in and she's like, Trish, you're not looking good. Are you okay? And I just looked at her and I said, my arms feel like they weigh 2,000 pounds. I can barely move my feet. And she goes, are you okay? And I said, I just want to go to bed. And she's like, okay. It was Effexor. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that. Effexor. And I got a ride. Yeah, some coworker took me home to my apartment. There was some strange men outside of my apartment. I had never seen these people before. And I was like, can you guys help me? And they're like, what? And because I left my keys with my boyfriend at work, and I said, "Can you break into my apartment so I can crawl in bed?" And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Can you open my window? Because my bed is on the other side of that window and I just need to go to bed. Can you please break in my window?" And they're like, "Okay." I laid on my concrete walkway and fell asleep while they were breaking into my apartment. They come over and woke me up. I crawl through my window, fall into my bed, and they put my window back together and left. They could have very easily done whatever, stole everything we owned and whatever, but they didn't. Thank the Lord.
Wow.
I was out for 3 days.
Oh my
I was
goodness.
gone. And so when I finally was alive enough to, I called my doctor and said, "I cannot do this. There's no way." I explained to her what was going on, and she's like, "Oh no, we don't need to do that." My daughter was later on put on the same medication, and I was doing 25 miles an hour, and she was clutching the side of my car, and she's like, "Mom, slow down, you're too fast." Her pupils of her eyes were fully dilated. You could not see the blue in her eye.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so neither her or I can take that crap. So
Dang.
the stuff that they're treating people with is not good. Not good at all.
No, because if you're going in and you're already depressed or you have anxiety attacks or whatever, most of that medicine is going to counterreact it and either make it worse. Sometimes in some cases it'll help, but in most cases it says be cautious because the side effect is this and that. And I'm like, well, why in the world are you giving it to me? Or people are like, why are you giving it to me if I'm already having these issues? And it may cause more of these issues to be agitated on more, you know?
Good
Yeah.
point.
And so you have to do research on them. They had me on, the doctors put me on, what was that pill? I'll probably think about it when I'm not trying to think of it.
Yeah.
Um,
Guardian Prepping, you have a good day. And thank you for joining us tonight.
Be well, Guardian.
Good night and peace be with you and your family.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bob, I'm not on any of it. A couple years ago, I just woke up one night and was like, I just gave it to God. I said, "I know this isn't the life you want me to live. You help me get off this, and I'll never touch another one again." And haven't since. I'm not going to. I just put it in my head that I should not have to be on a pill because people want to be assholes. So that's where I'm at. I'm not taking a pill so somebody can be a jerk. So no, they're not your friend. You're exactly right, Emma. And I was on 12 different medications at the time. They had me on this pill for this, but this pill to counteract this pill and yada, yada, yada. And I was like, I'm done. Okay, not to be too personal, but when you're on a medication and your husband thinks you're awake and you're asleep and you're having a woo 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 woo, there's an issue. I take issue there. I was done. Boo. No. And he feels like crap because he thought I was awake. So, nope.
I'm still sitting here trying to think of that pill. But anyway, there was other people that were put on that same medicine. I can't think of it right offhand. But people actually went out and shot people and killed people from taking that particular pill. It wasn't Seroquel, it was something else. And the doctors in Hawaii put me on it, and I tried it for a couple of days. I couldn't remember how to drive down the highway and get back to the doctor's appointment and stuff.
God.
And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm throwing that crap away. And they're like, no, we need to up your doses. I said, no, I'm taking what y'all done give me and flushing it down the toilet, and I'm not taking none of that crap.
Well, and they don't just have effects on your brain. They put me on one that made my boobs grow. No offense, guys, but I I went from a C to a D in 2 weeks' time, and any woman that's ever gave birth and knows what it feels like to be engorged, that's how I was for 2 straight weeks. And you know what my doctor said? God's honest truth here. You know how many women would love to have a free boob job?
Seriously.
I'm not one of those women, thank you. I do physical work. They get in my way. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm like, serious. That's the treatment that I get is, oh, there's so many women that love the free. Good for them. Good for them. I personally like to sleep at night, not roll over and scream in pain, but okay. Bob, I live in Missouri. We have a lot of idiots. I'm just I think that some of our doctors walked right out the crazy bin, but
You think they got their license out of the gumball machine or something?
somewhere.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard. I was like, I mean, I have walked out of some doctors' offices. I'll just be honest, because I'm an ass to people sometimes. But I've had doctors tell me that I was not their responsibility to treat. That my county needed to open up facilities to take care of me. That it shouldn't be his responsibility to treat me. And then he said, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "Because people like you make me want to hurt people." And I got up and walked out the door. Good thing I didn't get arrested. But yes,
y'all
I'm
right.
not
It
sure.
is all over the country. I'm gonna go heat me up a cup of hot milk.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, it is all over the country. Yep, Bob, they do. So, yep. And I get lectures from doctors because I quit going to a doctor because I got tired of being told this, that, and the other. And I had one doctor that would not listen to anything. She's like, "Well, it's because you're overweight." That was her excuse for everything. You're overweight. So I quit going to the doctor because I got tired of it. And when I finally found a doctor that would listen, I got all these lectures about this, that, and the other. And I wouldn't be in as bad a shape as I'm in had I found a different doctor. And it's like, but when you keep seeing doctors, different doctors, and they're treating you the same way, you get burnt.
Yeah.
Yep. Emma, that is true. That is true. I mean, it's getting bad when you can't take pictures of your child's birth in a hospital, Privacy, privacy. We had a woman in Springfield, Missouri. Good night, Ginger Ninja. They were going to try to arrest her because she took a picture of her son in the doctor's office.
Oh my.
Yeah, he was getting his first set of stitches or something, and mom was just being mom, like, the, first set of battle wounds, whatever, and yeah, they were going to arrest her because she wasn't going to turn over her camera so they could delete the footage. She's like, I didn't take pictures of nobody but my son. Yeah.
What grounds would they have on that?
Privacy. They said they were claiming she violated their privacy policy.
Wow.
Yep. I'm like, oh my God.
That's like when I was down in Georgia earlier, back in the summer when I took Sierra down there to see her husband, and we were walking through Charleston, South Carolina. And I said Georgia, I meant Charleston, South Carolina. And I was taking pictures by the big church, and there was a lady sitting out there breastfeeding her child. And I was scamming the camera around, and I was like, oh, nope, yep, let's go up around this way.
Yeah.
And stuff. And I told her when I got done, it was this little video clip, and I told her, I said, I accidentally got you and your child in there. And she's like, it's okay, it's no big deal. I said, well, I just want to give you a heads up. It's not going on, I'm not putting it out there or nothing. She said, no, you're fine. So I was like, well, thank you for your understanding. So I try to let people know if I'm out in public and I'm videotaping something, like at
Yeah.
the park or something, and they accidentally get in it.
Mhm.
I'm like, I hope you don't mind, but you accidentally got in my video. And they're like, oh, it's okay. I said, well, it's going on YouTube or, it's going somewhere. And they're like, it's fine. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know how to do all that editing and stuff yet. So,
Yeah. Blur them out. Yeah, Emma, that would scare me to death too. Yeah. I don't even know what the Oak Ridge facility is, but yeah, if I got surrounded by a bunch of people in a Jeep, I'd be terrified. And I mean, I try to approach people with common decency and respect, but if you're going to come at me like that, you're getting it right back. I might get my ass handed to me, but you're getting it right back. I'll take my butt kicking, but you're going to hear me. Now, Ragnarok, I do have this question. Did your wife have all your children in the hospital, or did you guys do home births?
Well, both actually. At first, it was kind of like we planned to have some home births, and then I think she got scared, which is
Yeah.
natural. But then we did have one, and it went well. So I can say that I have delivered my own children.
That's awesome.
But then, like the last one, I was like, you know what? Why don't you just take it easy? Get an epidural, enjoy yourself. Like, why not? You've done it all the other ways. The only
Yeah.
way she hasn't done is a water birth, and
Oh,
she really did want to do that.
yeah.
But yeah, so
It's
we've
cool.
done pretty much all the gambit.
Yeah.
okay, I hear you.
Which that was with the home birth, that was an amazing thing when because everybody tells you you're insane, and they act like your child's an infected creature, and they want to pump them full of antibiotics and all this and that. And I'm like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know. You have animals, you have livestock, you have this, you have that. And is there green pus leaking out of his head? No, he's fine. He's a healthy infant. We brought him here out of courtesy for you to inspect him and make sure. And they want to, pull a 5-alarm fire on you. It's like not going to happen.
Yeah. I just wonder what people. Did they not realize their grandparents were doing these very things?
Right. That's how it used to happen everywhere.
Yeah.
They used to have midwives everywhere.
Yeah, that's the part that just baffles me is all these people are like, oh, you can't do this and oh, you can't do that. How did you get here? Because I'm pretty sure your ancestors did this very thing. I can't tell you how many. Okay, so I had gone in, I had one of my episodes and fell on my face and broke my toe because, well, my toe didn't move when I fell. And the doctor told me I shouldn't wear slides. I said, I don't usually wear shoes. I'm usually barefoot. And she goes, oh, that's completely unhealthy. You should never do that. And she's standing there in heels, high heels. I'm like, and those are healthy? And then she's like, you have this massive bone spur. And I said, well, I wouldn't have known if you wouldn't have told me. I never have pain from it, ever. I never feel it. And I'm pretty sure my feet are healthier than hers.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I used to run around out in the field chasing the cows and the pigs barefooted. Okay.
Right.
I'm still alive.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember having to go clean the pig stalls and all that other good, yum stuff on the farm too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And 90% of the time, I was barefooted, running through the gravel, barefooted outside playing. barefooted climbing trees. Yeah, I hated shoes. I don't like to wear shoes. But
No,
I can't do all that now. My feet are too tender now, too old.
I have a pair of moccasins that were made for me for my 18th birthday. And when you have kids, your feet grow. But I'm like, I want to figure out how to stretch them bad boys out so I can wear them again, so people can leave me alone about shoes, because I'm so sick of hearing about shoes. And Dudley gets on to me because wintertime I'm still running around in my slides, and I'm like, I don't like shoes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I've had things stuck in my foot. I've jumped off a porch and landed on a tree stump in the middle of my foot. It busted my foot open, but I lived. It hurt, but I lived, I've pulled glass out of my feet more than once, but I hate shoes.
Yeah,
But in,
when I was up in a tree one time, and my little cousins and them, they broke a Coca-Cola bottle,
yeah,
throwing it, and it busted down at the end of the tree.
yeah,
And when I came back down, my foot, the bottom part of the bottle was set up, and my foot went into it,
ouch,
and it cut my foot. I had to have 50 something stitches put in there.
ouch.
My
Yeah,
grandparents were livid. They were so blasted mad at my cousins
yeah,
and stuff. But yeah, I've walked around, stepped on nails and stuff like that too. That stuff hurts.
yeah. It does, but I mean, this is how I grew up. Like I had plantar warts when I was a kid, and everybody's like, "It's because you're barefoot," but whatever. I had plantar warts in my foot, and my mom took me to the doctor, and they froze them. It didn't do anything. So you know what my dad did? He said, "Here, come here, lay down." Yep, he pulled out his pocket knife and tweezers. Guess what? I don't have anymore. So you know, that's how it's like. We didn't, you know. Yes, I did go to the doctor when my toe broke, and I had to get a you know cast on my foot because my toe didn't break in the toe itself. It broke back in this part of the foot,
Uh-huh.
but it broke enough that my toe was sticking out like you know this. So, and my mom's like, "Do you think she broke her toe?" My dad's like, "I don't know. What do you think?" So, I had to wear a cast for a good long time, but um, I've had to have stitches here and there. But I was wearing shoes. They were canvas, yes, but I was wearing shoes. I jumped into a creek, and guess what? Broken beer bottle. I caught the edge, and it rolled up and went right into the side of my foot, like right in here, the meaty part. And so I went home, washed it out with peroxide, threw some betadine on it, and steri stripped it. I was good to go. No doctor. I didn't have to go to the doctor, and you can barely see the scar now. So
What is the root that they're talking about in the chat room?
valerian root,
Oh,
skull cap. I think I've got seeds for skull cap. I've got seeds for the mugwort. I've never heard of the cardinal flower, so I'll look at that, Osha. And I'm so glad you're already growing one of them. Yeah, I will definitely. And okay, I can't remember if I got the skull cap or not. Yeah, I have got a bunch of medicinal seeds that I've been ordering, and then mugwort. I got that, and planting. So because I want a medicinal garden,
I
which my
did
neighbors.
reply to you when you asked me about if I wanted some seeds, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought I did. I told you, yeah, I'll take a few of them that you had.
Oh yeah, I think I have. Yeah, I have Earth Clinic. I've got that saved too. But yeah, I'm already fighting my neighbor.
I've never heard of some of those.
Yeah, my neighbors
Uh,
think I'm growing weeds because I'm growing mullein and other things that typically are weeds to most people. So like, whatever.
I probably know what they are if I seen them grown out, but just
Yeah,
never thought about them. You know.
yeah. Well, because we've been told
So,
all of our lives it's just a weed.
Exactly.
yeah.
Program.
You know, I've got milk thistle trying to grow in my yard, which I would love to just let grow, but I will get a fine from, the city, so I can't let it grow. But, milk thistle is good to have too, but I don't live in the country, so I can't let it grow. But
Yeah, my turmeric plant didn't do too good this year, but that little piece of ginger that I put out there in the flower pot, I got a nice little bit off of that, just that little piece that I put out
yeah,
there. So I'll
yeah,
have to try to grow some more
it's something that
I
when
want to
it
say
starts,
next year, but I'm not going to have time if I'm going to try to relocate. So,
yeah, yep. You actually, yep, Miss Gina, that is correct, and that's what my goal is. I'm shooting for it, even if I have to live in town. I'm gonna grow it. Just gotta be. Hmm. I just gotta put up with the headache of neighbors that are clueless, and it hurts my heart. It truly hurts my heart because I love my neighbors. I have really good neighbors, but they're, oh, it's gonna be okay. It's all gonna get better. They don't want to grow a garden because it's too much work, and they've got grandbabies, and I'm thinking, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I know, Emma. I know. I do too. But I mean, at least I can grow. I can have chickens and rabbits here and quail. So that'll get us by until we can get the hell out of here. But, you know,
well, when are you trying to get out from your place?
we were going to try to sell it last year, but the property that we were going to buy, the guy sold it out from under us, and then he wanted us to go in halves on this other piece of property. And I told Dudley, no, I don't want, you know, I'm not
Yeah,
doing.
because that'll cause a conflict, and you're not paying this or you're not doing that, and you're going to have
Mhm.
to leave. No, you're going to have to leave. And yeah, that's not a good. Um, I mean, in some ways it could be a good thing, but in some ways it could be bad.
Yeah.
So got
Well,
to
and
weigh the pros and cons there.
yeah, and the way he did that deal, he was like, "Yep, it's yours." We had somebody get ready to buy this house. We were going to move, and granted it was not the most ideal piece of property, but I could have made it work. I was willing to make it work. I was going to live in a
Mhm.
garage, but we were going to make this work, okay? And then right before the people said yes, they're buying this house, and I mean, they did come out and say yes, they wanted to buy it, but we had to say no, we can't sell it now because he's like, oh, I just sold that piece of property, but I found this 30-acre thing up on this mountain, and you can have 15, and we can have 15, and we went out there and looked at it, and then he was like, well, you got to do this, and this, and there was like this 30-foot ravine right in the middle of our piece of property, and I was trying to figure out how to put fence and solid rock to keep my grandkids from falling in a hole, and I was like, Deli, I don't see this happening. I don't see this happening. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still looking for
Well,
a new
sweetie,
piece?
it's after. Go ahead, honey. I'm sorry.
Do what?
I was just saying, are you still looking for new land?
Yeah. Yeah. But the between the tornadoes Friday and then the windstorms that came through Wednesday, half of our garage roof got ripped off. So now, yeah, so now we get to fix that before we can even think about selling. So
Mm,
it's just that's just the way our life goes. One thing you get one fixed and something else goes down. So,
truth.
and all I could do is sit here and watch my roof just roll away. It's not the like wood part, just the shingles. I just watched them just roll away. I was like, oh, there went another one. Okay. What do? So I can't go out there and hold it down. So It's just how it is. So, and
You
this
might
place,
want to inspect the house, the roof on the house to make sure none blew away.
well, the house roof is actual shingles, and we looked. But what was on the garage is what they call rolled shingles, where it's more like a heavy duty tar paper, and it just. And I kept telling Dudley, we need to put a tin roof on the garage. We need to put a tin roof on the garage. He's like, yeah, that'd probably work. That'd be nice. Well, I guess we'll be looking into that tin roof now. Yeah, Cosmic Chris, I will be looking. I will be looking. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I could never live in an HOA. Oh my gosh,
No way.
I'd be in constant battle. I'd be, ooh, I really try really not to be nice to people, but you know,
That piece of land that my little brother bought up there in West Virginia in the Shenandoah Mountains, where he wants to build his new home,
mhm.
is in a HOA. I said, how could you do that? Why would you do that?
Yeah, I want to live in my peace the way I want to live. Okay, so Deli found all this property here in Missouri, and because people are like, oh, people are moving in from out of state, so they're all breaking up property trying to make bank, right? And now there's stipulations like you can buy this piece of property, 20 acres, way out in the middle of BFE, and you cannot have this, you cannot have this. You can only have this many dogs and this kind of livestock and none of this and none of that. And I'm like, hell no. No, the point of me moving to the country is so I can have whatever I want, whenever I want, and nobody's going to say otherwise. And Dudley's like, okay. I'm like, oh, Lord. Sometimes I have to question him on if he's a child or not. But I'm like, seriously, Dudley, you want somebody else? You're going to buy property that somebody's going to tell you how to live on? No. No. I mean, I get the whole gooberment crap, but I mean, no. Oh, and they hold the mineral rights and all that, the water rights. Nope. Nope. Not doing that either. Because you can still buy property where you get the mineral rights and the water rights around here. So
That's crazy how they want to try to take control of every aspect of
Yep.
everything.
yeah.
Why they're free to get out there and do whatever, whenever, however.
Mm-hmm.
They're double standards there.
Yeah. So I no. I mean, I'm I say this all the time, and I'm not going to do this. But if I want to run naked through my field, I'm going to run naked through my field. You know what I'm saying? That's how far out in the boot toolies I want to be, where I can do this and nobody's going to see me unless they're spying on me with a drone, and then they may not have a drone anymore. But and my dad's like, you don't want to live that far out in the boon toolies, and I'm like, yeah, I do, I really do. And he's like, no, because if people realize you're out there, then they're going to come out there messing with you. And I said, yeah, there's a great part about that, Dad. And he's like, what's that? And I said, nobody knows they're out there. Nobody knows they're missing from there.
Right.
Make sure it has a sinkhole somewhere on the property.
Don't need a sinkhole. There's these 4 little critters. They like to root up things. They make this wink wink sound. They make things disappear really well.
Yeah. It's always good to have a good butcher.
Yeah. Now, in all honesty, I don't think I could ever do that. But you never know. You never know. Yeah, Gina, I do too. I go find cool trash and turn it into garden stuff, and then my neighbors are like, my neighbors hate my guts. My neighbors hate me. You know. They really enjoyed the FedEx man delivering semi tires the other day. That was fun. Oh
What
no,
about your tires?
Dudley had his semi tires delivered to the house.
Oh,
So we had a big
oh.
FedEx semi parked out in the middle of the highway delivering semi tires. I think what they love the most is when our so our car had a blowout and then the clutch went out in our truck. So we didn't have a vehicle anymore. So Dudley just dropped his trailer and drive the semi home. Yeah, they like that one a lot. He made sure they could still get up and down the road. But we got the tire on the car replaced today, so we're all good there. That's cool. That's cool, Gene. What's that?
Laughing about lining the driveway with toilets and planting marigolds.
That I've seen people do that. Where they'll get. Yeah, I've seen that. My mom wanted to do that out there on her 20 acres, and my dad was like, "Hell no." But it's okay to leave that toilet on their front porch for 3 years. Don't plant flowers in it, though.
Right.
Whatever. No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have tires. I've got used tires that I've used for garden beds and whatever I can find that I can fill with dirt that I can grow something in. And yep, I use what I can.
Before that Nissan, the blue Nissan got wrecked in July, we just went and had new tires put on it. And I told them to put the best of the two tires that was previously on it in the trunk of the car.
Yeah.
They're out here in the shed.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I can use them on the Nissan that I have now if I needed to.
You have them spares, man.
But I'm planning on getting rid of that sucker after. That may be what I do for New Year's is go out and just look for my vehicle that I want.
Yeah.
That may be my New Year's present for myself.
Oh, I know, Chris. I know.
Shed Wars.
Homestead Aquarius was up here a couple weeks ago, and he's trying to get us to do it too. And it makes me very, very nervous. Dudley wants to do it, and I'm just scared to death. And honestly, I think it's my head. It's me in my head. I love Shed Wars. I love what everybody's doing with Shed Wars. I got to get out of my head. Let me get out of my head. Let me get a little more comfortable with YouTube, and it'll probably happen. But it scares the hell out of me. I have this fear of failure thing going on. I got to get over myself.
Well, Trish, I'm getting ready to step down, honey. It's going on 2:30. I want to tell you thank you very much for letting me up on your channel tonight. And it was a blessing to meet all of y'all here. And I pray that each and every one of you have a wonderful Merry Christmas if I don't see or talk to you again before then. And thank you for subbing to my channel. I pray that peace and good health be with you, your family, and your loved ones. And I just want to say thank you. God bless you, and may peace be with you all.
Love you, Miss Kim.
I love you too, sweetie. And y'all come see me on my channel. We'll find something to talk about.
Always do. Always do.
And Miss Trish will have to make an appearance over there with me when she gets time with these in between these little ones and stuff. So
yeah, I didn't.
And how do you pronounce your name? The one that's up here on the stage, right?
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. Okay, Ragnarok.
Mm-hmm.
It was a pleasure to meet you, and I pray that you and your family are blessed this Christmas And I pray that you all have a wonderful and happy new year. I'm not going to say holidays. I'm going to say Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you
And
very
God
much
bless you all.
as well.
We love you, Miss
Thank
Kim.
All right, sweetie. I love you.
Good night.
Be well,
Later.
Miss.
Good morning. Good night.
Yeah. You guys, I am a firm believer that you learn from failure and stuff. I really am. It's just, I really gotta get out of my head and boot my parents out of my head. That's my biggest thing. I'm still trying to boot at 46, almost 47 years old. I'm still trying to kick them out of my head. So, because I love to garden. I've been gardening for a long time, and my gardens move all the time. I'm always moving here, there, and everywhere, trying to find the perfect garden spot. Yeah, it's not happening. You grow where you can grow. So, oh, you watch your channel, Gear? Cool. Okay, Ragnarok, I keep seeing your hand move. What are you doing?
Oh, the puppy's on me.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is he doing? I'm sorry. You want my puppy?
Uh-oh.
You've seen Jack, haven't you?
Yeah. My God. You gonna say hi?
I will work on it, Chris. I promise I'll work on it. I shouldn't say promise. I hate that word promise. I will work on it. I will work on it. You guys are awesome. You and Gina are awesome, and I love you both. You've hung out with Chris and Gina, haven't you, Ragnarok?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome people.
Definitely.
Awesome people. I would not have found any of you had it not been for a very tragic car accident, and that's the God honest truth. I followed this channel because I was watching her for her canning videos, and probably a lot of you guys know, but it was the Needy Homesteader, and I financially we're like most people. It ain't happening very well. And so I thought the only way I could support her was to support the channels that were doing all these videos, for her. And I came across Backwoods and Prepping, which then led me to Ghost Prepper, who then led me to Prep for It, who then led me to Wide's Family Farm. And that's how I ended up here, y'all. Sandra Moody and Tasha from Prep for It and Garner Josh hounded me and hounded me and hounded me to make videos because I was teaching my kids how to grow garden. Well, not my kids, my grandkids, and teaching them how to can and all these things. That's how Trish ended up here. Otherwise, I'd still be, lurking in the side chat, just watching and learning with everybody else. And so I am. That's how I come to meet all you guys, and I think I am truly blessed by all of you. So yes, Miss Sandra Moody. Yep. Yeah. Well, thank you, Gina. Thank you. Oh, that's cool, Emma. That is cool. Well, we are so thankful to have each and every one of you guys. And we're blessed by you all, every one of you. So, and matter of fact, you guys, I have started, this is my YouTube. I've got to make a sticker. This is my YouTube address book. And I am collecting everybody's addresses who feel like they want to give it to me or whatever, so I can send out seeds or cards or whatever, because I want to give back to everybody for their support and their kindness and everything else. So I really appreciate everybody. Oh, they do claim it, Gear. You know that. Quit being silly. Yeah. Some amazing people. Ragnarok, I was going to ask you too. Besides your porcupine, did you all your deer came from your land that you got this year?
No, we did get one. There's a farm. It's about an hour drive from here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Asked me a few years back to come and assist with a bear problem,
Oh,
and
okay.
we'll go up there a couple times every season too. And that's where we got one of them.
Well, that's cool. So you've had bear then?
I have not successfully had bear. No.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, definitely. We have a couple that actually do live here on the property, but mysteriously, when we have 3 or 4 days now that we can hunt bear, and
Yeah,
mysteriously they're never around on those 4 days, of course.
right. Isn't that how it goes?
Mm-hmm. I know that you guys were saying that out your way, mainly all you is available is like public land to hunt, like game land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad has 20 acres. It's just pasture. He does get a lot of deer out there, but because he has so many neighbors that are close by, he won't let nobody out there to hunt because he's afraid like the neighbors behind him have cattle and then the neighbors off to the north and the south of him have nothing, but he don't want to be responsible if somebody shoots a house or something, because in my dad's mind everybody's stupid and retarded and don't know what they're doing. So it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. So, and there's a lot of freak accidents that happen out here in the conservation land. So,
Okay.
Deli's just not comfortable doing that.
Right.
But his friend that brought us that deer, um, he was done hunting basically for the season. He got what he wanted, and he knew Dudley wanted a deer, and had been looking for a place to go hunting, and so he stayed out the last day all day to get that deer. I was like, oh my god! So it was an amazing blessing. I wasn't expecting it at all, so definitely appreciated it. So that's fine, Emma. That's fine. It is neat. It is really cool. I really like that. I like. It still shocks me that like Guardian prepping comes over here. He's from South Africa, and it just blows my mind the way the community comes together, even outside of the United States. It's just amazing to me. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that I know somebody from Israel. I know somebody from South Africa. It's crazy. That is cool. Yeah, that is so neat. Because literally, when I started on YouTube, it had nothing to do with canning, it had nothing to do with prepping, it had nothing to do with gardening. So it was the rabbit holes and all that, and then I just slowly down to this rabbit hole, and this is pretty awesome. So
Yeah.
So if you do you save your hides from your deer, or
Yes.
do you? That
I
is
try to
awesome.
do everything that I can, from hides to hooves to
Mhm.
everything, teeth.
Yeah.
I like to collect bones and skulls and have quite a collection of, quote, my wife likes to call them, well, she used to like to call them dead animal parts.
Yeah.
Now she collects them as well, so they have a different name now.
Now, what do you use them parts for?
Pretty much anything. Like I do like a lot of crafting and things like that. Um, and also for my period pieces that I do,
Huh.
that I wear with my regalia and whatnot.
Mhm.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, anything I can find a use for, I try to maneuver. That's why I was so excited with the porcupine this year, because I've always wanted. I do like beadwork with
Mhm.
like beads and whatnot, but I've never
Mhm.
had a chance to work with quills, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah. There's a huge powwow not too far from here that I got to go to, and they had a lot of the quill jewelry. It was gorgeous. It was amazing.
Okay.
Some very pretty stuff. They would make and then they had a lot of the they used I think he said coyote toe bones uh to make the chest pieces
Okay.
the Native Americans would wear with the beads and stuff. It was awesome.
That's it. There's so much that you can do with it, but
Hmm.
as soon as you tell people what it is, they're like, "Oh my God, it's not
Right.
plastic. It's not this or that." Well,
Hmm.
no. I'm not going to throw it in the garbage because you think it's garbage. Like,
Hmm.
everything has a purpose and a meaning, and I'm here to find it.
Well, that's cool, Bob. That is really cool. The English uses the quills for fishing bobbers.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, that is cool. A waggler. That is neat. See, this is the great part about this community, because like everybody has something, some form of knowledge that they can add to.
Yeah.
Yeah, paint one in red. Oh, cool. The Ron Paul campaign. Yeah, yeah. When I first got on YouTube, that's all I seen too. Emma was all the rappers and blah 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 blahs, and I was like, I ain't into this. I ain't into none of this. So, and then I finally started moving around and finding new stuff. I think somebody sent me a YouTube link, and that's what got me started on the rabbit holes. And then you can only stomach so much of that before you want to throw up. So
Right.
I was like, I got to find something else. This I can't do this no more. So especially when it comes to the children, that yeah,
Yep. Yeah.
that is cool, Emma. That is really cool.
It's still raining. Hey.
Is it raining there?
It just started raining. She started growling.
No. What kind of puppy is that one?
She's a blue healer.
Blue heeler. Yeah, one of my mutts outside is part blue heeler, part Australian Shepherd, and his dad is Husky, Shiba Inu, Akita, and German Shepherd.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Oh,
And then the German Shepherd's shining through because he's taller than his dad. So, oh, he got the German Shepherd. He's pretty. He's mostly white, and he's got this peanut butter brown spot on his ear and the red on his tail. The rest of him is just white. He's a cute little guy. He's not so little anymore. We named him Peanut because he was the runt of the litter. And now he's bigger than his daddy. So, wow. Yeah. Yes, the internet is very powerful, and unfortunately, too many people use it for the bad things. So,
Agreed.
That's one thing I'm really glad about. I mean, is that there are still people choosing to use it for good.
Yeah.
You know, and as hard as the rules are getting to follow, they're still pushing forward to bring that good to light. So that's the best part.
Agreed.
My family's annoyed. And they're so annoyed at me. Oh, you're a YouTuber. Well, I'm not a huge YouTuber, but you know, I have friends on YouTube and they don't understand. Yet my daughter can be on TikTok and Facebook all damn day long. They don't, yeah. And really, I might catch a few videos during the daylight hours, but I'm homeschooling these kids, so I can't focus on all of it. So
Right.
because I have my computer set up so that I can print off their schoolwork as they need it. So yep, Emma, that's true. So wow. Wow. But so I don't spend every second on YouTube. And then in the evenings when we're done with their schoolwork and stuff, then I put on Rock and Learn for them or Octonauts. My granddaughter loves Octonauts. So they'll watch that and then I'll catch a few channels here and there, but once they go to bed then I'll watch TV, YouTube more focused, you know. So
Right. That's how I am. You know,
yeah.
I don't have time to do that during the day. So
Mm-mm.
most of my stuff happens at night, and you know, I'm a night owl anyway, so I don't mind. But there's just so much going on all the time. You can't catch it all. Like,
No, you can't. And see, Courtney, she sends me links to get on her thing, but I can't do it because when she starts, the kids are still awake and they're not going to leave me alone. Because as soon as the camera's on, they're like, oh, they want to be up in the middle of everything, you know. And you know, it's normal kid behavior, but still, there's adult things discussed that they don't need to hear, and I don't need to explain. We're not there yet, so I can't get on our lives during the week. And of course, Deli's not home until late at night, so we can't do any lives. So we get that we get this one little slot on Saturdays, and that's what we do. And you know, Deli's exhausted. He busts his ass every day driving that truck trying to make a living. He's exhausted, so that's why he don't hang out as long as I can, because you know, driving truck will wear you out, makes you old fast. So we had to go to the store in the semi the other day because our cars were broke down. Here we go, rolling up into Walmart and bobtail semi, and I'm like, if this doesn't scream hillbilly, I don't know what does. But we were there, got it done. He's like, "Are you ready to go to Texas?" I said, "Nope, I don't have air ride." His last truck that he drove, yeah, I know, Chris. um, yeah, but yeah, but his last truck that I rode in had air ride in the passenger seat, so it wasn't so bad. But his truck that he actually owns does not. And I said, "You get me air ride, and then I might travel with you for a little bit, but I ain't riding this thing with no air ride. No, thank you." And it sits way up higher than he does. So it just makes me feel awkward. It's like I don't like looking down on him. It just doesn't seem right. So like, can I just look at you, not down at you? So, because before we got the grandbabies, I spent a lot of time on the road with him because my kids were grown and gone, and the babies weren't here, and there was no point in me just sitting around the house by myself all the time. So I'd jump on the truck and go out with him. So I've got to see lots of the countryside that way.
True. Now, does he take long hauls or?
Yeah, he used to do long hauls, but he's doing, since the crazy crap is going on, he's staying local.
Okay.
We used to ride out to the East Coast and let's see, he would shoot up, was it I-80 that runs through Ohio and Pennsylvania
Hmm.
that you can take into New York and all that.
Right.
Yeah, that was our every week I-80 there and back. We'd go
Okay.
to New York, New Jersey, Maryland, all through there. We've been to Florida, South Carolina, all up and down the East Coast. So we've been out through Georgia, Tennessee. We've just been out. The only states that I have not been to is Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, Maine, Vermont. I think that's it.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, been all over.
It's cool.
It is. It's fun. It's fun. I mean, there's definitely been some places that I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't care to come back. Like Philadelphia being one of them. Oh my gosh! And then was not particularly fond of New Jersey. I can't remember what state we were in where they had the trolleys. That was awesome. That was really cool. Until we got stuck behind one, had sat there forever. But there's beautiful country out there.
There is.
Yeah. So, I mean, I used to travel when I was younger with my grandparents too. They had an RV, so I got to go places with them too. So, I've been to Florida quite a bit. Been to California more than I care to say. So, I and that's where my family's from. My mom's side of the family's from California. So, my dad lived out there for a little while, but I don't like California so much.
Yeah, I don't blame you there.
Mm-mm. They're didn't really run into too many nice people there. They're really snooty and I don't know. They're a different kind of people. So, um, I love going through Georgia and Tennessee. It was gorgeous. So, and then I can't remember if it was Pennsylvania or Ohio. We got to see a black bear on the side of the road with a cub running up a hill. That was pretty neat. I was like, thank God she's out of the road. Lots of deer on the side of the highway with their feet in the air. Lots of that.
Yeah.
And lots of accidents. But yeah, I've been all up through there. Delivered a lot in Youngstown, Pennsylvania. I don't know how far you are from there.
Not too far.
Yep, we used to deliver a lot there. It was almost a weekly stop in Youngstown.
Okay.
So, um, there's a steel place. I can't remember if it was Youngstown, but it was in Pennsylvania where he'd pick up these big steel spring looking things. I can't remember where it was at though. We pulled up there one day and they were striking. I was like, oh shit. But we still got loaded, so it wasn't too bad. But they were having a strike, and I was like, I hope there are people to load us. But all gear. So, okay, you guys, I know you used to be a teacher. So, was your wife a teacher as well?
No, she was a teacher's aide.
Teacher's aide. That's cool.
Yeah.
So, how long were you a teacher?
25 years.
Wow,
Yep.
that's a long time.
Probably still would be if all this stuff
Yeah,
went down.
yeah. Okay, so you said that you worked in a school with primarily special needs children.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is it? I mean, I just need to rack your brain because my grandson has cognitive issues. He cannot retain hardly anything. So, do
Okay.
you know any tricks to the trade that I might be able to use with him? Because it's frustrating to watch him go back and forth. You know, like 1 minute he has it, next minute it's gone. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that's a tough one. I mean, schedule and repetition just over and over and over seem to be the only thing. But and what was sad about that though is like just one thing would throw it off though.
Mhm.
And that was the hard part with, different aides and, somebody might be sick one day.
Mm-hmm.
So they were just such victim to the environment
Yeah,
and there was nothing you could do about it.
yeah. And see, we struggled with my son, and my son was in public school, and they wanted to shuffle him off to the side and just push him through. They weren't really interested in educating him because he's special needs.
Mm-hmm.
So I was fighting constantly. I was in that school fighting with these people, and then finally got a teacher that worked with him, and she loved Morgan and Morgan loved her. So it was like an easy, he graduated early from high school. So, I mean, I was like, we did it. We succeeded. I didn't think we were going to there for a while, but we did it. And now, because of that constant battle and stuff, I told my daughter, I do not want these kids in public school, especially with what's going on now.
Right.
I said, with Bentley having issues, and we know he has issues, um, but she won't take him and get him tested so we can find out the exact issues.
Okay.
I only know he has a cognitive disorder because it's the same as what my son went through.
Right.
So if it's not constant, if it's not, like totally strict, boom, 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 you know, and I've told her 1,000 times, you can't just let his other grandma come in and take him for 2 weeks and let him miss so much school because it's really messing things up.
Oh yeah.
And now she's doing it.
See, that's like a total reset for them.
Yeah, okay. So my mom has this whole, my mom has this issue with me because I did choose to go to counseling and choose to work through all my issues of my childhood. She doesn't listen to me because she thinks I'm a know-it-all. That's what she says. Oh, you think you know everything because you went to counseling? No, I don't think I know it all because I know I don't know it all. And it's the same with, my grandson. I don't know it all, but I do know he has to have a regular schedule and that routine cannot shift or it's going to throw him off. My daughter's doing the same thing. Well, just because Morgan was that way doesn't mean Bentley's going to be that way, but Bentley is that way. Like
Yeah.
last week, he knew how to write this, that, and the other. This week, he can't do it. He is that way. So I was just wondering if you knew anything, any other little, because we tried to do the memory games and different things like that. And he's 5, but he acts like he's 3 half the time, and it's just like, I don't know if there's more going on, or
Right.
not, because she won't take him and get him tested. She's trying to tell me Missouri won't test him. Like, I raised your brother. They tested him. So I just do the best that I can, and with what I learned with Morgan,
Right.
and you know this one, you've experienced this. What works for this student does not work for this student. So I'm having to try to figure out new things to do, and
See, now does he do what's his alphabet and numbers and things, or
do what?
like his alphabet and numbers? Is he okay with that kind of thing? Or
I have yet to get him past 10. He
okay.
knows them. We do right. Um, he knows his ABCs. He gets like his Q and his G backwards, and then he gets like his B and P backwards. No, B and D backwards. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's the Q and the P he gets backwards. He gets those backwards from time to time. Which I'm not super concerned with that. My son had dyslexia and dysgraphia on top of everything else. So Morgan's kind of grown out of all that, and it just takes a lot of practice, and just erase it. Let's start over. It's not a big deal, we just keep practicing. So I don't make a big issue of them being backwards. I just say, okay, is our tail supposed to go that way or this way? And he'll say, oh, okay. And then he'll fix it. I don't have to say that's wrong or anything. I just ask him which way is the tail supposed to go and make him think about it. And then he can do it. So, but I can't, I get him to 10 and he's like 11, 12, 14, 18. It's like, oh, so, it's, and I've already got the 3-year-old. He watches Rock and Learn while we're in here doing the computer work, and he's learning his ABCs. He's learning his shapes, his colors, his numbers, and he's already identifying different letters and numbers and stuff, and starting to count and stuff. So because that education is so dang important, it's just like you would think that their grandmother and mother would be more okay with let's stay in school and do school thing and we'll spend time. No, they're both about what it's about them, and then the other grandma wants to do whatever he wants. She is one of those grandmas. Well, he's my grandbaby, so I'm going to give him everything he wants. Well, that's great, but he's been coddled to the point he thinks everybody needs to give him everything he wants, and he cries over everything. So, yeah, he is a bigger crybaby than my granddaughter. When I first got him at the age of 2, legit thought he wore dresses and panties and nightgowns. I said, no, you're a boy and you're going to be a boy. And so, yeah, you wear shirts and pajamas and underwear. It took me 2 years to get that out of his brain. Like, I know. No. So, yeah, it's like I'm fighting a bunch of people just trying to get him, Lydia is just brilliant. I mean, like, she just flies through this stuff. She's like, you're not, I'm like, slow down. Slow down for a minute, child. And she loves art. She loves to draw and color. She loves art. And so that's what she wants to do in her free time. Like all of her free time, she'll pull books out and try to mimic the pictures and stuff.
Okay.
So I just let her do that. Like if that's what she wants to do in her free time, let's do that. I'm still trying to figure out Bentley's. I'm pretty sure Bentley would fit in very nicely at the zoo. Some days he acts like an orangutan. So I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out. I know he has strengths. Like he's a thinker. He just doesn't apply it so much, but you can tell the gears are rolling. He's manipulative as all get out. I'll say that too. But
Yeah.
we've been tearing the wallpaper out of this house so we can, update the house. And this wallpaper has been up here forever. And there's these like little shreds that don't want to come off. Bentley will pick every little teeny piece off and he's perfectly fine. I can say, hey, let's go pick up the rocks out of the garden. That kid will try to pick up rocks the size of his head. He likes that kind of work, that tedious, monotonous, that everybody else hates. He loves it. He's about that. So he's just a totally different kid than I've ever dealt with in my life, So we struggle. Me and him struggle a lot because there's that battle of wills going on. Like, you really need to do this, and he's like, I ain't doing it. Okay, well, we'll just sit here till you do. So there's
Okay.
a lot of that. And and he's been this way since he was born. He'll reach for something and you can slap his hand and he'll just stop and look at you dead square in the eye and keep reaching. You'll slap his hand again and he keeps reaching. He's one of those.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you ask him, why'd you do that? Because I wanted to. Yeah. What's the rule? I'm not supposed to. He knows the rules. He's not following them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
So,
good.
do you go to school with him like Monday through Friday kind of thing, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And because they don't sleep well while they're with their mom, it's another benefit to the homeschool. If they sleep in till 10:30 Monday morning, we can, start school when they need to start school and go as long as we need to,
Right.
And like Bentley's not one to hold still very well, so I can let him stand up if he needs to stand up. If he needs to lay in the floor, he can lay in the floor. I
Yes.
can, and those are important. And that's one of the battles I had with the schools with Morgan is, Morgan needed boundaries. He needed the visual boundaries that he could actually see. So I'm like, take some painter's tape and make a square for him to set in the floor where he can see his boundaries and he can still do his work and stuff and be just fine. But his teacher was like, that's too much of a distraction for the rest of the students. And I said, but you're telling me Morgan's fidgeting is well, finally they made her do it. And you know what? The problem was solved. There were some more issues. And all it took was a stupid roll of painter's tape. And it made the world of difference. Because when Morgan would get too wound up here, I would get a towel and I would set him on the towel and say, don't get off this towel. You can still do this or whatever he was doing. Just don't get off the towel. And that's what he would do. And I learned that from a teacher that had a special needs child. That was one of the tips that she had learned. And so Bentley, you know what Bentley does? He peels the tape up. So I'm like, okay, kid. It's going to be a battle with Bentley, but he does try and he loves schoolwork. He really does love school time. But you have to have your eyes on him. If I get up to go pee, he's up and gone.
Mm-hmm.
Out and that quick. And I'm like, Bentley, where are you supposed to be? Doing my schoolwork, So I don't know. But like I said, I don't know what everything that's going on up here to know what I'm working with,
Yeah.
So
Now, do you do a morning opening with them?
what's that?
Kind of like the same routine every day, where like you'll start the day with like maybe the date, the Pledge of Allegiance, the weather, like basically like a daily news thing, what we're going to cover today, that kind of thing, to start their day, just to say, hey, look guys, it's school time, That's like I've always found that has success, and we do that with our kids.
Yeah.
Is like everybody gets together for morning opening, and then
Yeah.
our branches off from there.
Yeah, I've got a big, huge, one of those big, huge whiteboards where that flip around back and forth. And we would do, today is Tuesday, November, blah, 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 blah. We would do that.
Okay.
And no, no.
No.
My biggest problem is when they're with their mom for the few days that they're with her, she uses the TV for a babysitter. And so all he wants to do is, I want to watch TV. I want to watch TV. I want to watch TV. And so but basically our routine is the same every day. Get up, eat breakfast, get dressed, brush your hair, your teeth, whatever. And then we come in here and then we start school. So, and he does okay for the most part, but it's since because their mom has been gone for almost a year, like non-existent. And then all of a sudden now she decides she wants to be mom, and it's got everything flipped upside down. And I was finally making headway, I was finally getting in there somewhere. And like when it's warm, we do outdoor classroom where we're outside learning, we're not inside learning. And I try to, make everything an education, as much as possible, but a fun way. And then because it's not what people are used to being school,
Right.
they don't think that we're schooling, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah.
And I've tried to tell them, Bentley is going to play the same hell that my son and my sister played in school if he's put in a public school system.
Right.
Oh, you're one of those, and get pushed over to the side and forgotten about and not learn a dang thing. So I don't want that for him. And my mom used to fight me tooth and nail when Morgan started getting in all the trouble because I would call the police. And she's like, you can't do that to him. And I said, yes, just because he has this label and that label doesn't mean he does not need to learn his lesson. He needs to face the same consequences as everybody else. He can't get special treatment for every stinking thing. So, and no, it wasn't fun as a parent calling the police on my son and having him arrested. I didn't enjoy that one little bit. So, but I knew I had to do it, so, and he's learned his lesson. He's turned out to be he's a goofball. He is a goofball, but if I need something, he's right here to help me as much as he can. So, which is nice. So,
yeah.
Miss Emma, I hope you sleep well. But, now the baby, his name's Emmett. We call him Boo. I don't know where that. Okay, yeah, I do. When he was little bitty, if a stranger walked up and he got scared, and I've never seen this out of a kid before, both fingers up his nose. So it started out like Boogie, because he's always got his fingers up his nose, and we just shortened it to Boo. But he likes to learn. He really loves rock and learn. That's his thing, man. Every morning we wake up and I'm like, are you hungry? And he ABCs, ABCs, ABCs. He wants his ABCs. And when we lay down and take a nap, we do the ABCs. And I'll say AB and he'll say CD and I'll say EF and he'll say G. And we go through the whole alphabet and I can change it up. I can say A and he'll say B. And he's 3. And then some days he said, I do it myself. And so he'll sing the alphabet by himself, So, but he has to do that every day at nap time. That's his routine. It's like, he has a lot of OCD traits. Like everything has to be so for him or he can't function. And he's 3. And I'm explaining this stuff to people because I see everything these kids do, and their mother have no idea who they are. She does not know their individual needs, strengths, or anything, you know.
Mm.
And like she pushes him to the point he gets mad at her. But like he like if the door's supposed to be closed, she'll go open it just because she thinks it's funny that he gets frustrated and goes and close it. I'm like, you're upsetting him, and you don't need to do that.
No, you don't need. No.
So I'm not kidding. If we go out to a restaurant to eat, if there's a straw wrapper in the floor, he has to get down and pick it up to throw it away. He will scream bloody murder if I don't let him go pick up that piece of trash so he can throw it away
Mm.
because he knows the floors are supposed to be clean. It's crazy that he's 3 and he's got to have that kind of control, you know. But
Yeah.
you know that's who he is. That's just it's not. They're all 3 so very different, so very very different. So, and she's not a nurturing mother. She's a drill sergeant mom. Like she doesn't.
Okay.
There's no asking politely. It's all demands, and you're going to do this, and I said now, and they're not used to that. They're used to a nurturing me, with a routine, bedtime at 8. You know, I,
Right.
if I say it's bedtime, Bentley likes to sing himself to sleep. Lydia will fiddle with one of her babies until she falls asleep. But they're in their rooms. They're not out running all over the house like crazy kids. They're in their beds, in their rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Because I struggle falling asleep some nights. So I know it takes some time to wind down and,
Yeah.
And no, yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare because my daughter she does a lot of the stuff she does out of spite, but she's not the one paying the price for it all. They are. So, Emmett cannot have milk. He cannot have lactose free milk or milk. It constipates him.
Okay.
We went through this about over a year ago. He had to be on Miralax for a month to get him regulated, and I'm not exaggerating.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a long time for a 2-year-old. That's too
Right.
long. And um, so then she disappears for a long time, right? Is gone. Anytime my mom would say, "Hey, can I get the kids for the weekend?" or if my sister or my son said, "Can we get the kids?" No milk. No milk. I don't care. No milk. And nobody would give him milk. We've not had a problem in that department in a long time. She shows up, wants to be mom, and guess what? Oh, they get chocolate milk every day. That baby's not pooped in 3 weeks. And I'm like, he cannot be on milk. She texted me today. Boo's been pooping since Thursday, and he hasn't been complaining of a tummy ache or his butt hurting. I said, well, that's good. She was like, yeah, we're giving him Miralax and chocolate milk. And she tried to tell me he don't like it in his juice. He says it tastes bad. I said, that's funny because Miralax has no taste.
Right.
So,
Maybe she needs to try some of it.
oh my God. Yeah. So I talked to a few friends today and said, you might want to start a Bell Fund for me because at this rate, I'm going to lose it. I can't. That baby suffers like bad. And I told her, you can kill his intestines by doing this. You can cause him permanent damage.
Right.
And she's like, well, I don't understand. And I said, he can't have milk. It's not very hard to understand, And she goes, no, I don't understand why he can have cheese and yogurt, but he can't have milk. And I'm like, Lauren, there's proteins that are cooked out of the cheese and yogurt that are still in milk. You've been told this before. And you know what her response is? Well, I guess everything's my fault. No offense. Well, you are the one giving him the milk.
Exactly.
That does make it your fault. And so I've reached my limit. Thank you, Idaho Garden Girl. Yeah, Miralax. Yeah, it does. But yeah, if you're on it for a month, so you can go, there's an issue. But I just took a screenshot of everything and I sent it to my sister because she's in contact with the baby's real dad. And I said, I think it's time his daddy knows what's going on because this is getting ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So and she's like, yep, because every time she gets him, he ends up constipated. And it's she will not listen. She does not want to believe, because she don't have him all week. She's not dealing with him up all night crying in his sleep, because he hurt so bad. So
Right. So
and
now she has them every weekend. Is that
she has been getting them every weekend for the past 3 weeks. Yeah.
okay?
So but up until then, no, she was gone for 5 straight months with nothing, not a phone call, text message, nothing. If she would have went one more month, I could have gotten custody for abandonment. Oh, I was that close, Dang it. That was that close. And so I really truthfully, I would love for her to be a mom. So I
Right.
could be grandma and have my life.
Yeah.
But she's not showing me that she's willing to do that. When she showed up, and she showed up for Emmett's birthday, his 3rd birthday, and she was like, because my daughter's on probation for child endangerment for an ex-boyfriend's child. Okay.
Mm.
And that's how I originally got the children. And then the state told her she could have her kids back, but then she never come and got her kids. So, and then when she would show up to get them, the kids were coming back smelling like pee because they wore the same clothes all week and they'd pee their pants in the middle of the night. And she never bothered to wash them, bathe them, change their clothes or nothing. So Dudley and I started making up excuses why she couldn't have them for the weekend, just protecting the kids, And the state let her know that if she takes counseling for herself and parent-child classes, that she'll get off probation sooner. So when she came for Boo's birthday party, she's like, yeah, I'm taking parent-child classes and I'm going to counseling for myself so that I can get off probation sooner. Nothing about her kids. Nothing. And now if her boyfriend's around, then it's about the kids. But if he's not around, it's so she can get off probation, because when she thinks she gets off probation sooner, she's moving to Kansas and she thinks she's just going to sweep in and take these kids that she doesn't know and they really don't know her anymore and leave. Because her boyfriend don't want no effing roots around here. She's got him convinced that everybody in the family is, pieces of shit and she's perfect. I'm like, oh, wait till all her lies come flooding in. Wait till they all come flooding in. So, yeah. And the sad thing is she's lied to everybody to the point nobody wants to talk to her anymore. Nobody wants anything to do with her anymore because everybody's pretty much caught on to all the lies and they're fed up.
Right.
Bentley's grandma knows the truth, that I'm the one that's been raising these kids for so long. Emmett's dad knows the truth, that I've been raising him for, since he was 6 months old. And Lydia's dad is gone. So everybody knows that I'm the one that's raised these kids for so long. Now, Bentley's grandma won't tell his dad because she's scared he will come take Bentley and nobody will ever see Bentley because he's that kind of person. So, it's just like, and we've tried to get her to sign temporary custody. So if there's an emergency or something, we can get him to the doctor or whatnot. She won't do it. She won't do it. It's a nightmare. It's a freaking nightmare. So, and my mom's like, well, you should do this and you should do that. Do you want to see the grandbabies again? Because you already know she's done it once before. She got pissed off at us all and ran, and nobody's seen the babies for 9 months. And the only reason anybody got to see them after that is because the state stepped in and took them from her because of the whole child neglect or endangerment or whatever the hell the charge is from her ex-boyfriend's kid. And then a month after that happened, my granddaughter got kidnapped by her biological father for 4 days. It took 4 days to get her back. And once he realized the trauma that he caused Lydia, he's disappeared. So it's a nightmare. I mean, it's a freaking nightmare. So me and Dudley, we buckled down and said, okay, they're ours. We're going to do this. She won't help us with nothing. She don't buy the clothes, the pull-ups, nothing, no food, nothing. When we did ask her for help, it was, I'll try, and it's like, oh my God, heaven forbid you put clothes on your kid's back, And so we just finally quit asking her for anything because it was a constant battle. So, and now it's like, oh, I'm going to be mom. And it's like, she's not showing that she's being responsible. She's putting her kid's health in real serious danger.
Yeah.
Bentley is allergic to food dyes and can't have them because it's causing behavioral issues for him. She still gives it to him. So, and then she's all the time, when I tell her the stuff that goes on, she's like, well, they don't do that at my house. I said, no, it's called the honeymoon stage. They're not going to because they're not there long enough.
Yeah.
So, and then, she's buying them off. She's giving them everything that I don't let them have, like candy all the time, the sugary cereals that are not good for anybody, the chocolate milk on a day-to-day basis,
Yeah, it's like she's undermining everything you built them.
Yep. Lets them they have TVs in their bedrooms. And I'm like, why are you putting TVs in their room? They're not going to go to sleep,
Right.
So, the last 2 times she's brought them home, it's been 11:30 or later in the day, and they've not been fed. So, I'm like, okay, I'm just documenting away. Just keep on going. I'm taking pictures. I'm making videos. I'm saving screenshots, and it's the only thing I can do.
Yeah, right now, it's building the case.
Yep. So, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And it's all because of what her boyfriend wants. It has nothing to do with what's best for the kids. It's what her boyfriend wants. So,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that must be nice. Must be nice. When she showed back up here after being gone for 5 months, the baby ran behind me. He did not want anything to do with her. She picked him up and he put both hands on her chest and just pushed himself away from her. He did not want anything to do with her. And she's like, why are you being like this? And I'm like, he doesn't know who you are.
Yeah. How could she not understand that?
No, she bitches. And this is, she bitches because Bentley's dad's not seen Bentley since Bentley was 2. And he's like, well, I want to see my son. And she's like, well, he don't even know who you are. You're a stranger. You're going to have to take things slow before you get Bentley. So she knows it. She's just not applying it to herself. She thinks since she birthed them that they should just know who she is.
No, don't work that way.
No, unfortunately it don't. And she's causing them. Now they've got separation anxiety that I get to work with every weekend. That's fun. So, and last weekend I pissed off her boyfriend because he was telling Lydia was having a complete meltdown, and she will cry till she throws up because she gets too upset. And I was trying to get her to calm down, and Matt comes up and he picks her up off the floor, and he's like, he goes, Princess, don't cry, don't cry. I don't want you to get in trouble. And I said, she's not going to get in trouble here. I said, this is a result of you guys being gone for half a year. And he turned his back to me. I pissed him off. I don't care. It's the truth. It is
Yeah.
the damn truth. And y'all need to grow up and deal with the truth. So the whole time they were gone, and this is the part that really gets me. Every 2 weeks, his ass was in Kansas seeing his son.
Wow.
And they're 3.5 hours away from him. They're only 20 minutes from me.
Oh my.
Oh, yeah. Yep. So Bentley's grandma has begged her, please do not move Bentley out of state, because if there's something that happens, she said, I wouldn't be able to get to him in time. I don't have the gas money to make long drives. Both her and her husband are having health issues, so they don't need to be making long travels anyway. And Lauren's like, no, we're not going to leave the state. We'll never leave the state. I wouldn't do that to you. Oh, bullshit.
Yeah.
That's not what she's telling everybody else.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, hell. So, and at this point, I can't do it. I mean, everybody's looking at me to do something. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Missouri does not recognize grandparents' rights. They don't. So, I mean,
Right.
I've told Lauren, I'm like, you realize if you just swoop in here and take off with these kids and we not see them, you're going to traumatize them really bad. And I said, that's going to cause real problems for you and them. I know, we're not doing that. We're going to take it slow. Well, okay. They promise every weekend they leave this house. Oh, we promise we'll call you every day. They never do. And then when we call them, they're both, they won't just stop and take the time to talk to the kids, Oh, wait, I gotta go do this. Matt's running to the bathroom to get in the bathtub and all this. And we have to wait while they walk from one end to the house to the other, transferring the phone back and forth to one another because they won't stop and just spend time with the kids. It's bad. So I'm like, okay. And I just keep praying that, the best is what happens for the kids. Not what I want, not what they want, but what's best for the kids. That's what needs to happen.
It's a good point right there.
Yeah. It has to be about the kids because they're I mean, I've told my daughter, I see where I screwed up raising you guys. I totally see where I screwed up raising my own too. And that's why I do things differently with my 3 grandkids, is because I don't want to make those same mistakes again.
Yeah.
Yep. And I said, that's why things are so much different for these 3 than it was for you and your brother. I was also a single mother, and there was times I had to work 3 damn jobs to support them. So, they like to throw that in my face a lot. Well, I don't know what else I was supposed to do. I was not selling myself on a street corner. I wasn't selling drugs. I was doing a legit, honest to God jobs, trying to support my kids. And, that gets tossed up all the time. So, and Morgan was very sick when he was younger. In and out of the ER, in and out of the, different doctors for different stuff. As he got older, it was psychiatric units because it was just, it was a nightmare. And So during those times when I was having to take him to the different doctors or hospitals or whatever, I asked my parents to watch my daughter so that she wasn't getting lost in the shuffle of all this, that somebody was paying attention to her, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now they've turned that to where I loved Morgan more than her, and I was always dumping Lauren on him. Okay. All right. So she's got that in her head, and that's the truth she wants to believe. Even though she knows it's not true, that's the truth she chooses to believe. So I'm a horrible mother. That's how she has me portrayed to the world. I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, all right. So, and her and Morgan do not get along because Morgan's like, that's not true. That didn't happen. And then these people go back to Lauren and they're like, well, your brother said this, that, and the other, you know, and it's like, it's a big triangle for her, you know. My daughter's one of those drama queens. She loves drama. And she's always crying victim. She's the victim.
Mhm.
Everything. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've heard her scream, "You ruined my life," because I've made her tell the truth, you know. Sorry, your life is ruined. And she gives up like all the time. I can't do this. I quit. I'm done. I'm something, you know, and it's like and she's 26, going to be 27.
Okay. Dang.
Mm-hmm. Like,
I think
yeah,
she's out of it by now.
yeah, you would think. Yep. I don't understand. Gary, you're not a horrible dad. But yeah, it's that's why I really appreciate what you do, is because you're not raising your kids to be adult babies. To me, people, it's like, yeah, they're children. I understand they're children. Eventually, they're going to be adults, and they need to be responsible adults. And
Yeah.
they're not going to get there by being coddled to death. You know what I'm saying? So,
And that's the thing. If you raise them to depend on you constantly, the
mhm.
reality is you're not going to be here forever.
Yeah,
I know that they're going to be okay when I'm gone.
yeah,
They're adult babies, then they're screwed.
yeah. Yeah. I think we refer to them as snowflakes. But you know, yeah. And it's just, it baffles me because my daughter was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm over these doctors and their labels. I'll say that. But there's days I believe she is up there. So he has to pay child support, and we all know that, you know, dads who pay child support, they get raped. Just saying, they get raped. Um, and so he works. Most of his money goes to the child support for his son. My daughter only gets $50 a month for two of her children, and which makes no sense because, well, it makes sense. Both dads are working, so where they don't have to report everything,
Okay.
and so they only have to pay $50 a month for their kid, which is not enough to care for a child. Just saying, but they're not getting raped. I'll tell you that. Um, and I don't know if the third dad's paying child support or not. I know the two are for sure. And so I know they don't have a lot of money. Her and her boyfriend do not have a lot of money because he pays so much in child support. But they decided the best thing to do was for her not to work anymore. It's like,
Okay.
wow. But she's running. Yeah. And so she contacts this dad's friends and family asking for money to pay this, that, and the other. And then she contacts this dad's friends and family to ask for money for this, that, and the other. And now nobody's giving her money anymore because they've all figured out she don't have the kids.
Okay.
And so now she's really upset because she can't lie and swindle people out of money anymore. I honest to God, I don't know how they're making it. Because their rent's like $480 a month. And then he had a truck payment. I don't know if he still does. And I don't know what their utility bills are. And so, and then, so I'm there. So she has to be collecting food stamps and WIC off these kids
Right.
in order for them to be, eating.
Something.
But she doesn't bother to help us a lick. She bought, when I told her the baby wasn't able to go to the bathroom, she needed to get him back into the doctor. She went and bought Miralax, but she didn't even bring it to me for him. I was like, well, that was nice of you. I can't drive. The state took my driver's license because of my medical condition, so I can't even drive. And she's fully aware of this. Nope. So it's did I say I was the crazy one in the family? Did I say that yet? They all think I'm the crazy one because I grow food and I can food and I do all these things, but yet, yeah, all this shit's going on with everybody else, but I'm the crazy one.
Yeah. You need a new reference.
I'm tired. I spend most of my time tired because you pretty much have to reprogram the kids when they come home.
Right.
And it's crazy 3 days. They're gone 3 days. This week they were gone longer because their stepbrother was injured Wednesday and they took off to Kansas to be with him. But it's crazy what 3 days of being away from a routine does to a kid. I mean, most people don't realize how quick it is.
True. It's very.
So.
Not to count how many days does it take to get them back to normal.
Yeah.
You make 3-4 days, and then you have one normal day, and then bang.
Yep. And that's pretty much how it is. I get one good day, and then here she is taking them again. And it's like, and I try to do, the only part about the school that we do that's normal is I try to just do it Monday through Friday and let them have Saturday and Sundays off, right? I mean, we still do some education stuff, but it's not the normal school stuff.
Right.
And, she wants to pop in Thursday night, so they miss Friday. And, this week it was Wednesday, and it was just like, okay. I cannot, and this is the frustrating part, is I can't fight her on any of it because she'll split. She'll take off with the kids, and then I don't know when I'll see him again. So, yeah. And they've put it in Lydia's head that I want a clean house. That's why she needs to move back, so I can have a clean house.
Jeez, oh man.
I know that they had to have said that because she wouldn't have said that otherwise. And I looked at her and I said, sweetheart, I'd much rather have you 3 kids here than a clean house any day. And she smiled and gave me the biggest hug. And I was like, somebody's putting shit in their heads. Okay.
Yep.
So, and then they promised her when they left here that they would let her call me every night this weekend, not a single phone call. So, and she comes back and she cries because they wouldn't let her call. And I'm like, it's all right, sissy. It's all right, you know. And I'm constantly reminding her, I'm going to be here. I'll be here, you know. But she knows I'm not living forever. You know, I don't put it in their heads that I'll be here forever. She knows that we're going to go, we die and we move on in the world. And she understands that. So, but it's heartbreaking when you
Definitely.
want to protect them and you can't really protect them the way they need to be protected. So
Yeah.
and that's one reason I push your channel a lot is because you're being that voice for somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
You're you
Well,
are potentially the voice for my grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's fun. And I don't like I could choose, I could very like we discussed this choice thing. I could very easily choose to be extremely pissed off at this world for
Yeah.
the crap that I have to deal with between the kids and you know, you're legally tied up every freaking turn. Oh, it's got to be this long and it has to be this and because the kids are in my home, the state's not going to step in and do anything because they're being cared for and so and it's just it's so I could be so pissed at the world, but I
Yeah.
choose to love people instead because that's what this world needs.
Right.
So, and I never understood the mentality of Ragnarok. I don't like you because this is what my state's doing. I've never understood that mentality. I never will understand that mentality. I think that's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, you know. But
It,
there's people like that.
sadly, it's so true anymore.
Mm-hmm. So, Gear's still here. Oh, we got some lurkers. That's cool, I guess. Sorry for ranting.
Oh, it's okay.
Take
But I
over for a minute. Let's hear something educational.
unfortunately, I'm gonna have to bounce too right now.
You got to bounce it. Well,
Yep.
one of these days, I want to talk to you about what got you started on the Viking lifestyle. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but all right, I'll bounce with you. We'll just
All
bounce
right.
different directions.
Have a great night, everyone. Thank you as always, Trish. I appreciate being up here with you. I appreciate you and everybody in the chat. And until next we meet, be well all.
Thank you, Ragnarok. Thank you so much. Oh, I didn't know you guys were still there, Chris and Gina. I'm sorry. I got lost in my crazy world. Sorry. Oh, thank you, Gina. Thank you guys so much. You got really, I love you guys. I love that I see this peace and love from you guys all the time. That means the world to me, you guys. That is awesome. And I agree, positive vibrations. And that's what I try to do. I don't mean to get on these negative chats. I'm really sorry about that. But yeah. Woo! I just got goosebumps. But you're right, Chris. Positive vibrations. That's definitely need that. So Chris and Gina, what? It's like 5:30. Where y'all at? Nope, Chris. There shouldn't be anything else but positive. So correct. Man, you guys are so cool. 4:30. Okay, that is awesome. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna cut it out. I'm gonna. Yes, I will check out those emails. Yeah, the East Coast. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I, you guys are just, all of you guys are so amazing. I love Gear and his sense of humor. And you guys and your positive messages that you always put out. I absolutely love it. It hasn't been 8 hours. And you know what, Gary? You was totally right the last time we stayed on here for 8 hours. Oh, Lauren's gonna be here at 11:30, and guess what? I got woke up to somebody kicking my door in. Oh, that's what it sounded like. I had the police at my back door. So no, I'm not gonna stay on here for 8 hours because in 5 hours they'll be headed this way. So I'd like to get a little sleep this week. But no, I watched your premiere. I was lurking. I was there. I was there. I was there at Will It Grows live stream too. It's sad that those people did that. Yeah. I try to watch all you guys' videos. I love the way you guys cook. It's awesome. I want to try those potato things you made. Holy cow. Those look delicious. I'm usually at I'm there a lot of the times. I'm always at Courtney's lives. I'm just trying to unwind from my day so I don't chit chat, and but I'm there. I'm watching and listening and stuff. I'm drained, especially since she showed back up. It takes so much energy to redirect the children. So I'm over here like a mindless zombie, just listening and laughing. So yeah, I seen you guys are gonna start up your gardening again. That's awesome. And I love your greenhouse. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yep. I'll probably see you tomorrow on Courtney's live. I'll be there. Yeah, and it's definitely been some weird vibes lately. But I still try to stay positive through it all. I think that's important. People need to start looking at things in a more positive way and less in a negative way. I mean, we're pretty much all familiar with the crap and that's going on. I think if we look at a more positive way, it'll keep pushing us through. So you guys have a wonderful night. I'm gonna call it. And I thank you all for your support. I thank you all for being here and hanging out with us tonight. And I guess Dudley's got some videos he's going to be putting out sometime this week. But until then, yes, manifest your own destiny. Yep. So, but I'm going to call it for the night. And I will probably see most of you all tomorrow on Courtney's live. And we'll just catch up through the week at all the other different lives. So, you all have a wonderful night. Hope you guys have an amazing day tomorrow, and God bless.